Chenping Continent, Fallen Sword Mountain Range. An old man with snow-white hair staggered through the forest alone, his steps heavy and uncertain. His name was Chen Yan, a transmigrator. This year marked 100 years since he had crossed into this world. In this life, Chen Yan had been born into an ordinary merchant family on Chenping Continent. At the age of 7, fate smiled upon him when a wandering immortal took him up the mountain to cultivate. From that day on, he became an outer court disciple of Cultivation sect, and he remained one for more than 90 years. The reason was simple: his talent was mediocre. At best, he could only cultivate to the second realm of the lower 3 realms, the Qi circulation realm. He had once felt resentment over this, but with time he accepted it. No matter what, 100 years of leisurely cultivation was far better than his previous life of endless overtime, deadlines, and exhaustion. Now, however, Chen Yan could clearly feel it. His life was nearing its end. 3 months ago, he had left the outer court and come alone to the Fallen Sword Mountain Range. During a scripture lecture long ago, an elder had mentioned that this was where Su Hongzhen, the #1 sword cultivator of Chenping Continent 7,000 years ago, had fallen. Legends said that Su Hongzhen's inheritance and opportunities still lay scattered in these mountains, untouched to this day. So Chen Yan decided to gamble. Cough, cough. Blood tinged his breath as he coughed, his steps growing heavier with every move. For 3 months he found nothing. Instead, he was repeatedly wounded by demonic beasts roaming the mountain range. So tired, Chen Yan understood what this exhaustion meant. He leaned against a large tree and slowly sat down, lifting his gaze toward the sky, clear and vast. A cloudless blue stretching endlessly. So this was how it ended. Dying quietly on such a gentle day was not the worst outcome. Chen Yan closed his eyes, memories flickered through his mind like shattered reflections. Then everything faded into darkness. Reincarnation ended. Evaluation D, mediocre and unaccomplished. A life without distinction. Accumulated cultivation, middle stage Qi circulation realm. Reincarnation reward, none. Settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit accumulated cultivation, and restart life. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. A clear, lively voice reached his ears. Chen Yan's eyelids trembled before slowly opening. A young girl stood before him, her features delicate, her expression anxious, traces of childishness still lingering in her brows. Senior Brother Chen, Instructor Lu Li's scripture lecture is about to start. Hurry up, if we're late there won't be any seats left. Before he could respond, she turned and ran off. I'm going ahead first. You're on your own. Chen Yan remained frozen. He was still sitting against a tree, but this was not the Fallen Sword Mountain Range. This was the outer court of Cultivation sect. Lu Li. The name surfaced in his memories. Martial Elder of Cultivation Peak, an outer court instructor more than 80 years ago, beloved for his clear and patient teachings. Wait. Chen Yan stared at his hands, smooth skin, firm muscles. Lu Li was not yet the martial elder. He was still an outer court instructor, and that girl just now, junior sister Cheng, she should have died in that catastrophe 85 years later. Reincarnation, record point. Chen Yan murmured softly, understanding dawned. He had been reborn, and this moment was when he was 15 years old. His fist tightened as blood and energy surged through his body. True Qi flowed smoothly within him, middle stage Qi circulation realm. This was the cultivation level he had only reached at 100 years old in his previous life. At 15 back then he had barely entered the body forging realm. Now he stood an entire major realm ahead. Within the outer court, a 15-year-old at middle stage Qi circulation realm was nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Yan steadied his breath. This time he would not repeat a life labeled mediocre and unaccomplished. He headed toward the scripture hall. Lu Li's lectures were among the finest in Cultivation sect. Chen Yan remembered clearly how, at 17, Lu Li caught the attention of the true Dharma elder during an internal debate, rising step by step until he became martial elder of Cultivation Peak. In cultivation, guidance mattered. Cultivation was like inflating a balloon. Daily practice added air. When it reached its limit, it burst, breaking through to the next realm, but sometimes the balloon simply refused to expand further. That was the bottleneck, and guidance was the needle. Often, a single sentence was enough. The scripture hall was packed. Hundreds of disciples filled the space, yet the hall remained silent, broken only by steady breathing and Lu Li's calm voice flowing like gentle rain. On the platform sat a young man in plain white Taoist robes, lean and composed. Lu Li. Chen Yan squeezed into a corner and sat down. Today's lecture was on the Kongshan art, the sect's foundational cultivation method. Simple, yet vital, every disciple practiced it, from outer court students to core disciples, even the sect leader's personal disciples. Observe empty form, hear empty sound, feel empty rhythm. Comprehend empty Tao. Forge the body to gather qi. When qi flows, it becomes a spring. When the spring surges, it becomes a sea. Body forging, qi circulation, martial spring, the lower three realms. The Kongshan art could carry cultivators only as far as the Qi Si realm. Beyond that, higher techniques were required. As Lu Li continued, Chen Yan closed his eyes. Qi burns like fire, Kongshan flows gently. Heaven and earth clear and condensed. Suddenly, his heart trembled. The bottleneck that had bound him for decades quietly loosened. Just a little Chen Yan entered Kongshan's sect at the age of 7. At 9, he stepped into the body forging realm. At 41, he finally reached the qi circulation realm, and it was not until 72 that he barely broke through to the middle stage of qi circulation. In the following 28 years, aside from his true qi becoming marginally thicker, he made no real progress at all. It was not due to laziness or lack of effort. His talent had simply reached its limit. Yet now, reborn to the age of 15, the bottleneck that had shackled him for decades was actually loosening. Inside the scripture hall, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth subtly shifted, flowing toward Chen Yan. Because he had not yet reached the martial spring realm, he was unable to absorb large quantities of spiritual energy directly. As a result, the energy gathered around him instead, growing denser and denser. The abnormal fluctuation did not escape Lu Li's notice. The instructor merely glanced in Chen Yan's direction, his expression unchanged, before calmly continuing the lecture as if nothing had occurred. Spiritual energy surged through Chen Yan's meridians, washing over them again and again. He had never felt such fullness of true qi in his entire life. He was just one step away from the late stage of qi circulation. Yet that final step refused to be crossed. No matter how he adjusted his breathing or circulated his qi, the breakthrough would not come. Half an hour later, Lu Li's voice rang out calmly. That will conclude today's lecture. You may all leave at your leisure. Thank you, Instructor Lu. The outer court disciples rose in unison and bowed respectfully. Chen Yan also came back to his senses. Though one foot had already stepped into the late stage of qi circulation, forcing a breakthrough today was clearly unrealistic. His foundation still needed consolidation. He stood and bowed along with the others. Young friend in the eastern corner near the entrance, Lu Li said gently. Remain for a moment, I wish to speak with you. Instantly, dozens of gazes turned toward Chen Yan. He paused, then completed his bow. Yes, Instructor Lu. Soon, the scripture hall emptied, leaving only the two of them behind. Chen Yan had never been good at being alone with people of higher status. Still, he could roughly guess the reason he had been stopped. Qi circulation realm? Lu Li asked after a brief silence, just as expected. Yes, Chen Yan replied honestly, middle stage of the qi circulation realm. What is your name? This disciple is Chen Yan. How old are you? 15. Who is your master? This disciple has none. That was normal for outer court disciples. Most relied on scripture hall lectures and self-cultivation. Only those with notable talent were taken in by instructors or deacons. Next time someone asks, Lu Li said calmly, state all of that in one breath. Yes, Instructor Lu. Chen Yan responded after a short pause. In his previous life, he had always been a marginal figure, even within the outer court. He rarely interacted with elders except when younger disciples respectfully called him senior and sought advice. That was also why he felt awkward speaking to someone like Lu Li. 15 years old, middle stage of qi circulation. Not bad, Lu Li nodded. Such talent was rare in the outer court. Of course, in the inner sect it would be nothing exceptional. Many disciples reached qi circulation before 15. Some prodigies even stepped into the martial spring realm before that age. Having trouble? Lu Li asked evenly. Chen Yan hesitated then nodded. Yes, this disciple is stuck at the threshold of breaking through to the late stage of qi circulation. Lu Li said nothing. He reached into his robe, took out a small porcelain bottle and tossed it lightly. Chen Yan caught it hurriedly. Qi regulation pills, Lu Li said. They help stabilize chaotic true qi. They may be of use to you. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you may come to the scripture hall to find me. Chen Yan bowed deeply. Thank you, Instructor Lu. Outwardly, he remained calm. Inwardly, his thoughts were in turmoil. Qi regulation pills. Having spent most of his life trapped in the qi circulation realm, Chen Yan knew exactly how valuable these pills were. Within the sect, they were primarily reserved for inner sect disciples. Very few ever reached the outer court. His breakthrough at 72 in his previous life had also relied on them. In that entire lifetime, he had only consumed 3, yet the bottle in his hand likely held 12. Such was the difference between a martial spring realm cultivator and a peripheral disciple who lingered in qi circulation his whole life. Lu Li lifted his chin slightly, signaling that Chen Yan could leave. Though Lu Li looked to be in his early 20s, he was actually nearing 50. His cultivation was likely at the peak of the martial spring realm. From Chen Yan's memories, Lu Li would break into the Qi Si realm roughly 2 years after transferring to Qingchen Peak. Kongshan sect was one of the top 5 sects on Chenping continent, with its structure divided into the outer court, 3 mountains and 4 peaks. After leaving the scripture hall, Chen Yan stared at the porcelain bottle in his hand. Being given this meant he had left a good impression, didn't it? If he could become Lu Li's disciple, then when Lu Li transferred to Qingchen Peak in 2 years, Chen Yan would naturally follow, entering the inner sect. And if Lu Li later became an elder, Chen Yan might even become a personal disciple. With inner sect resources, breaking into the martial spring realm might truly be possible in this life. Zheng. Chen Yan clicked his tongue softly, better not get ahead of himself. As he walked along the path, he examined the true qi flowing through his meridians. It was more than twice as abundant as before. The progress made during a single lecture far surpassed what he had achieved in the 28 stagnant years of his previous life. This was not because the qi regulation pill was miraculous. It was because his previous talent had been painfully poor, still. Perhaps this time he truly could break into the late stage of qi circulation. And if he seized the right opportunities, maybe he could even touch the threshold of the martial spring realm. Chen Yan pondered the thought in silence.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Kongshan sect's outer court disciples numbered over 25,000 in total. The area where outer court disciples lived and cultivated was a flat plain nestled between Kongyuan Mountain and Linwu Mountain. This plain was called the outer court by the Kongshan sect cultivators. Compared to the ethereal, immortal aura of the 3 mountains and 4 peaks, the outer court carried a much heavier, mundane atmosphere. Rather than looking like an immortal cultivation sect, the outer court more closely resembled a small town. Jade vine grass, 3 spirit stones per tail, come take a look. Tranquil mind powder, tranquil mind powder. Genuine product from Union Peaks Alchemy Hall, 10 spirit stones per dose, fair to all. Anyone wants second rank demon beast cores, price is negotiable. On the streets, outer court disciples setting up roadside stalls continuously hawked their wares. Chen Yan sat at a tea shop nearby, the porcelain cup on his table containing medicinal tea brewed from jade vine grass. Strengthening tendons and nourishing bones, warming and soothing the mind, these were the effects of jade vine grass. Time passed so quickly. Already half a month had gone by since Chen Yan's rebirth. During these past 15 days, Chen Yan had been in closed-door cultivation within his residence. After consuming 4 qi regulation pills, Chen Yan had finally broken through to the late stage of the qi circulation realm. This was an achievement that his previous self had failed to attain even after 28 years. It had to be said that the qi regulation pills Lu Li gave him were several times more potent than those Chen Yan had obtained from the outer court's treasure pavilion in his past life. Intersect goods are truly purer. Chen Yan took another sip of medicinal tea, then smacked his lips lightly. Senior brother Chen. A familiar ethereal voice sounded once again. A beautiful young girl with a hint of childishness stood nearby, looking toward Chen Yan with a mix of confusion and pleasant surprise. Cheng Ziying, a junior sister 1 year younger than Chen Yan. Because her residence was adjacent to Chen Yan's, they had become quite close. Her talent in cultivation far surpassed Chen Yan's. In their previous life, 3 years from now, when Cheng Ziying was 17, her cultivation level would already reach the late stage of the body-forging realm. At that time, Chen Yan was still stuck at the middle stage of the body-forging realm. He felt somewhat embarrassed that the junior sister who had always followed him had far surpassed him in cultivation. Precisely because of this, Chen Yan began avoiding Cheng Ziying, and the relationship between the two gradually grew distant. When Chen Yan heard that Cheng Ziying had advanced to the qi circulation realm, he felt a sense of acceptance. There were inherent differences in talent between people. Why couldn't he accept the fact that he was mediocre? However, heaven played a not very funny joke on Chen Yan. Cheng Ziying died. She perished in that calamity when she was 19 years old. Therefore, when Chen Yan saw junior sister Cheng standing alive before him, a sudden feeling of melancholy arose in his heart. He held no special feelings toward junior sister Cheng, merely lamenting how fate played with people. Chen Yan smiled and nodded in Cheng Ziying's direction. Senior brother Chen, where have you been these past 15 days? I haven't seen you at the training grounds. Cheng Ziying asked curiously. The training grounds were where cultivators sparred, dueled, and gathered. Usually, body-forging realm cultivators would gather at the training grounds to draw in qi, forge their bodies, and build their foundations. I've been in closed-door cultivation. Chen Yan replied, closed-door cultivation. Cheng Ziying blinked first, then burst out laughing, her expression turning somewhat reproachful. If you don't want to say, just say so. What kind of closed-door cultivation can a body-forging realm cultivator do? Chen Yan remained silent. After his rebirth, his most urgent desire was to advance to the martial spring realm as quickly as possible. Given his aptitude, breaking through would definitely require abundant resources. So how could he obtain large amounts of cultivation resources? He remembered the bottle of qi regulation pills Lu Li had gifted him. Chen Yan got an idea. Then Chen Yan spread his right hand flat on the tea table, several wisps of true qi overflowing to circle in his palm. Cheng Ziying was slightly taken aback, then looked at Chen Yan with full astonishment. Qi circulation realm, senior brother Chen, what kind of monster are you? Weren't you still at the early stage of the body-forging realm just half a month ago? Chen Yan, who had been at the early stage of the body-forging realm half a month ago, now actually possessed cultivation at the qi circulation realm. This kind of cultivation speed absolutely exceeded the range of genius. And true qi taking form, this indicated that Chen Yan's current cultivation level had reached the late stage of the qi circulation realm. 15 days from the early stage of the body-forging realm to the late stage of the qi circulation realm, not just in the Kongshan sect but looking throughout the entire history of Chenping continent, there definitely wouldn't be a second case. Cheng Ziying felt like her worldview had suffered an unimaginable impact. By the way, what did you come to the market for? As if suddenly remembering something, Cheng Ziying slapped her forehead. The senior sister in charge of the training hall asked me to help her gather some medicinal herbs. I almost forgot. As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Ziying jogged away from the tea shop. Ugh. Chen Yan picked up the remaining half-cup of medicinal tea from the table and drank it all in one gulp. Then he swept his gaze over the other customers and the shopkeeper in the tea shop. The tea shop wasn't large. The people inside should have heard the conversation between him and Cheng Ziying just now. Chen Yan had done this intentionally. He wanted the news that he was a late-stage qi circulation realm cultivator to spread quickly. Not just an ordinary late-stage qi circulation realm cultivator, but a 15-year-old late-stage qi circulation realm cultivator. A genius. Even in the inner sect, those who could break through to the late stage of the qi circulation realm at 15 were indisputably geniuses. Once the news spread, would he, regarded as a genius, attract the attention of the powerful figures within the sect? The answer was definitely yes. First enter the inner sect, then use the better cultivation resources to break through to the martial spring realm. This was Chen Yan's plan. As for whether he would eventually fade into mediocrity afterward, that was a matter for later. First, find a way to enter the inner sect and cultivate to the martial spring realm. That was the real priority. As for whether the plan would go smoothly, Chen Yan didn't know. Night fell. Chen Yan sat upright on his bed with his eyes lightly closed, warming and nurturing his vitality. True qi continuously circulated within his body, lingering slightly, especially when flowing past his lower abdomen. That was the location of the martial spring. When the martial spring could continuously gush forth true qi, supplying all the meridians throughout the body like a babbling spring flow, he would be able to step into the martial spring realm. Although Chen Yan had now officially become a late-stage qi circulation realm cultivator, he knew exactly how large the gap was between him and the martial spring realm, because he deeply understood his own natural aptitude. If he continued holing up in the sect's outer court, he might never break through to the martial spring realm in his entire lifetime. Chen Yan frowned. For some reason, he suddenly felt his head groggy and his body weak. Not drowsiness, but something else. With a thud, Chen Yan collapsed onto his bed, his consciousness beginning to gradually blur. The door to his room was pushed open from outside, then several people's footsteps sounded, finally stopping before Chen Yan's bed. With his consciousness blurred, he could only vaguely see several black shadows. Is it him? Correct. Cultivation level. Late-stage qi circulation realm. Half a month ago, he was still at the early stage of the body-forging realm, right? Yes, what should we do? The cause of calamity, make it disappear. As you command. A flash of blade light gleamed, and then Chen Yan's consciousness completely vanished into nothingness. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D naive, standing out too much isn't always a good thing. Accumulated cultivation, late qi circulation realm. Reincarnation reward. None. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation save point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. Hi. Senior Brother Chen. Hi. Senior Brother Chen. Hi. Chen Yan snapped his eyes open and gasped for air. Cheng Ziying in front of him was clearly startled by him. She withdrew a step, then looked at him cautiously. What's wrong, Senior Brother Chen? Did you have a nightmare? Instructor Lu's scripture lecture is about to start. Hurry up or there won't be any seats. After saying that, Cheng Ziying jogged off toward the scripture hall. Back to this moment again. Chen Yan scanned the surroundings. The quiet courtyard gave him an extremely unreal feeling. It was as if it were really only a dream, but he knew everything was real. The true energy flowing in his body was the best proof. Chen Yan recalled the few black shadows that had entered the room before he died. The reason he was murdered was because he was labeled a cause of calamity. Chen Yan had originally planned to trade his outstanding talent for more cultivation resources. Then he would break through to the martial spring realm as soon as possible and gain qualification to enter the inner court. Chen Yan raised his hand and lightly touched his throat, perfectly intact. Kongshan sect. As one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent, Kongshan sect was considered absolutely righteous and prestigious throughout the cultivation world. Before someone slit his throat, Chen Yan had thought so too. But the facts were otherwise. Cause of calamity? What is a cause of calamity? Thinking about these things, Chen Yan stood and walked toward the scripture hall. The scripture hall was still packed. He found a corner and sat down again. In the quiet main hall, only Lu Li's lecture voice sounded, steady and unhurried. Observe the emptiness of form, hear the emptiness of sound, feel the emptiness of rhythm, comprehend the way of emptiness like the unceasing mountains and rivers. Forge the body to gather qi. When qi connects, a spring forms, when springs surge they gather into a sea. Qi is blazing fire, Kongshan murmurs, heaven and earth condense in clarity. Something stirred in Chen Yan's heart. The circulation of true energy within him was drawn out again, completely beyond his control. Spiritual energy from the world was already beginning to converge toward him. Lu Li's gaze likewise fell on Chen Yan once more. The young friend in the east corner at the scripture hall entrance, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. After the lecture ended, events unfolded exactly as they had in the previous life. Qi circulation realm. Yes. Chen Yan replied, what's your name? Responding to instructor Lu, this disciple's name is Chen Yan. Chen Yan paused, 15 years old without a master. Lu Li only nodded, train hard. Once you break through to the martial spring realm, you can advance into the inner court. I understand. You may go. Chen Yan was slightly stunned then bowed, yes, instructor Lu. This differed from the previous reincarnation's development. Leaving already, what about my qi regulation pill? Wait a moment. Just as Chen Yan was about to leave, Lu Li called him back. You seem to have some confusion. Yes. Speak it out. Chen Yan was silent for a moment, hesitating. In the last reincarnation, Lu Li had given him considerable help. Whether it was that bottle of qi regulation pill or Lu Li's promises to him, they had been invaluable. That was why Chen Yan chose to come to the scripture hall again in this reincarnation to listen to Lu Li's lecture. Chen Yan thought this instructor, who would later become martial elder of Qingchen Peak, valued talent. Otherwise, he would not have given so much help. To gain more cultivation resources, one needed a patron. The current scripture hall instructor, the future Qingchen Peak martial elder Lu Li, was definitely a good choice. This reincarnation's Lu Li was significantly colder in attitude toward Chen Yan than in the previous reincarnation. He must have said something wrong. Speaking the same way he had last time apparently provoked Lu Li's displeasure. But Chen Yan still decided to take a gamble. He looked into Lu Li's eyes sitting across from him. It was the first time he faced someone of higher rank directly, and the first time he dared meet the eyes of a martial spring realm powerhouse. Lu Li's gaze was as calm as water, seemingly neither joyful nor sorrowful no matter what occurred. Instructor Lu, may I ask, the shortest recorded time you've heard of for breaking through from body forging realm to qi circulation realm is? Chen Yan asked. Half a year. Lu Li answered without hesitation. This record was set by our sect's current sect leader, Yun Yichen. Not only that, he took only 1 year to go from qi circulation realm to martial spring realm. Yun Yichen had even broken through to the passable god realm at 22. Becoming the youngest cultivator to reach that realm since Kongshan sect's founding. Chen Yan of course knew these anecdotes. After all, Yun Yichen was the current sect leader and Chen Yan was a disciple of Kongshan sect. Even the most marginal disciple was still a disciple, if even faster. Chen Yan asked. How much faster? Far faster than sect leader Yun. Lu Li fell silent. I answer your doubts, not entertain your idle curiosity. I was presumptuous, please forgive me, Instructor Lu. Chen Yan hurriedly bowed. But if someone truly could do that, they would be a prodigy capable of shaking the entire Chenping continent. Lu Li said seriously, if they are a disciple of Kongshan sect, I will certainly protect them in their path to enlightenment. Chen Yan's mouth twitched faintly. I understand. Why ask me such a question? Lu Li asked. Just a sudden thought, Chen Yan answered. You may go. Lu Li said. Chen Yan bowed to Lu Li again, then turned and left the scripture hall. Something was off. He had the persistent feeling that something was wrong. He couldn't explain it. What exactly was the problem? Just as he was about to step out of the scripture hall, his chest suddenly went cold, then a sharp pain struck. Chen Yan looked down in alarm toward his chest. A large, pitch-black hole had appeared in his chest. Looking into it, he could even see his heart still beating. It hurt so much. Chen Yan opened his mouth but found he could not make a sound. Only scalding blood kept gushing from his throat. Ah. Chen Yan struggled, reaching toward his chest to try to plug the wound. but his hand passed straight through the hole in his chest. Blood poured like a waterfall onto the ground. His limbs began to fail him, he lost sensation and fell forward into a pool of blood. The true energy circulating in his body was maintaining the clarity of his consciousness. He forced his head to turn and with his last strength looked behind himself. Lu Li, wearing a pale white Taoist robe, still sat steadily on the meditation cushion at the martial platform, his expression indifferent. The index finger of his outstretched right hand was pointed exactly at Chen Yan's chest. The reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D, repeating the same mistakes. The only lesson humanity learns from history is that humanity cannot learn from history. Accumulated cultivation. Late chi circulation realm. Reincarnation reward, none. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation save point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. Senior Brother Chen. Ugh. Senior Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Cheng Ziying reached out with a worried expression, gently patting Chen Yan's shoulder a few times. Chen Yan opened his eyes, his first reaction being to reach toward his own chest. No hole had been opened and he couldn't see his heart. Senior Brother Chen? Cheng Ziying looked at Chen Yan with a hint of fear in her eyes. She had never seen Senior Brother Chen with such a panicked and ferocious expression before. After another half-incense stick's worth of time had passed, Chen Yan finally regained his composure and his complexion improved slightly. Are you all right? Cheng Ziying asked somewhat cautiously. Just a nightmare. Chen Yan shook his head. That's good, Instructor Lu's scripture lecture. The slightly relieved junior sister Cheng suddenly slapped her forehead as if remembering something, then began running toward the scripture hall. Senior Brother Chen, hurry up too, there are way too many people listening to the Tao. Better not, recalling the scene of Lu Li sitting on a meditation cushion, coldly pointing his finger toward him. Kongshan finger. This was a basic technique that all Qi circulation realm disciples of Kongshan sect must learn, and also the most versatile spell. Although somewhat lacking in power, because Kongshan finger perfectly complemented the Kongshan art mental cultivation method, the vast majority of cultivators practicing Kongshan art could use this technique with great proficiency. Normally speaking, the Kongshan finger executed by a Qi circulation realm cultivator could hardly be fatal even when targeting body forging realm cultivators who hadn't yet developed true Qi protection. But Lu Li had used Kongshan finger to easily open a hole in his chest. This was the death that left the deepest impression on Chen Yan. It also made him truly feel the terror of martial spring realm cultivators. Just a single Kongshan finger. And it was a finger executed from dozens of meters away that easily insta-killed him, who was at the late stage of Qi circulation realm. The gap between martial spring realm and Qi circulation realm was even greater than the gap between Qi circulation realm and ordinary mortals. Repeating the same mistake. Chen Yan muttered quietly the evaluation of his previous reincarnation that he had seen in the darkness after death. This perhaps indicated that both of his deaths were for the same reason. Sitting before the tree, Chen Yan organized his thoughts, sinking into deep contemplation. The memories of his first two reincarnations began echoing in Chen Yan's mind. Tusk, half a month ago, you were still at the early stage of body forging realm, right? This was what one of the shadowy figures standing before his bed had said during the final moments of his life that night. But if someone could truly accomplish such a thing, they would undoubtedly be a heaven's chosen talent capable of shaking the entire Chenping continent. Lu Li's face surfaced again in Chen Yan's mind. He widened his eyes. Cause of calamity, no one would pay attention to an obscure marginal disciple. Therefore, although Chen Yan's first life was quite plain and boring, he did indeed spend a peaceful lifetime in the sect's outer court. But for geniuses, it was different. Yet Chen Yan was no genius. He was just an ordinary outer court disciple who had remained obscure until now. Geniuses would receive focused cultivation from the sect, he would not. Because his nearly impossible cultivation speed would be identified as cause of calamity by certain people. No one had ever taught Chen Yan these principles, and before this, Chen Yan had known nothing about the survival rules within the sect. Even though he had lived for 100 years, that 100 years had merely been spent drifting through day after day. The length of one's lifespan doesn't increase a person's experience. Experiences do. Now, Chen Yan knew how he should survive. The world of immortal cultivators was always dull, especially for those outer court disciples who received little attention from the sect. Cultivation, chores, listening to the Tao. This was what every day consisted of for a body-forging realm outer court disciple. Only after advancing to Qi circulation realm would outer court disciples qualify to receive sect missions from the outer court's merit hall, gaining the opportunity to briefly leave the sect and travel down the mountain. So boring. Cheng Ziying lay listlessly on the stone table before her, lightly tapping the tabletop with her fingertips. Then she lifted her eyes to look in Chen Yan's direction. "Senior brother Chen, when do you think I'll be able to break through to Qi circulation realm?" "Probably not too long." Chen Yan replied, "I really want to travel down the mountain too. Being in the outer court every day is just so monotonous. The path of immortality is like this. I'm not listening, turtle reciting scriptures." Cheng Ziying covered her ears, playfully sticking out her tongue in Chen Yan's direction. He shook his head with a bitter smile, then looked up at the sky. It wasn't that Chen Yan hadn't considered leaving Kongshan sect, but where could he go? Even if he truly left Kongshan sect, he absolutely couldn't achieve greater accomplishments. Because over 90% of the cultivation resources on Chenping continent were controlled by the 5 great sects. And Kongshan sect was one of those 5 great sects. Several white cranes flew through the sky, appearing to be flying from Yibai Peak toward Kongyuan Mountain. Chen Yan had joined Kongshan sect at age 7 and only achieved Qi circulation realm at age 41. Taking a total of 34 years, he knew all too well just how monotonous this process was. Now, 3 more years had passed since his last reincarnation. During these 3 years, he had done everything possible to make his presence within the sect less noticeable. Neither practicing martial arts nor listening to the Tao. Compared to an outer court disciple of Kongshan sect, Chen Yan gave the impression more of a rogue cultivator living within the sect. Chen Yan publicly claimed his current cultivation level to be late-stage body-forging realm, the same cultivation level as Cheng Ziying. Within Kongshan sect's outer court, Cheng Ziying's talent and comprehension were at an upper-middle level. Disciples with this level of talent wouldn't attract much attention within the sect, and breaking through to Martial Spring Realm wouldn't be considered too surprising, as if everything proceeded naturally. However, in reality, Chen Yan's actual cultivation at this moment had already begun approaching the peak of Qi circulation realm. Chen Yan had a clear understanding of his own talent. Perhaps relying on his talent, he might barely reach Martial Spring Realm, but breaking through to Qi Sea Realm through cultivation alone was impossible for him. Not to mention cultivating for 100 years, even 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, the chance would still remain slim. During these 3 years, everything that happened within the sect was exactly the same as what Chen Yan had previously known, including Lu Li being noticed by Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder and being transferred to Qingchen Peak to serve as an instructor. And at the Chenping Continent Dao Discussion Conference, the final winner of the Heavenly Summit Mountains Dao Inquiry was Qin Qingyu, the chief disciple of Moon Void Sect, one of the 5 great sects. As for what happened around him, it was Cheng Ziying smoothly advancing to late-stage body-forging realm. If nothing unexpected happened, she would break through to Qi circulation realm 2 years later when she turned 19. And shortly after breaking through to Qi circulation realm, Cheng Ziying would die in that calamity. To this day, he still regretted not making up with her before Cheng Ziying died. Could he try to save her? By that time, Cheng Ziying would have become a Qi circulation realm cultivator who could receive sect missions from the Merit Hall. If he could make her leave the sect under the pretext of a sect mission before the calamity occurred. If only he could make her leave the sect mission. 2 years later, the 19-year-old Cheng Ziying stood before Chen Yan. Yes. Chen Yan nodded. Cheng Ziying remained silent, placing both hands behind her back, staring intently into Chen Yan's eyes. She was completely different from the childish little girl of 5 years ago, now graceful and elegant, pure and charming. "Why?" she asked. "Why what? Why does senior brother want me to go with you? With my social connections, I can't get anyone else to accompany me, right?" But it's just a mission to deliver letters to the sect's external consuls in nearby towns. Couldn't one person handle it alone? It's too lonely going alone. Chen Yan replied, "Is that so?" Cheng Ziying tilted her head slightly, then took 2 steps forward, leaning close to Chen Yan's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. "Is it that going alone is too lonely, or would senior brother feel lonely without me by his side?" Chen Yan's expression froze momentarily, then he took a step back and put on a stern face. "Don't mess around." Cheng Ziying lightly leaped backward and laughed. "When are we leaving?" "Now or tomorrow?" "If we leave now, we definitely won't make it back by tomorrow, but I still have duties at the training grounds." Cheng Ziying hesitated for a moment, then added, "How about the day after tomorrow?" The day after tomorrow was when the outer court cataclysm would descend. The day after tomorrow. "Let's leave early the day after tomorrow, senior brother, please, please. Tomorrow's duties at the training grounds are really important. I genuinely can't get away." Cheng Ziying pleaded with Chen Yan in a somewhat joking manner. If they left early in the morning the day after tomorrow, they could still make it in time. Chen Yan remembered the approximate time when the outer court cataclysm occurred. "Then we'll meet at the outer mountains outside the sect early the day after tomorrow, senior brother." The girl's figure was playful and lively as she waved goodbye toward Chen Yan. Ugh. Watching junior sister Cheng's retreating back, Chen Yan sighed deeply. In this cycle of reincarnation, the relationship between Chen Yan and Cheng Ziying hadn't grown distant. And Cheng Ziying seemed to be gradually developing certain feelings for Chen Yan. The reason why the thin barrier between them remained unbroken, maintaining an ordinary senior-junior relationship, was because Chen Yan had been deliberately keeping distance between them. Chen Yan didn't consider himself an emotionally dense person. But enough. The most important thing now was to take Cheng Ziying away from the sect early the day after tomorrow to avoid the outer court cataclysm. As for other matters, they weren't worth considering right now. Kongshan sect, Outer Mountains. Strictly speaking, the Outer Mountains territory didn't actually belong to Kongshan sect, because this area was merely the sect's mountain gate. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, there were exactly 10,001 steps, the only path for ordinary youths seeking immortality from Kongshan sect during the sect's gate-opening ceremony every 3 years. It was also the only path for Kongshan sect cultivators below the Qi Si realm who wanted to descend the mountain, because only those with cultivation reaching the Qi Si realm or higher could manipulate Qi to soar through the skies. Chen Yan stood at the mountain summit with a nearly 10-meter-tall giant rock standing to his left. Carved on the giant rock were the elegantly flowing characters Kongshan sect. According to the sect's elders, these 3 characters were inscribed by the first peak master of Yibai Peak. 2 days ago, he had arranged to meet Cheng Ziying here, then proceed to Taiyuan City 500 li away from Kongshan sect's mountain gate to deliver a letter to the city's stationed envoy. Taiyuan City was the closest city to Kongshan sect's mountain gate and served as the sect's bridgehead in the mortal world. Nominally, Taiyuan City was the western capital of Qing Kingdom, but its actual control rested completely in Kongshan sect's hands. In Taiyuan City, the city lord's words carried less than 1/10 the weight of Kongshan sect's stationed envoy. Chen Yan stood alone before Kongshan sect's mountain gate, surrounded by profound silence. Today, Chen Yan had been waiting here since early morning. He looked back toward the mountain's interior but saw no signs or traces of anyone. The appointed time had already arrived, and Cheng Ziying wasn't someone who would break appointments. She was always very punctual. But she simply hadn't appeared. A strange palpitation and panic surged in Chen Yan's heart. It shouldn't be. He turned and ran toward the sect's outer court direction. Chen Yan would never forget the catastrophe that would occur in the sect's outer court today. This catastrophe, from beginning to end, lasted only 7 breaths. During those 7 breaths, over 10,000 outer court disciples would die or be injured. In that cycle of reincarnation, Chen Yan had narrowly escaped death while Cheng Ziying had perished within it. If he could take Cheng Ziying down the mountain before the outer court cataclysm arrived. If only, but there were no ifs. Hi. Chen Yan gasped for breath, standing on the outer court streets. He had desperately driven the true qi in his meridians and finally managed to return here. The streets were filled with disciples wearing Kongshan sect's standard outer court Taoist robes, all appearing unhurried and leisurely. Chen Yan's exhausted, disheveled appearance stood in stark contrast to them. But now was definitely not the time to care about such things. Among the passing outer court disciples, Chen Yan spotted a familiar figure of a youth around 14 or 15 years old. It was Zhao Hong, an outer court disciple who had come up the mountain just a few years ago and lived in the direction behind and to the right of Chen Yan's residence. "Junior brother Zhao," he shouted toward that figure. The disciple called Junior brother Zhao by Chen Yan turned around, staring blankly at the panting Chen Yan for a moment. "Senior brother Chen, how are you? Have you seen Ziying? Senior sister Cheng. She went to your residence looking for you not long ago, saying that the senior sister in charge at the training grounds suddenly had duties for her, and she couldn't accompany you." Before Zhao Hong could finish speaking, Chen Yan began sprinting toward the training grounds direction. Cheng Ziying had reached the Qi circulation realm at 19. This breakthrough speed was definitely considered above average talent in the outer court. Those more talented disciples would eventually leave the outer court for the inner sect. Therefore, disciples with above-average talent like Cheng Ziying were particularly valued by the outer court's elders and stewards, who focused on cultivating them as future pillars of the outer court. Precisely because of this, the senior sister in charge at the training grounds often assigned duties to Cheng Ziying. But not today. Not just duties from the senior sister in charge, even if stewards, supervisors, or even outer court elders assigned duties, it wouldn't do. Because Chen Yan remembered, he remembered that the central area of this catastrophe was the training grounds. Chen Yan ran through the streets, the overloaded circulation of true qi causing his muscles to ache with swelling pain. Then the training grounds came into view. Suddenly the air above the outer court instantly stagnated. Cough. Chen Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In that exact moment, the true qi in Chen Yan's meridians suddenly began violently oscillating, causing quite severe damage to his meridians. It's here that catastrophe whose scale even alarmed the sect's grand elders, the greatest calamity Kongshan sect had suffered in 1,000 years, had arrived. An ear-splitting roar echoed above Kongshan sect's outer court, and outer court disciples on the streets looked up one after another. On the street before the training grounds, outer court disciples whose cultivation hadn't reached the qi circulation realm exploded one after another, transforming into blood mist. Struggling, Chen Yan charged into the training grounds. There stood Cheng Ziying, wearing Kongshan sect's light white standard Taoist robe, graceful and elegant before the training grounds' Tao platform. "Ziying." Cheng Ziying turned around somewhat woodenly, looking toward Chen Yan. "Senior brother Chen." Then, Cheng Ziying's originally fair cheeks suddenly began turning crimson, and even bloodshot lines appeared in her eyes. The next instant, a spray of blood mist erupted from the position before the Tao platform. Chen Yan stood frozen in place. Cough, He collapsed on the ground, spitting out a pool of filthy blood mixed with organ fragments from his mouth. A massive black snake shadow began materializing directly above the training grounds. Suddenly, a clear-colored radiant light flashed across the sky, slicing the enormous black snake shadow in two. A massive spiritual energy pressure swept through the entire sect's outer court. Chen Yan barely raised his head. In the final moments of his life, what he saw was the figure of a young woman dressed in pure white robes with hair as dark as ink. She stood outside the training grounds looking up at the severed black snake shadow in the sky. The young woman's eyes were filled with indignation and remorse. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating. D+ spirit commendable, but nothing more than that. Accumulated cultivation, late qi circulation realm. Reincarnation reward. Accumulated cultivation coefficient times 1.1. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation checkpoint, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. Senior brother Chen. Staring at the girl calling his name, Chen Yan's expression froze, a dull, stupefied look settling over his face. "What's wrong, senior brother? Your expression, it's a little scary when you're so serious." Only 14 years old, Cheng Ziying drew back 2 steps, her pretty face still full of childlike innocence. "Nothing, I just had a dream." Chen Yan shook his head. But aren't you supposed to go listen to Instructor Lu's lecture in the scripture hall? Ugh. As if she had suddenly remembered, Cheng Ziying's eyes widened. Oh no, I have to hurry over. Senior brother, you better move or we'll be late. Then Cheng Ziying started running toward the scripture hall, another reincarnation, back to the year when he was 15. Chen Yan still couldn't save Cheng Ziying from that calamity. In truth, Chen Yan didn't know much about the disaster. The catastrophe lasted only 7 breaths, and then the shadow of a black serpent in the sky was extinguished by a powerful inner court cultivator who had been startled into action. The cause of the calamity and its details were sealed as secrets by the inner court. As for the elegant woman in white he saw in his final moments before death, Chen Yan didn't know who she was, but he knew she must have been from the inner court. According to Kongshan sect rules, outer court disciples were only allowed to wear the sect's pale white robes. Chen Yan stood frozen. Only when he truly faced the outer court catastrophe did he realize how insignificant he was. For his talent, training was useless. In this world, everyone's innate talent is fixed from birth. With Chen Yan's talent, the highest he could reach was Martial Spring Realm. And even mentioning Martial Spring Realm was pointless. Against a calamity on the level of the outer court cataclysm, even someone at the Qi Si realm could do nothing. And at present, Chen Yan hadn't even touched Martial Spring Realm. Reincarnation rewards, right? Reincarnation rewards. With the reincarnation reward, perhaps he could break through the limits of his talent. A D+ rating yields an adjustment of the accumulated cultivation coefficient times 1.1. He felt the true qi in his meridians grow noticeably denser. How could he earn a higher reincarnation rating? One more try. Even if he couldn't save Cheng Ziying, he had to get a better rating. Chen Yan made up his mind. Do you want to come with me to Taiyuan City? 5 years later, Chen Yan asked Cheng Ziying that invitation again. Cheng Ziying leaned on Chen Yan's shoulder, tilting her head up to gaze at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Chen Yan's original intent sprang from regret for the past. He wanted to try to change the fate of the junior sister who had grown up with him, but after witnessing the girl's death with his own eyes, his feelings shifted subtly. He couldn't bear to refuse her affection. She was just too pitiful. Whether out of pity or fondness, Chen Yan did not deny that during their time together he had developed feelings for Cheng Ziying that differed from before. What are we going to Taiyuan City for? Cheng Ziying asked. A sect mission to deliver a letter to the stationed envoy in Taiyuan City. Chen Yan replied, for something like that they send someone all the way, Cheng Ziying sighed. I don't understand the elders, they could just use a communication talisman. Because they're worried a transmitted talisman's message could be intercepted by someone with ill intent, Chen Yan said. But sending a person means the same risk. Any random Martial Spring Realm cultivator could easily snatch the letter. Maybe someone dares to eavesdrop on a talisman's message, but around here, who would dare rob a Kongshan sect courier? Unless they were courting death. Kongshan sect was one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent. Its influence weighed heavily in every corner of the continent. Taiyuan City and even the whole Kink Kingdom lay entirely within Kongshan sect's sphere of influence. Being in Kongshan's domain didn't mean every other cultivation sect bowed to them. Precisely because of that, the sect's transmitted messages were sometimes intercepted. Therefore, internal communications with the stationed envoy were handled by letters, escorted by outer court disciples of Qi circulation realm or above. When are we leaving? Cheng Ziying continued. Tomorrow, Chen Yan said. The outer court cataclysm would strike the day after tomorrow, so he decided to leave the sect 1 day early. Rules forbade disciples under 20 from staying outside the sect for more than 2 days without permission, or they would be punished. Leaving a day early gave them plenty of time. If you want to accompany me, I have one condition, Cheng Ziying said. What condition? He asked. Bring me a bouquet of white daisies. Deal. Chen Yan watched Cheng Ziying's back and returned to her quarters. What would this life bring? The next morning, Chen Yan came to Cheng Ziying's room and knocked. Senior brother. Cheng Ziying was taken aback opening the door. Her hair slightly messy, recently woken, Cheng Ziying looked a little haggard but still could not hide her natural beauty. It's time to head to Taiyuan City. So early. Yes, it's better to leave early. After delivering the letter, I want to stroll around Taiyan City for a bit. This was Chen Yan's excuse. He just wanted to be absolutely sure everything would go smoothly. Wait a moment. Cheng Ziying did a quick combing of her hair, then followed Chen Yan toward the outer mountain path. She seemed happy, genuinely treating the sect mission like a date with her senior brother. But Chen Yan's nerves were taut. If he could take Ziying out of the outer court, they could avoid one calamity. He repeated that thought over and over in his mind. Only when Chen Yan saw the huge rock carved with the characters Kongshan Sect at the mountain gate did he feel a small release of tension. Chen Yan led Cheng Ziying down the mountain. From the outer mountain peak looking southwest, they could see Taiyan City looming 500 li away. The mountains were lush and everything around them teemed with life. The path down the mountain was clear and many Kongshan Sect disciples traveled it daily. After all, only after reaching Qi Sea realm could one fly by Qi manipulation. At the foot of the outer mountain was a carriage and horse shop established by the sect's external affairs hall, where disciples could rent spirit horses for travel. Spirit horses were not divine beasts but ordinary horses raised by outer court disciples who fed them spirit rice and medicinal herbs from childhood. Years of rinsing in spiritual qi and medicinal nurturing gave spirit horses strength, speed, and stamina far beyond common horses. The straight-line distance from Kongshan Sect to Taiyan City was 500 li. The actual journey exceeded 800 li, and riding a spirit horse took only about 2.5 hours. Chen Yan and Cheng Ziying rented 2 spirit horses at the shop and set off toward Taiyan City. Between Kongshan Sect and Taiyan City were a few scattered villages and small towns, but they received no protection or favors simply for being near the sect's mountain base. Senior brother. A cry came from behind Chen Yan. Before he could fully react, he heard the whinny of his spirit horse and then he was thrown off. Protected by true qi, Chen Yan at the peak of the qi circulation realm suffered no real injuries, only rolling across the ground a few times, looking rather disheveled. Chen Yan turned toward the horse behind him and saw his mount collapsed, its 4 hooves torn from its body, blood gushing from the wounds. He tried to stand, but a domineering force struck his side. The blow pierced through his protective true qi as easily as breaking paper. Chen Yan lifted his head and found the culprit standing before him. A man in coarse brown cloth stood there, a faint stubble above his lip, carrying a dark black greatsword on his shoulder, so massive it looked like a tombstone. He looked down at Chen Yan on the ground with contempt, as if staring at an ant, and spat out the blade of grass he'd been chewing. "A Kongshan Sect person?" he asked senior brother. Cheng Ziying had dismounted and was running toward Chen Yan. The man only raised his eyes, then with almost invisible speed swung the huge sword he carried across the air. Chen Yan's breath faltered. He looked toward Cheng Ziying. She was still running, but a dark red line slowly appeared at her throat. Then her head rolled from her body along that dark red line to the ground. The greatsword had no visible edge, yet it was extraordinarily sharp. Chen Yan's lips moved faintly, but no sound came out. "A Kongshan Sect person?" the man asked again. Chen Yan nodded. "Down the mountain to do what? Deliver a letter or something else?" The man continued. "Delivering a letter," Chen Yan answered calmly. "Hand it over." The man in coarse brown cloth held out his hand. Though he dressed like a common poor villager, his strength told Chen Yan he was a cultivator impossible to resist. Martial Spring realm? Quite possibly peak Martial Spring. No, he should be Qi Sea realm. Still, Chen Yan felt no fear. Reincarnation rating. Could he earn a higher rating this time? He lifted his head and met the man's eyes. "Kill me." The man raised an eyebrow, surprised. "What?" "The letter is on me. Kill me, then take it yourself." Chen Yan's tone was steady. "This kid's strange," the man said with a sneer as he shouldered the greatsword. Chen Yan remained expressionless, the man's reflection visible in his pupils. "Sooner or later I'll kill you," Chen Yan said. "Really?" The man shrugged, then raised his greatsword high. The sword's whistle ripped through the air. In the next instant, Chen Yan felt a coldness at his neck and then an endless sense of weightlessness and dizziness. In his final moments, Chen Yan heard a sound like a watermelon smashing onto the ground. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D, from head to toe, only his mouth was tough. Accumulated cultivation, peak qi circulation realm. Reincarnation reward. None. Reincarnation settlement complete, the host will return to the previous reincarnation checkpoint, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. Not just this time, reincarnation ended. There would be next time and the time after that. No matter how much effort he made, no matter what methods he tried, whether fleeing or hiding, exhausting every possible means, the final outcome remained the same. That is, Cheng Ziying would die in her 19th year. Reincarnation ended. Not only that, but the reincarnation ratings were the same too. Each of his deaths was utterly meaningless, bringing him no improvement whatsoever. If he relied solely on cultivation, no matter what, Chen Yan could not advance further in his cultivation level. The reason was brutally realistic, such was his innate talent, reincarnation rating. Only by improving the reincarnation rating could there be a possibility for him to become stronger. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D, meaningless sacrifice over and over again. Accumulated cultivation. G, circulation realm peak. Reincarnation reward, none. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Yan, leaning against the large tree, looked at the young girl before him with an increasingly resolute gaze. Senior Brother Chen, Instructor Lu's Scripture Lecture. Ziying. Senior Brother Chen. Cheng Ziying, suddenly interrupted by Chen Yan, showed a somewhat confused expression. Can you stay away from me? Chen Yan said in a calm tone. Ah, okay. Cheng Ziying took 2 steps back. That's not what I meant. Chen Yan shook his head. What I mean is, from now on, can you stay away from me? With a face full of astonishment, Cheng Ziying widened her eyes like a child at a complete loss. What did I do, Senior Brother Chen? Stay away from me. She opened her mouth again as if wanting to say something, but no words came out. The young girl lowered her eyes and brows, making it impossible to see her expression clearly. Well, I'll go to the scripture hall first, Senior Brother Chen, you should hurry too. If we're any later, there won't be any seats left in the scripture hall. Cheng Ziying's voice grew softer and softer, then she turned and jogged away. Only this time her retreating figure seemed lonelier than ever before. But Chen Yan had no choice, he could only do this. Because after so many attempts, Chen Yan had come to clearly understand one fact. Cheng Ziying would inevitably die in her 19th year. Initially, Chen Yan just wanted to see if he could change Cheng Ziying's fate. But gradually he himself became more and more deeply entangled. He had tried many methods, including following the actions of his first life and even leaving the sect a month early. But Cheng Ziying's final outcome was always death, as if it were fate itself. As for how exactly to improve the reincarnation rating, Chen Yan hadn't figured out a method yet. He had also tried to replicate that one reincarnation with a D+ rating, but the final reincarnation rating was still D. Since when does the world offer free lunches? That was the reincarnation rating from that particular cycle. He could no longer continue struggling in this 5-year quagmire. This was Chen Yan's rational judgment. He decided to distance himself from Cheng Ziying for the time being. Because Chen Yan feared that if Cheng Ziying remained by his side, 5 years later he would still be unable to resist trying to save her. Even if he did that, it would all be futile effort. He needed to find a way to use the reincarnation rewards to make himself stronger. Perhaps then he could find a method to change Cheng Ziying's fate. Chen Yan had a dream. He dreamed he was on a completely dark stage with the audience seats empty. A spotlight directly in front of him suddenly lit up, and standing in the center of the spotlight was Cheng Ziying at age 19. Senior Brother Chen. The graceful young girl standing before him called out toward Chen Yan's direction, her demeanor as stiff and hollow as a puppet's. Subconsciously, Chen Yan took a step toward Cheng Ziying. The moment his foot landed, Cheng Ziying under the spotlight, her eyes rapidly filled with blood, her head began to turn crimson and swell, and then her entire body suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Senior Brother Chen. From behind Chen Yan, Cheng Ziying's light voice sounded again. Chen Yan turned his head and saw a pale-faced Cheng Ziying with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her pupils gradually dilating and losing focus. Senior brother. Turning his head again, what Chen Yan saw was Cheng Ziying running toward him, a dark red blood line appearing on her neck. As she ran, her head began to slide toward the ground. Senior brother Chen. Senior brother. Senior brother. Senior brother. Cheng Ziying, who had died in various different ways across the reincarnations, appeared before Chen Yan one after another under the spotlight. Chen Yan's expression gradually turned panicked and his breathing became rapid. Ha! Finally, Chen Yan abruptly sat up from his bed, gasping for breath. Realizing that everything that had just happened was only a dream brought Chen Yan no sense of relief. Because everything that occurred in the dream had indeed happened in reality. Chen Yan looked out the window of his room. A cold white full moon hung above the mountain peaks. There would be no more sleep tonight. So Chen Yan got up from his bed, put on his outer sect disciple's robe and walked out the door. He wanted to clear his mind, solely because the dream he had just experienced left his heart in turmoil. It was the hour of yin. Converted to the units from Chen Yan's previous life, the time would be between 3 am and 5 am. Chen Yan walked toward the mountain near the outer sect. He knew there was a pavilion on that mountain, the highest point in the Kongshan sect's outer sect, from which he could see the entire outer sect spread out below. Standing in the pavilion, Chen Yan looked down at the outer sect below the mountain. The streets of the outer sect were empty. Seeing such a desolate scene inevitably made him feel somewhat desolate in his heart. 2 years had passed. Now he and Cheng Ziying were like complete strangers, and Chen Yan had no interest whatsoever in befriending other fellow disciples. Therefore, throughout these 2 years, no matter what he did, Chen Yan was always alone. Just then, Chen Yan suddenly heard light footsteps approaching from behind him. "Why are you here so late?" A cool voice sounded like mint by a stream on a silent summer night. Chen Yan turned around, dressed in white robes, her black hair like ink. Ethereal and aloof, serene and transcendent from the worldly dust. Chen Yan's pupils contracted sharply, because he had seen her before several reincarnations ago. She was the young girl who had appeared at the training grounds with the inner sect elder on the day the calamity occurred. Her words clearly held a degree of wariness toward Chen Yan. "Couldn't sleep, just came out for some air." Chen Yan replied, "But this inner sect senior sister, why are you wandering around the outer sect so late yourself? Are you familiar with the outer sect?" The aloof young woman in white did not answer Chen Yan's question, instead posing the next one to him. "Fairly familiar." Chen Yan replied. Over a total of more than 20 reincarnations, Chen Yan had lived in the outer sect for hundreds of years. One could even say that no other disciple or elder in the outer sect was as familiar with its layout as he was. "Take me to the detention center at the enforcement hall," the young woman in white said. The detention center, as the name implies, was the place where the sect imprisoned disciples who had committed major offenses as well as external enemies. Chen Yan's eyebrow twitched slightly. He knew where the detention center was, but that was all. But why would someone want to go to the detention center so late at night? Chen Yan knew absolutely nothing about the white-clad young woman standing before him. He could only determine from her attire that she was an inner sect disciple, and moreover an inner sect disciple of quite high status. That was all. Because whether they were outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, everyone usually needed to wear Kongshan sect's standard Taoist robes. Only those holding positions at or above the rank of deacon within the sect, or core disciples and even personal disciples of elders, could be exempt from this rule. Why did she want to go to the detention center so late at night? If she did something improper, then Chen Yan, as her guide, would naturally bear shared responsibility. Therefore, Chen Yan simply stood there motionless, pondering for another moment before finally speaking. "May I ask senior sister's name, which inner peak you come from, and who your master is?" The white-clad young woman remained silent, simply and efficiently taking a token from her waist and tossing it to Chen Yan. Chen Yan instinctively caught the token the young woman threw, lowering his head to examine it carefully by moonlight. Kongshan Martial Enforcement. It was the token of Kongshan Peak's martial elder. Of course, the current martial elder of Kongshan Peak was not yet Lu Li. He had heard some anecdotes about the current Qingchen Peak martial elder. Apparently this elder's surname was Fu, was highly virtuous and respected, and was already over 600 years old. But considering the 1,000-year lifespan of passable God realm cultivators, Elder Fu could still be considered in his prime. Lead the way, the white-clad young woman said indifferently. Yes, senior sister. Chen Yan gave an embarrassed smile, then agreed. When the other party had even produced Qingchen Peak's martial elder token, what reason did he have to refuse? The martial elder was absolutely high-ranking within the sect, their status on Qingchen Peak second only to Qingchen Peak's Sword Master Elder and True Dharma Elder, undisputedly the third most powerful figure on Qingchen Peak. Being able to possess Qingchen Peak's martial elder token undoubtedly declared the other party's prominent status. Probably not just a core disciple, perhaps a personal disciple or even higher. Chen Yan speculated about the other's identity in his heart. While muttering to himself, he began walking down the mountain, and the white-clad young woman followed behind Chen Yan. The moonlight on the mountain path cast a bluish glow, the two walking one after another on the steps, their shadows stretching long between the trees. Senior sister, the outer sect enforcement hall is just ahead. Chen Yan stopped walking, then turned to speak to the white-clad young woman. To the detention center. The young woman said, Senior sister, after the hour of high, the enforcement hall strictly prohibits idle disciples from approaching, so. Is Qingchen Peak's martial elder token not weighty enough? Senior sister would naturally pass unimpeded, but as for me. If you don't want to die, come with me. The white-clad young woman's cool voice spoke with absolute finality. Chen Yan's expression stiffened slightly, then he gave an awkward smile. Senior sister shouldn't have any need to make things difficult for a mere outer sect disciple like me who's just guiding the way. Not making things difficult but giving advice. As she finished speaking, the white-clad young woman lightly lifted her fair wrist, then rested her palm on the sword at her waist, beginning to walk slowly toward the enforcement hall. Chen Yan simply watched as the white-clad young woman walked past him, her skirt brushing over the blue bricks on the ground. Strange. Advice for me? Someone wants to kill me again? Everything that had happened tonight seemed quite peculiar. After hesitating and wavering for a moment, Chen Yan ultimately chose to follow the white-clad senior sister from the inner sect. Because she didn't seem to have any intention of harming him, and in this situation, Chen Yan chose to believe her advice. The enforcement hall's dark iron gate stood before them, the black iron door appearing even colder under the clear, chilly moonlight. Soon, Chen Yan noticed something strange. There were no disciples on guard duty in front of the enforcement hall tonight. Do you know that the Outer Sect's detention center recently detained a deacon from the Merit Hall? A deacon, the position of deacon was quite high in the Outer Sect, ranking only below Outer Sect elders and supervisors. Although since his reincarnation, Chen Yan had no interest at all in Outer Sect affairs and never even went to the scripture hall to listen to teachings. If an Outer Sect deacon had been imprisoned in the detention center, he should have at least heard something about such a major event. I don't know. Chen Yan replied. The white-clad young woman said nothing more, simply pushing open the enforcement hall's dark iron gate. Half of the black shadow diagonally cut across the blue bricks on the ground, then the enforcement hall's central courtyard was revealed before Chen Yan and the white-clad young woman. Completely empty, with only a 1,000-year-old ancient tree standing in the very center of the courtyard, its shadow mottled under the moonlight. Eerie. Although it was perfectly normal for the central courtyard to be empty at this hour, combined with the fact that there were no disciples on guard outside the enforcement hall tonight, it still felt quite eerie to Chen Yan. Passing through the corridor of the enforcement hall's central courtyard led to the Outer Sect's detention center. The Outer Sect's detention center had a total of 72 cells, and although the Outer Sect had over 25,000 disciples total, this was still more than sufficient. After all, only disciples who committed major offenses would be imprisoned in the detention center. The white-clad young woman raised her hand, her fingertips dancing several times in the air while she murmured incantations, then lightly pointed. A clear light flashed through the air before them. It was spirit tracing art. Chen Yan recognized the technique the white-clad young woman was using. Spirit tracing art was a commonly used technique throughout the entire cultivation world, capable of determining someone's current specific location based on their energy signature. This way. Soon, the young woman reached a conclusion through spirit tracing art. The direction she faced was toward the cells in the northwest corner of the detention center. The cell door wasn't locked but was slightly ajar. This quickly raised the white-clad young woman's vigilance, the energy in her meridians beginning to surge and concentrate as if she might draw the sword at her waist at any moment. Martial Spring Realm. Based on the young woman's energy fluctuations, Chen Yan determined her cultivation level. At least Martial Spring Realm or above, the thickness of her energy was completely different from his current peak Qi Circulation Realm level. The white-clad young woman slowly pushed open the cell door, then paused, standing motionless in the doorway. "Senior sister." Chen Yan tentatively called out. He took several steps forward, his gaze passing over the white-clad young woman's back. Chen Yan could see the general scene inside the cell. A chair, a pool of blood, a corpse with its head separated from its body. The corpse slumped in the chair still had an outer sect merit hall token tied at its waist, undoubtedly declaring this person's identity. It was precisely the outer sect merit hall deacon the white-clad young woman had mentioned earlier. The white-clad young woman's hand fell from the sword hilt at her waist, then she slowly turned around. "I'm returning to Qingchen Peak right now," the white-clad young woman said, then turned her gaze to Chen Yan. "You should temporarily come back with me too, otherwise you'll die. You'll definitely die." Chen Yan's brain rapidly worked, trying to understand the current situation, because everything that had happened tonight had been far too rushed. Descending the steps of the detention center and then passing through the corridor, the 1,000-year-old ancient tree in the central courtyard came into view. The white-clad young woman's pace was swift, much more hurried than when she had come. Merit Hall's steward Song was dead. However, since the spirit tracing art could still detect his true energy signature, it meant he hadn't been dead for long. She had to quickly inform her master and the sect's higher-ups about this news. The earlier the timing, the more certainty they would have. Thud. Just as the white-clad young woman and Chen Yan stepped into the central courtyard, a round object was thrown from the direction of the enforcement hall's black iron gate, landing at their feet. Looking closely under the moonlight, it was a human head. The face on this head looked quite young, eyes still open, expression very vacant, as if it hadn't realized what was happening before being decapitated. "What wind blows you here?" A soft, effeminate male voice came from the direction of the black iron gate where a man wearing Kongshan sect robes stood. The distance was far and Chen Yan couldn't clearly see his expression, but for some reason, Chen Yan felt that the man was smiling. "Who are you?" The white-clad young woman's voice was very low. "Is that important, Chief Chu?" Chief Chen Yan's breath caught. The white-clad young woman beside him was actually the current Qingchen Peak chief, Chu Xiao, daughter of Qingchen Peak's sword master elder Chu Chen. Although he had guessed the young woman's status as high as possible, he never expected it to reach this level. Chu Xiao, Qingchen Peak's chief disciple and also the first disciple of Qingchen Peak's sword master elder. Among Kongshan sect's contemporary disciples, her status could absolutely rank within the top 3. The man at the gate then locked his gaze on Chen Yan, who stood slightly behind the white-clad young woman, slightly narrowing his eyes. "This young brother is danger." When the man's gaze fell upon Chen Yan, he very keenly sensed this feeling. "Just an ordinary outer sect disciple I randomly grabbed to show the way," Chu Xiao said. The man chuckled softly, his voice still effeminate. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Yan, then he spoke. "Then, young brother, don't blame me, blame Chief Chu, for it was she who dragged you into this." The man lightly pointed a finger through the air, a subtle true energy rippling out. Chu Xiao reacted swiftly, drawing the sword at her waist and positioning herself in front of Chen Yan. A flash of sword light appeared first, followed by the metallic wail of something striking the blade. Chen Yan knew that in that instant just now, Chu Xiao and that guy had already exchanged a confrontation, and the target of that man's finger technique was himself, Martial Spring Realm. With his current cultivation at the peak of the Qi Circulation Realm just one step away from the Martial Spring Realm, Chen Yan clearly understood their cultivation levels. But he was powerless against everything. Because the gap between the Qi Circulation Realm and the Martial Spring Realm was like an unbridgeable chasm. If not for Chu Xiao in that instant just now, Chen Yan would have already died under that man's single-finger technique. Kongshan finger? This was the basic technique that all Kongshan sect Qi circulation realm disciples must learn, and also the most versatile spell. Back then, what Lu Li used to kill Chen Yan was this same Kongshan finger. Now, the spell this man used to try to kill Chen Yan was still this same move. Simple, effective. No Qi circulation realm cultivator could withstand a single Kongshan finger from a martial spring realm cultivator. Absolutely no exceptions. This was a fundamental gap in realm and strength. I'll give you one chance. Chu Xiao's cool, mint-like voice sounded again. If you surrender now, come back to Qingchen Peak with us and confess everything that needs to be confessed. Perhaps you can receive lenient treatment.
Heh.
The effeminate man only gave a short laugh, revealing a half-smiling expression. Talking to dead people is really exhausting. The next instant, the man violently pushed off the ground, rapidly closing in on Chu Xiao. An endless stream of true energy surged from his meridians, followed by another palm strike aimed directly at Chu Xiao's face. Wind-splitting palm, yet another mandatory technique for Kongshan sect disciples, a common move used by training grounds disciples during sparring. This also made Chen Yan realize a fact. That this man with the effeminate voice was definitely a Kongshan sect disciple, not an external enemy who had infiltrated the sect. The waters within the sect seemed deeper than he had imagined. Chu Xiao appeared somewhat flustered under the man's fierce assault. Even though she was one of Kongshan sect's rare cultivation geniuses in 1,000 years, in reality she was still just a 17-year-old young woman. Lacking combat experience, while her moves weren't ruthless and decisive, as if always holding back. Finally, the effeminate-voiced man found an opening in Chu Xiao's defense, pushing her back with another palm strike, completely exposing Chen Yan before him. Chen Yan's breath froze for a moment. He wanted to do something, but the true energy that should have been flowing through his meridians seemed to solidify, completely unable to circulate. In that instant, Chen Yan already understood what would happen next. The man's face bore a strange smile with no emotion detectable from his eyes. The hair tied behind him fluttered slightly in the night wind, his left index finger aimed directly at Chen Yan's chest. Bang! A bowl-sized bloody hole exploded in Chen Yan's chest. He didn't even have time to feel any pain, only a sudden dullness. He fell forward like a kite with its string cut. Before his consciousness faded, Chen Yan took one last look in Chu Xiao's direction. Her eyes stared directly as Chen Yan's body fell toward the ground, her cool, peerlessly beautiful face showing no particular expression. Only in her autumn pool-like eyes could one see some traces of self-blame and resentment. Exactly the same expression he had seen on the white-clad young woman at the training grounds entrance during his final moments when the outer court calamity descended that day. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, see, the gears of fate are slowly turning. Accumulated cultivation, Qi circulation realm peak. Reincarnation reward. Hidden immortal art obscures heavenly secrets, making it impossible for anyone to see through your cultivation level, and allows you to disguise your cultivation as any realm below your true level. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life.
Gasp.
Chen Yan abruptly sat upright on the bed, panting heavily. Everything around him was pitch black. He wasn't under the large tree in the courtyard, Cheng Ziying wasn't by his side, and the time wasn't before Lu Li's scripture teaching began. This time should be the moment he had just been startled awake from a nightmare, which meant the reincarnation record point had changed. Sitting on his bed, Chen Yan gazed at the moonlight falling before his window. This cycle's save point stopped shortly before he would encounter Chu Xiao, the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, at the pavilion on the mountain near the outer court. The gears of fate are slowly turning. This was the evaluation for this reincarnation cycle. In other words, during the past 20-plus cycles he had never truly stepped into his real destiny. But this time he had finally escaped from the wrong cycles. So what exactly was his true fate? This was a question Chen Yan couldn't possibly figure out at this moment, so he shifted his attention back to the rewards he had obtained from this cycle. hidden immortal art. A mental cultivation method that could obscure heavenly secrets, disguise one's true cultivation level, and prevent anyone from seeing through one's actual power. Beyond that, when Chen Yan began circulating the hidden immortal art, he clearly felt the energy flow through his meridians was much smoother than when he practiced the Kongshan art. Chen Yan knew exactly what smoother energy circulation represented. It meant higher efficiency and greater power when he cast spells. It also meant it could, to some extent, accelerate his cultivation speed. This cycle's evaluation was C-grade. After more than 20 cycles, Chen Yan's reincarnation evaluation level had finally improved. So there's a possibility that changes in the reincarnation save point can affect the evaluation grade. Chen Yan murmured to himself. This was quite likely, but if the reincarnation save point could change, as the save point advanced, he might lose the opportunity to save Cheng Ziying. There were still 3 years until the outer court cataclysm. Ugh. No, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Chen Yan redirected his attention back to reality. What should he do next? Should he go up the mountain to meet Chu Xiao, or should he stand by and do nothing? Truthfully, Chen Yan didn't believe he had any obligation to help Chu Xiao with the detention center matter. But he suspected that tonight's events at the detention center might be connected to the upcoming disaster in the outer court. If when the catastrophe struck, he could do nothing, then what if he could eliminate the source of the disaster today? Chen Yan's suspicion wasn't baseless. His reasoning came from Chu Xiao's expression when he was killed by that man with the soft, feminine voice. Full of self-blame and guilt. Exactly the same expression Chu Xiao had shown outside the training grounds several cycles ago. Why would Chu Xiao feel responsible for the outer court catastrophe? Perhaps was there a possibility that the outer court disaster was related to Chu Xiao? Otherwise, she would have no reason to feel guilty about the consequences of that catastrophe. Eventually, Chen Yan arrived at the mountain pavilion in the outer court. Not long after, light footsteps sounded from behind him. Why are you still here so late? The white-robed young woman behind him spoke the exact same lines as in the previous cycle. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Yan pretended to be shocked and panicked, covering his head as he crouched on the ground. Kill you. Chu Xiao showed a slightly confused expression, then she simply shook the token at her waist toward Chen Yan, catching the moonlight. Ugh. Seeing the white-robed young woman's token, Chen Yan acted as if he had finally found a lifeline. Senior sister, the detention center, something happened at the detention center. Before Chu Xiao could speak further, Chen Yan immediately cut in. Something happened. Hearing this, Chu Xiao's expression shifted slightly. I couldn't sleep, so I went to the enforcement hall to chat with a disciple I know who was on duty, but no one was there. Then in the detention center, I saw Steward Song from the merit hall. Chen Yan spoke somewhat incoherently. When Chu Xiao heard the words Steward Song, her eyes suddenly sharpened. Speak slowly, no need to rush, Chu Xiao said. In short, Steward Song died in the detention center. I found his body. Chen Yan shouted loudly, how is this possible? Steward Song could he be? Ugh. Chu Xiao stood still, silent. She was thinking. If Chen Yan was working with those traitors, then rather than persuading her to leave the outer court and return to Qingchen Peak for reinforcements, it would be more beneficial to lure her into a trap. Therefore, Chu Xiao chose to tentatively believe Chen Yan's words. She raised her hand and lightly reached into the air, and a talisman paper appeared between her fingers, a storage treasure. Such spatial law-based magical treasures were quite precious in this world. But as the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, it wasn't surprising at all that Chu Xiao could produce such a valuable item. Chu Xiao softly chanted an incantation while forming a hand seal with her other hand, and the talisman paper between her fingers began to burn. A light red circle appeared on the ground, enclosing both Chu Xiao and Chen Yan. It was a teleportation talisman. The next instant, red light shot skyward, separating everything inside the circle from the outside world. When the red light disappeared, Chen Yan suddenly realized their surroundings had completely changed. The 9-story dark tower appearing in the distance particularly caught Chen Yan's attention. That is Kajun Tower, Chu Xiao answered. That's where our sex patriarch Kajun ascended to immortality over 15,000 years ago. Later, to commemorate Patriarch Kejun, the disciples of Kingchen Peak built that tower. Patriarch Kejun was the third cultivator in Kongshan sect's history to reach the great perfection of the upper three realms and then step into the immortal ascension realm. His influence on Kongshan sect, especially Kingchen Peak, was profound, continuing even 15,000 years later. "Come, follow me to see the elder," Chu Xiao said. "Elder?" "Kingchen Peak's martial elder Fu Kaiyan." "Eh?" Kingchen Peak, Kangwu residence. This was the residence of Fu Kaiyan, the current martial elder of Kingchen Peak. No plaque hung above the door, only an incomplete line carved by sword energy. "Enlighten oneself, enlighten all living beings." Chen Yan followed Chu Xiao into the courtyard of Kangwu residence. In the center of the courtyard was a cold pond, and in the middle of the pond stood a square platform. On the platform sat an elderly cultivator wearing blue Taoist robes, his temples graying. "Elder Fu, this disciple has matters to report." Chu Xiao took 2 more steps forward and bowed toward the Taoist in the center of the cold pond. Chen Yan quickly followed Chu Xiao's action, also bowing to the Taoist. Fu Kaiyan, who was meditating in the center of the cold pond, slowly opened his eyes, with strands of innate true energy drifting within his pupils. Chen Yan's heart trembled. Innate true energy, this meant martial elder's cultivation realm was at least above the myriad transformations realm. Below immortal ascension there were 9 major realms. The lower 3 realms were body forging, energy channeling, and martial spring. The middle 3 realms were Qi-Si, spirit connection, and myriad transformations. The upper 3 realms were unity, divine ability, and Tao union. All cultivators knew that innate true energy could repair flesh and blood deficiencies and was the foundation of a cultivator. It was said that cultivators above the myriad transformations realm could regenerate their heads even after being decapitated, relying on their innate true energy. This was the first time in all his cycles that Chen Yan had seen a cultivator above the myriad transformations realm. He knew that even the outer court elders of Kongshan sect only had late-stage Qi-Si realm cultivation. "What has happened?" Fu Kaiyan's voice boomed like a great bell as he slowly spoke. Then, Chu Xiao slightly turned her head and gave Chen Yan a look. "Outer court disciple pays respects to Elder Fu." Chen Yan stepped forward and spoke. Fu Kaiyan remained silent, simply shifting his gaze onto Chen Yan. Chen Yan's breathing instantly hitched, and the flow of his true energy throughout his body was severely restricted. The martial elder of Kingchen Peak was using his spiritual sense to probe Chen Yan. In this world's cultivation system, when a cultivator reaches the passable god realm or higher, they can use their spiritual sense to investigate others' cultivation levels. Of course, this method is ineffective against cultivators whose realms are higher than the investigators. Chen Yan, whose current realm had stagnated at the Qi circulation realm even after more than 20 reincarnations, should have appeared like a blank sheet of paper before Fu Kaiyan. But he had recently obtained the hidden immortal art. This allowed Chen Yan to disguise his cultivation level. In Fu Kaiyan's eyes, Chen Yan's current cultivation level was at the late stage of the body forging realm. "Speak, child, what happened in the outer court?" Soon, the martial elder lost interest in Chen Yan's mediocrity. Reporting to the elder, this disciple personally witnessed Steward Song of Kingchen Peak's outer court merit hall die in a detention center cell, Chen Yan said. Hearing this, Fu Kaiyan's expression showed no ripple of emotion. "Xiao, what do you think?" Then he slowly spoke. "This disciple doesn't know, only feels that rashly going alone to the detention center for verification might be inappropriate, hence I returned to report to the elder," Chu Xiao replied. "HMPH. Fu Kaiyan snorted contemptuously. "Now you know to be steady." Chu Xiao showed an embarrassed expression. "Elder. Enough, go to the Hidden Edge Pavilion to find Elder Li, have him bring some capable helpers and go verify this in the outer court now." As he spoke, Fu Kaiyan turned his head again, returning his gaze to Chen Yan. "As for this child, I'll have someone escort him back to the outer court." As soon as the words fell, Fu Kaiyan's sleeve moved without wind, then a spell seal emerged from his sleeve, shining with golden light. Immediately, Fu Kaiyan crushed the spell seal in his hand. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared under the eaves of Kangwu residence. Both wore black martial attire and beast-faced masks with fangs. Their cultivation levels were all above the Qi Si realm. Take this child to the outer court to find Lin Kaifeng and on my behalf, properly ask that fellow how he's managing the outer court, allowing someone to kill a prisoner right under his nose. Fu Kaiyan said to the two Qi Si realm cultivators. Chen Yan slightly raised an eyebrow. Lin Kaifeng was the name of the outer court elder. It could be said that in the entire outer court, Lin Kaifeng held the greatest power. But Lin Kaifeng had only just reached the Qi Si realm in cultivation. For Fu Kaiyan, cultivators of realms like the Qi Si realm could essentially be summoned and dismissed at will. Rather than saying Fu Kaiyan wanted to escort Chen Yan back to the outer court, it was more appropriate to say he wanted to send people to hold the outer court elder accountable. However, no matter how dissatisfied Elder Fu might be with Lin Kaifeng, at most he could only engage in verbal battles, send a couple of people over to annoy Lin Kaifeng with a few words, without being able to take any substantive measures. Because Lin Kaifeng was the personal disciple of Kongshan sect's current sect leader, Yun Yichen. Although he was the least accomplished among them, Yun Yichen's placement of him in the position of outer court elder could be considered making the best use of his abilities. Of course, no matter how untalented or useless Lin Kaifeng might be, in Chen Yan's eyes he was still like a celestial deity. The gap between the Qi Si realm and Qi circulation realm was truly enormous. If the difference between Qi circulation realm cultivators and martial spring realm cultivators was already more than tenfold, then the gap between martial spring realm cultivators and Qi Si realm cultivators of equal talent could still reach more than tenfold. Let's go. The two Qi Si realm cultivators walked slowly to Chen Yan's side and spoke to him. Troubling you too, seniors. Chen Yan respectfully said. Thus, Chen Yan left Kangwu residence, carried through the air by the two Qi Si realm cultivators back to the outer court. The outer court elder's residence was the Fate Inquiry Hall located at the very center of the outer court. Simultaneously, this was also the outer court's core power institution. The hall's upturned eaves sliced through the moonlight as Chen Yan followed the two Qi Si realm cultivators to land on the bluestone steps, without stirring a single speck of dust. The hall doors silently swung open, revealing a middle-aged man wearing a loosely draped crane cloak sitting behind a red sandalwood desk. He first slowly raised his head to look at the three people at the door, then continued grinding tea. Two from Kingshan Peak and one from the outer court. As he spoke, Lin Kaifeng chuckled lightly. Really picking your timing, coming to my Fate Inquiry Hall so late for what? Elder Fu Kaiyan of Kangwu residence ordered us to deliver this outer court disciple to you, and also instructed us to bring a message to Elder Lin. The Qi Si realm cultivator on the left spoke with considerable respect. Although their cultivation realms were similar to Lin Kaifeng's, all at the Qi Si realm, their status within the sect was worlds apart. After all, Lin Kaifeng was the personal disciple of the current sect leader, Yun Yichen. Never mind that he was currently the outer court elder, even if he were a menial laborer at the mountain gate, ordinary people would still have to treat him with respect. Old man Fu. Lin Kaifeng slightly raised his eyes. What message did he have you bring? How exactly are you managing this outer court, allowing someone to kill a prisoner right under your nose? The Qi Si realm cultivator on the right said. Oh. Lin Kaifeng paused his tea-grinding motion. Elder Lin, these were Elder Fu's exact words that he asked us to convey to you, the cultivator quickly added. I'd like to hear who exactly was killed while imprisoned in the detention center, Lin Kaifeng asked. Steward Song of the Outer Court Merit Hall. Song Mingde. As the Outer Court elder, Lin Kaifeng naturally knew who the Merit Hall's steward song referred to. The outer court elder was the de facto highest authority in the outer court, but Lin Kaifeng didn't participate in daily outer court affairs. Daily affairs were all handled by the outer court supervisor, with the various hall stewards being subordinates of this outer court supervisor. Below stewards were administrators who held equal status with instructors and disciplinarians. Then came managers selected from ordinary disciples responsible for grassroots work. Yes, it's him. One of the Qi Si realm cultivators behind Chen Yan said. I also have a question I'd like to ask you. Lin Kaifeng smiled. Even if Song Mingde died, what does that have to do with your Kingshan Peak? But his smile didn't reach his eyes. Or are you people from Qingchen Peak playing some shady little games? The two Qi Sea Realm cultivators fell into brief silence, then spoke again. Song Ming had some very important intelligence that's crucial to the sect. Speaking in riddles with me, Lin Kaifeng said. No, it's just that we don't know the specific details either. Then return to Qingchen Peak and send someone who knows clearly to speak with me. Lin Kaifeng said thus. The expressions of these two Qi Sea Realm cultivators looked rather unpleasant, as if they'd swallowed flies, yet they could do nothing about Lin Kaifeng. Since when did Outer Court elders dare to be so arrogant? Before inner sect members, Outer Court people should keep their tails tucked and behave properly. But Lin Kaifeng had a good master. Hailing from Kongyuan Mountain, his master was none other than the current sect leader of Kongshan sect, Yun Yichen. Yun Yichen not only possessed unparalleled talent in cultivation among his generation, but his political maneuvering skills also surpassed all his peers. Placing Lin Kaifeng directly into Fate Inquiry Hall represented Yun Yichen's ability to achieve complete control over the Outer Court. The Outer Court was particularly important for a sect, especially for a behemoth like Kongshan sect. Because Kongshan sect's influence over the mortal world and some small to medium-sized sects completely relied on the Outer Court. The two Qi Sea Realm cultivators bowed to Lin Kaifeng, then turned and left Fate Inquiry Hall. Damn it, those bastards from Qingchen Peak. Lin Kaifeng cursed while pouring boiling water into the teacup on the sandalwood table. They already pissed me off 2 months ago when they came to the Outer Court Scripture Hall to poach people, and now they're causing trouble again. As he spoke, Lin Kaifeng turned his gaze to Chen Yan, who remained in the hall. You, an Outer Court kid, how did you get mixed up with those things from Qingchen Peak? Chen Yan truthfully reported the specific circumstances to Lin Kaifeng, except for the part about going to the enforcement hall, which he fabricated. Everything else was reported honestly. As for whether the enforcement hall duty disciple tonight actually knew Chen Yan, or whether Chen Yan had truly visited the enforcement hall tonight, it was all dead without evidence. That fellow Song Ming only surrendered to the enforcement hall yesterday evening, admitting he embezzled thousands of spirit stones from the Merit Hall's public account and lost them all at the gambling den, which is why he was imprisoned in the detention center. Lin Kaifeng paused slightly. Now if Qingchen Peak gets dragged into this and he was killed, everything seems to make sense. Song Ming possessed some very important intelligence, and he ultimately lost his life because of that information. The reason he lost all the spirit stones from the Merit Hall's public account was because Song Ming had already been targeted. He faced the possibility of being killed at any moment, with no opportunity to contact the people from Qingchen Peak. Therefore, he chose to be imprisoned in the detention center to protect himself, yet he still couldn't escape. So what exactly was the intelligence in Song Ming's possession? Could these matters be related to the Outer Court calamity 3 years from now? Chen Yan couldn't be certain, he only suspected it. Drink tea. Lin Kaifeng pushed the teacup on the sandalwood table slightly toward Chen Yan's direction. Chen Yan froze for a moment, not daring to act rashly. I said drink tea. Lin Kaifeng's tone intensified slightly. This sect leader's personal disciple, who appeared as a middle-aged man, seemed to have a somewhat peculiar personality. This disciple obeys. Only then did Chen Yan step forward 2 paces, pick up the teacup and drink it. It was just ordinary jade vine grass herbal tea. What's your name? Reporting to Elder, this disciple is named Chen Yan. What's your cultivation level? Lin Kaifeng was at the mid-Qi Sea realm, not yet reaching the spirit connection realm, so he couldn't probe others' cultivation levels. Late body forging realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Kaifeng remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. So you're trash. Hee. Chen Yan forced an awkward laugh, but I'm also trash. Lin Kaifeng said. Among Master's several disciples, I'm the most foolish and useless. Having me oversee the Outer Court is indeed making the best use of everything. Elder, you're being too modest. Facing Lin Kaifeng's self-deprecation, Chen Yan appeared somewhat apprehensive. That's true though, compared to you Outer Court disciples, I'm indeed on a completely different level. Chen Yan had nothing to say, only offering awkward smiles in silence. Although this was their first meeting, Chen Yan had long heard rumors about this sect leader's personal disciple's unconventional, unrestrained, and free-spirited personality. That old fellow Fu Kaiyan can do whatever he wants, stirring up trouble in the outer court. If things get out of hand, someone will naturally deal with him. Lin Kaifeng continued complaining, then suddenly changed the subject. Kid, do you have a master? Hey. Before Chen Yan could answer, Lin Kaifeng provided the answer himself. You probably don't, since you're also trash. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed Elder Lin had been mocking him since the beginning. But facing the gap in cultivation and status between them, Chen Yan could only feel angry but not dare speak out. In that case, how about becoming my disciple? Lin Kaifeng continued. Chen Yan stood frozen in place, appearing not to fully comprehend what Lin Kaifeng had just said. Did Lin Kaifeng just mean he wants to take me as his disciple? Why, well. Seeing Chen Yan not responding, Lin Kaifeng pressed again. This disciple is dull and unworthy. Chen Yan's first reaction was that Lin Kaifeng was joking. But as Lin Kaifeng's expression gradually turned serious, Chen Yan quickly realized the situation wasn't right. He had no right to refuse. Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. Chen Yan quickly knelt on the ground, knocking his forehead against the floor. Ahem. Lin Kaifeng nodded slightly, seeming quite satisfied with Chen Yan's reaction. But Chen Yan felt no joy whatsoever in his heart. He possessed no cultivation talent whatsoever. If Lin Kaifeng's reason was something like recognizing talent, that was utterly impossible. So what was Lin Kaifeng's reason for wanting to take him as a disciple? Although you're an outer court disciple, as my disciple you now count as an elder's personal disciple. So your cultivation resources and treatment should align with inner sect disciples. Lin Kaifeng said, then reached out and flipped his hand slightly in the air. A token appeared in his palm. Take this. Tomorrow go to Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall and get some high-purity body forging liquid from there. It will help pave your future path. This disciple thanks Master. Chen Yan responded. He couldn't figure out what medicine Lin Kaifeng was selling in his gourd, but Chen Yan understood all too well that pies don't fall from the sky. Lin Kaifeng, a distinguished sect leader's personal disciple and outer court elder, what could he possibly gain from such a thoroughly mediocre body-forging realm disciple like himself? For now, he could only take one step and see what came next. Chen Yan took the token Elder Lin handed over. The texture of this token was quite similar to Fu Kaiyan's token. Only the characters engraved on it had changed from Qingchen strict martial to outer court administration. Lin Kaifeng was sect leader Yun Yichen's personal disciple, and Kongyuan Mountain, as Kongshan sect's main peak, was also Lin Kaifeng's home base. Therefore, Lin Kaifeng's outer court token could also be used as a pass to Kongyuan Mountain. The next day, following Lin Kaifeng's instructions from the previous night, Chen Yan arrived early at the boundary marker of Kongyuan Mountain. As the main peak of Kongshan sect, Kongyuan Mountain rose majestically above the sea of clouds, its reflection stretching across the sky. The mountain peak shimmered with golden sunlight, with 10,000 rays of dawn light slicing like blades through the bamboo groves between the cliffs. Above the mountain gate, 4 large characters were carved: Empty Destiny Freedom. A mountain-guarding disciple stood before the gate. When he saw the outer court robe Chen Yan was wearing, he immediately puffed out his chest, his arrogance swelling even more. As a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, he seemed to think it was perfectly natural to feel superior to those outer sect disciples. Halt, travel document. The mountain-guarding disciple stopped Chen Yan and spoke. Chen Yan naturally disliked this disciple's haughty attitude. Even Qingchen Peak's chief disciple Chu Xiao wasn't as arrogant as him. So Chen Yan remained silent, simply tossing the token from his waist to the mountain-guarding disciple. The disciple took the token, looked closely at it, and his expression immediately changed. Outer Court Administrator, Elder Lin's personal token. Although Lin Kaifeng's cultivation was only at the Qi Si realm and he currently belonged to the Outer Court, he was still Yun Yichen's disciple after all. The words "sect leader's personal disciple" alone could overwhelm the vast majority of Kongshan sect disciples with sheer presence. Junior brother, what is your relationship with Elder Lin? The mountain-guarding disciple's attitude instantly improved, even becoming somewhat obsequious. I'm just here to handle some matters for Elder Lin at Kongyuan Mountain. Please grant me passage, senior brother. Chen Yan replied. He wasn't willing to acknowledge the so-called master-disciple relationship between himself and Lin Kaifeng, nor was there any need to do so. Of course, junior brother, please proceed. The mountain-guarding disciple stepped aside, clearing the path for Chen Yan. The inner sect appeared much quieter compared to the outer court. This was because there were naturally fewer inner sect disciples and they were more focused on secluded cultivation. Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall was located in the southeastern corner of the mountain peak, a 5-story pagoda. As Chen Yan approached the Alchemy Hall, the number of Kongyuan Mountain disciples around him began to increase slightly. They all cast curious glances at Chen Yan, though their curiosity didn't linger on him for long. While an outer court disciple in the inner sect was unusual, he was ultimately just an outer court disciple. Chen Yan entered the Alchemy Hall. Behind the counter on the first floor stood a young man about his age, roughly 17 or 18 years old, wearing a yellow gown. The young man was propping up his chin, seemingly dozing off behind the counter. When he heard footsteps entering the Alchemy Hall, the young man slowly opened his eyes, then looked somewhat bewildered at Chen Yan standing before him. Senior brother. Chen Yan initiated the greeting. Even though they were similar in age, Chen Yan would still proactively address the other as senior brother. This was mainly due to the distinction between inner sect and outer court. Respecting the inner sect as superior was common knowledge. Outer sect disciple. The young man spoke. That's correct. Chen Yan replied, Lin Kaifeng Elder Lin sent you. The young man continued asking. Chen Yan was slightly taken aback. Exactly. Did Elder give you a token? Yes. Give it to me. Chen Yan removed the token from his waist engraved with the 4 characters Outer Court Administrator and handed it to the young man. Wait a moment. After verifying the token's authenticity, the young man in the yellow gown turned and walked toward the staircase behind him. About 5 minutes later, the young man returned behind the counter. Elder Lin asked me to come here to collect body-forging liquid. Master is waiting for you upstairs. The young man interrupted Chen Yan. This young man's master, he had just referred to Lin Kaifeng as Uncle Master. Under normal circumstances, ordinary Kongyuan Mountain disciples should address Lin Kaifeng as Elder Lin or Elder Lin, just like that mountain guarding disciple. Which meant this young man's master was also a personal disciple of the sect leader. It seemed Lin Kaifeng sending him to Kongyuan Mountain to collect body-forging liquid wasn't a spontaneous decision, but something that had been arranged long ago. As for why he was the one coming to Kongyuan Mountain in this cycle, it was probably just coincidence. Even if it weren't him, Lin Kaifeng would have sent someone else. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the Alchemy Hall, a wave of scorching medicinal fragrance washed over him. Chen Yan followed the direction of the scent and saw behind a simple wooden screen stood a bronze alchemy furnace. Behind the alchemy furnace stood a white-haired elder playing with a jade slip in his hand. He wore 8 trigrams Taoist robes, his white hair neatly combed into a cloud bun with a hairpin inserted. The moment the elder's gaze fell upon Chen Yan, he again felt the sensation of his true energy flow becoming sluggish. And in the elder's eyes flashed several traces of innate true energy's divine essence. Another cultivator at the myriad transformations realm or above, you're the disciple Kaifeng took. The white-haired elder slowly spoke toward Chen Yan's direction. This junior Chen Yan pays respects to elder. Chen Yan quickly made a bowing gesture. If we're discussing seniority, you should call me second Uncle Master. The elder said with a smile. Just as expected, the white-haired elder before him was a personal disciple of Kongshan sect's current sect leader Yun Yichen and also Lin Kaifeng's senior brother. Second Uncle Master. As the elder wished, Chen Yan addressed him thus, has Kaifeng been well recently? The white-haired elder continued asking. Chen Yan hesitated momentarily, pondering how to answer. After all, he had only met Lin Kaifeng for the first time last night and then inexplicably became his disciple. All is well. Ultimately, Chen Yan could only give such an ambiguous answer. It's been over 10 years since I last saw Kaifeng. Since that time he offended Master. Master has never allowed him to set foot on Kongyuan Mountain again, nor permitted us to visit him in the outer court. The white-haired elder said this. So something like this had happened. He originally thought Lin Kaifeng was dispatched to the outer court because the sect leader wanted to completely control the outer court. He didn't realize there were elements of exile mixed in regarding Lin Kaifeng. Among Master's 6 disciples, Kaifeng and I had the closest relationship. Before he went to the outer court, he made an agreement with me that if something major ever happened, he would send his disciple to Kongyuan Mountain to find me. The white-robed elder continued. So that's why Lin Kaifeng suddenly took him as a disciple to convey information to his second senior brother. So, what happened with Kaifeng? The elder asked. Last night, a deacon from the outer court's merit hall died, surnamed Song, named Song Mingde. Chen Yan replied. Song Mingde. The white-haired elder raised his hand, lightly stroking his beard. Don't know him. Song Mingde was a deacon of the outer court's merit hall, possibly connected to Qingchen Peak. Qingchen Peak's martial elder Fu Kaiyan seems to view his death as very important. Old dog Fu. The white-haired elder frowned, apparently holding quite a grudge against elder Fu Kaiyan, but wasn't the wording a bit too extreme? Although the white-haired elder before him appeared much older than Fu Kaiyan's actual age was more than 3 times that of the white-haired elder, and Fu Kaiyan's seniority was even the same generation as the previous sect leader. In principle, even Yun Yichen should address Fu Kaiyan as Uncle Master when meeting him. The white-haired elder's fingers continuously tapped on the jade slip in his hand. However, speaking of Fu Kaiyan, I do indeed know something. Second Uncle Master, please speak. Fu Kaiyan is searching for the cause of calamity. The white-haired elder said. When the words cause of calamity came from the white-haired elder's mouth, Chen Yan's heart sank slightly. Cause of calamity. He had heard this term before and the impression was quite profound. In one of Chen Yan's reincarnation cycles just before his death, he had heard the shadowy figure standing by his bed mention this term. That shadowy figure had regarded him as the cause of calamity. Senior uncle, may I ask, what is the cause of calamity? Chen Yan inquired. The cause of calamity is a lock. The young man wearing the yellow robe answered from the side. It is the fundamental reason why, after fallen star sword immortal Su Hongzhen 7,000 years ago, no one has ascended to immortality. Su Hongzhen, the first sword cultivator of Chenping continent, and also the last sword immortal. Once, when Chen Yan's lifespan was about to run out, he went to the fallen sword mountain range specifically to seek Su Hongzhen's opportunities, hoping to grasp a slim chance of survival. But in the end, he found nothing. After Su Hongzhen, no one from Chenping continent had ascended to immortality. But this is just baseless rumor. The white-haired elder waved his hand. No one knows why no one from Chenping continent has ascended to immortality over these 7,000 years. It might simply be because Chenping continent's talent has withered. After saying this, the white-haired elder paused for a moment. The cause of calamity theory is merely an unproven speculation and hypothesis. Because this viewpoint carries too much conspiratorial undertones, it cannot be openly discussed. However, Elder Fu Kaiyan's lineage has always been staunch supporters of the cause of calamity theory from beginning to end. As for him personally, he's even somewhat obsessive about it. So what exactly is the cause of calamity? Chen Yan continued pressing for answers. They are beings hidden among the masses yet different from ordinary people. The white-haired elder explained. According to legends, 1,200 years ago there was a sect in the southwest of Chenping continent called the Orthodox Pivot sect. This sect was quite renowned in the southwestern part of Chenping continent at that time, even showing signs of approaching the status of the 5 great sects. At that time, the cause of calamity theory had not yet gained widespread acceptance among the major sects of the world. The fact that no immortal ascension realm cultivators had appeared for nearly 6,000 years also made cultivation practitioners increasingly anxious. Against this background, the Orthodox Pivot sect launched a massacre called Eliminating the Cause of Calamity. Under the influence of the Orthodox Pivot sect, not only various cultivation sects but even secular dynasties in southwestern Chenping continent and even common people joined this massive slaughter. Dwarves, eunuchs, deaf-mutes, and later even widows, orphans, and disabled people all became targets of people's hunting. Later, The fundamental purpose of eliminating the cause of calamity was no longer about eliminating the actual cause but simply about removing dissidents. Cultivators began attacking each other, accusing enemies or competitors of possibly being the cause of calamity. The entire cultivation world of Chenping continent fell into chaos because of this. Finally, the chief disciple of the Star Heaven sex leader was treacherously murdered during the eliminating the cause of calamity chaos, making the leadership of the five great sects realize that this farce could not continue. Ultimately, the Star Heaven sex leader personally led a team to the southwest, annihilating the Orthodox Pivot sect and its affiliated small and medium-sized sects. Only then did the eliminating the cause of calamity farce finally come to an end. After that, the cause of calamity theory ceased to be mainstream in Chenping continent. The white-haired elder's words greatly shocked Chen Yan. This reminded him of the medieval witch hunts. The eliminating the cause of calamity chaos was essentially a witch hunt in the cultivation world, born from people's panic about no one ascending to immortality in Chenping continent for thousands of years. Although over 99% of cultivators in this world had no chance whatsoever of breaking through to the upper three realms, the scenario of no one ascending to immortality still caused panic. Because this likely represented that the path to immortality had been severed. The atrocities of eliminating the cause of calamity were born from this fear of the unknown. In other words, he was killed in that previous reincarnation cycle because someone regarded him as the cause of calamity. Elder Fu Kaiyan, who remained obsessed with the cause of calamity theory, also seemed to be making moves in the outer court. Did this mean, to some extent, that those shadowy figures who killed him were related to Elder Fu Kaiyan? And how much were Chu Xiao and even the already deceased Song Mingde connected to these matters? Even the calamity that would descend upon the outer court 3 years later, causing Cheng Ziying's death. Chen Yan didn't know because the information he could currently obtain wasn't sufficient. It was just the white-haired elder's one-sided account. What was the truth behind it all? The white-haired elder before him seemed to dislike the cause of calamity theory greatly, hence his strong disapproval of Qingchen Peak's Elder Fu Kaiyan. And it appeared that his junior brother, Outer Court Elder Lin Kaifeng, shared similar views with the white-haired elder, which was why he sent Chen Yan to deliver the message. Did your master tell you anything else? The white-haired elder continued asking. Nothing else. Chen Yan replied, very well. The white-haired elder nodded. So, what elixir did you come here to obtain? Body-forging liquid. As for requesting higher purity body-forging liquid, Chen Yan couldn't bring himself to make such a demand. Zhao Bin. The white-haired elder called, your disciple is here. The young man wearing the yellow robe bowed respectfully. Take your Uncle Lin's disciple downstairs to get 3 bottles of superior-grade body-forging liquid and also take 1 bottle of the qi regulation pills I refined recently. The white-haired elder continued giving orders. As you command. The young man named Zhao Bin said respectfully, then took 2 steps back and gestured toward the stairs for Chen Yan to come over. Junior nephew. Just as Chen Yan was about to go downstairs, he was suddenly called back by the white-haired elder behind him. Your disciple is here. Chen Yan responded, soon we will meet again. The white-haired elder said with a smile. Chen Yan didn't speak, merely bowing toward the elder before following Zhao Bin downstairs. Probably meaning that Lin Kaifeng would send him to deliver messages again soon. Zhao Bin stood before a shelf on the 2nd floor of the alchemy hall, taking 3 crystal bottles containing emerald green liquid from a tray, along with 1 small milky white porcelain bottle. 1 bottle of body forging liquid can be used for 3 baths, totaling 9 baths needed. Bathe once every 7 days, just pour the body forging liquid into the bathtub and soak for half an hour. Cold water is best. Zhao Bin explained the usage of the body forging liquid to Chen Yan. As for this qi regulation pill, you should wait until after breaking through to the qi circulation realm before taking it. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Yan said. What do you think about what my master said? Zhao Bin suddenly changed the subject. About what? Chen Yan asked, puzzled. My master's views on the cause of calamity, what do you think? This seemed to be the young man's way of testing Chen Yan. Chen Yan recalled Zhao Bin's attitude toward the cause of calamity theory back on the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall. It seemed he and the white-haired elder held differing opinions about the theory. But could this be an act put on for his benefit? Better to remain cautious. It's just unfortunate about those innocent beings who died wrongly 1200 years ago. Chen Yan replied. This was a very vague answer, and Zhao Bin didn't seem to show any particular reaction to Chen Yan's response. Focus on your cultivation. Although you're still an outer sect disciple now, your master is Uncle Lin. Zhao Bin said. Do you know what this represents? This junior is dull-witted. Please enlighten me, senior brother Zhao. This means you're currently considered half a Kongyuan Mountain disciple. If the sect leader forgives Uncle Lin and orders him to return to Kongyuan Mountain. As he spoke, Zhao Bin paused for a moment. Junior brother Chen, you would then become a Kongyuan Mountain disciple. Outer Court. Chen Yan lay in the bathtub with his eyes lightly closed, emerald green droplets falling from his fingertips resting outside the tub. Body-forging liquid flowed into his pores, penetrating deep into his bones. This was Chen Yan's second medicinal bath. Although Chen Yan's current cultivation had reached the peak of the qi circulation realm, the foundation he had built during his body-forging years wasn't solid, and he had never experienced medicinal baths like this one before. Chen Yan clearly felt his breathing becoming more prolonged, while the explosive power contained within his physique and the endurance of his muscles and bones had both greatly improved. Even his meridians had become more unobstructed due to his strengthened physique. Kongyuan Mountain disciples. Suddenly Chen Yan opened his eyes and muttered to himself, then shook his head with a smile. If this were before Chen Yan entered the cycle of reincarnation, then becoming an inner court disciple of Kongshan sect would indeed have been his dream. But not anymore. Chen Yan knew exactly how much natural talent he possessed. Even with inner court resources, he might not break through to the Qi Si realm in his entire lifetime. More importantly, if the reincarnation save point hadn't updated, then everything he currently possessed would be as fleeting as passing clouds. Truthfully, Chen Yan didn't even know what he wanted now. In the past, his only thought had been to save Cheng Ziying, but now their relationship had long since drifted apart. There were still 2 years until the calamity occurred in the outer court. That calamity would most likely be related to Qingchen Peak's chief disciple Chu Xiao, because Chen Yan still remembered the look filled with guilt and self-blame in Chu Xiao's eyes back then. Cause of calamity. Ever since Chen Yan returned from Kongyuan Mountain, this term had been lingering in his mind. Qingchen Peak, Fu Kaiyan, cause of calamity, Chu Xiao calamity. Chen Yan tried to connect these pieces but ultimately found no leads. The information he had obtained so far was still too fragmented. So Chen Yan stood up from the bathtub, washed off the stains clinging to his body with clean water, then dried himself and put on a clean outer court disciple robe. Immediately, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. Just as Chen Yan wanted to take advantage of this free time to rest briefly, knocking suddenly came from outside his residence door. Who could it be? Since Chen Yan had always kept to himself when someone knocked on his door, he inevitably felt quite puzzled. He walked to the door and stood still, then pulled it open. Standing at the doorway was a figure Chen Yan had once been extremely familiar with, though now it felt somewhat unfamiliar. Cheng Ziying. At 17 years old, Cheng Ziying had already grown into an elegant young woman. Though her pretty face still carried some childishness, she was undoubtedly already a grown girl. However, unlike the playful and clingy junior sister from Chen Yan's memories, the current Cheng Ziying's eyes held traces of indifference and distance. Ugh. Chen Yan didn't know what to say, remaining silent, and when Cheng Ziying's gaze met Chen Yan's, she quickly averted her eyes. Chen Yan had heard about Cheng Ziying's current cultivation level. At just 17 years old, she had already reached the mid-stage of the qi circulation realm. This cultivation speed would absolutely be considered above average even in the inner court. But in previous reincarnations, Cheng Ziying only crossed from the body-forging realm to the qi circulation realm when she was 19. This made Chen Yan begin to suspect that in the past, it might have been because of him that Cheng Ziying's cultivation had been held back. With her current cultivation speed, it wasn't impossible for her to break through to the martial spring realm before turning 19. If Cheng Ziying could break through to the martial spring realm, that would mean she could obtain the admission ticket to enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple. Perhaps this could allow her to escape the calamity that would befall the outer court when she turned 19. Looking at it this way, was Ziying's death all because of me? Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Senior brother Chen. The familiar words slowly emerged from Cheng Ziying's cherry lips. Elder Lin is waiting for you at the Fate Inquiry Hall. Understood, Zai. I'll take my leave now. Before Chen Yan could finish calling her name, the 17-year-old girl turned and walked away. Chen Yan wanted to call out to stop her but ultimately gave up. Lin Kaifeng was looking for him. The last time Chen Yan had met with his nominal master was when he had just returned from Kongyuan Mountain to return the token. A week had already passed since then, and Chen Yan had thought this sect leader's personal disciple had completely forgotten about his messenger. But now that he was looking for Chen Yan, he probably had some message that needed to be delivered again. Chen Yan left his residence and began walking toward the Fate Inquiry Hall. When he stood before the hall's entrance, the large doors automatically slowly opened to both sides. Here already. The middle-aged man wearing a crane feather cloak was sitting behind a red sandalwood desk preparing tea. Disciple Chen Yan pays respects to master. Chen Yan made a bowing salute. Cut the useless formalities. Lin Kaifeng complained impatiently. Trying to find you, kid, is really quite difficult. How is it that among so many people in the outer court barely anyone knows you? Perhaps it's because this disciple isn't good with words and rarely socializes with fellow disciples in daily life. Chen Yan offered this perfunctory response. Stop talking nonsense. Finding a disciple in the outer court who knows you is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Kaifeng glared with his beard bristling. It seemed that in order to send him a message, finding someone in the outer court who knew him had likely taken considerable effort. In the end, he had to find Cheng Ziying, who had long since cut ties with Chen Yan. That girl who knows you has fairly decent talent, having already entered the qi circulation realm at such a young age. As he spoke, Lin Kaifeng paused for a moment, then continued. Not like the trash that you and I are. Master, you jest, the trash is probably only me alone. Chen Yan made a bowing salute. Do you know how old I was when I crossed from the body-forging realm to the qi circulation realm? 16 years old. 36 years old. Hearing this, Chen Yan was slightly stunned. In his first life, Chen Yan had only managed to achieve qi circulation when he was 41 years old. But Lin Kaifeng, as the sect leader's personal disciple with abundant cultivation resources at his disposal, had only achieved qi circulation 5 years earlier than him. Chen Yan's first reaction was that Lin Kaifeng was lying. But if it were true, then just as Lin Kaifeng said, he was also trash. But how had Lin Kaifeng become a Qi Sea realm cultivator now, and exactly how old was he now? All Chen Yan could deduce was that he must be younger than Qingchen Peak's martial elder Fu Kaiyan, and also younger than that white-haired old man from Kongyuan Mountain. What find it unbelievable? Seeing Chen Yan standing there stunned, Lin Kaifeng said, Are you wondering how your master with such poor natural talent could become the sect leader's personal disciple? I dare not disciple. Chen Yan immediately began to appear fearful. All I can say is that the old master misjudged. Lin Kaifeng laughed heartily. Come to think of it, Lin Kaifeng never seemed dissatisfied about being called trash. In fact, he always took pride in it. What exactly happened back then that made the sect leader expel Lin Kaifeng from Kongyuan Mountain? Chen Yan couldn't guess, nor did he dare touch upon this topic. Speaking of which, the reason I called you here today is to discuss serious matters. Lin Kaifeng said, Song Ming's death remains unsolved to this day. We still don't know who the murderer is. The bodies of the two disciples on duty that night have also been found. Then Lin Kaifeng paused briefly. One of those two duty disciples was your friend, correct? Yes. Chen Yan replied. He felt somewhat nervous inside, afraid that Lin Kaifeng would continue questioning him about the two duty disciples and ask him to cooperate with the investigation. Because Chen Yan didn't actually know them at all. Don't take it too much to heart. The path of immortal cultivation is long and partings through life and death are very common. If people from Qingchen Peak come looking for you, no matter what they ask, just say you don't know anything and let them figure it out themselves. Lin Kaifeng said. It seemed Lin Kaifeng intended to adopt a hands-off attitude toward this matter. I obey, disciple. Chen Yan said this was also the attitude Chen Yan currently hoped to see from Lin Kaifeng. However, Chen Yan himself absolutely could not afford to ignore this matter, as it likely related to the calamity that would befall the outer court 3 years from now. The news about you being my disciple has already spread. Most of the outer court stewards know that I, the outer court elder, have taken a disciple named Chen Yan. If you ever need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask them. Lin Kaifeng said. Chen Yan knew that Lin Kaifeng had chosen to take him as a disciple simply because he needed a messenger between himself and Kongyuan Mountain. Additionally, because Chen Yan had become involved with Song Mingde and Qingchen Peak, Lin Kaifeng felt more urgently compelled to monitor his movements. The final matter is the outer court competition 2 months from now. Lin Kaifeng said the outer court competition was held annually while the inner sect competition occurred every 3 years. The outer court competition served as a selection mechanism for the sect and provided an excellent pathway for outer court disciples to advance to the inner sect. At that time, the 3 mountains and 4 peaks of Kongshan sect would all send representatives to observe the participating outer court disciples and select suitable candidates. However, the number of disciples chosen from the outer court to enter the inner sect each year remained extremely small. You must participate, and before the outer court competition concludes, you absolutely must not break through to the qi circulation realm. Lin Kaifeng said. After undergoing 3 cycles of body-forging liquid to temper your bones and cleanse your marrow, your strength won't fall behind against the vast majority of outer court disciples in the body-forging realm. After all, I am still the outer court elder, and I need to maintain at least some dignity. I understand, disciple. In Lin Kaifeng's eyes, if opponents were body-forging realm cultivators, Chen Yan wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After all, high-grade body-forging liquid was a resource that ordinary outer court disciples could hardly access, and it greatly impacted the combat power of body-forging realm cultivators. But if Chen Yan broke through to the qi circulation realm, things would be different. However, Chen Yan's actual cultivation level was at the peak of the qi circulation realm. It was only because he possessed the hidden immortal art that his cultivation appeared to be at the late stage of the body-forging realm. In past cycles of reincarnation, even during his first life, Chen Yan had never participated in the outer court competition, because he knew exactly what he was capable of. Even when Chen Yan later returned to age 15 with a century of cultivation, he had to conceal his cultivation level and keep as low a profile as possible due to being labeled as the cause of calamity. But now circumstances had changed. His current identity was that of the sect leader's personal disciple and the personal disciple of outer court elder Lin Kaifeng. As Zhao Bin had said that day, he was now essentially considered half a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. With access to various inner-sect resources, rapid advancement in cultivation could be reasonably expected. At the very least, he wouldn't be easily branded with the cause of calamity label. Even if Lin Kaifeng only saw him as a messenger rather than a true disciple. To others, anyone thinking of targeting him would still have to consider Lin Kaifeng's influence. After all, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master's status, right? Lin Kaifeng's only requirement for Chen Yan was not to embarrass him during the outer court competition, and gaining some modest prestige would be ideal. Chen Yan felt quite confident about this. With his cultivation at the peak of the qi circulation realm, even while suppressing his power to the late stage of the body-forging realm, he could effortlessly overpower those body-forging realm cultivators. After bidding farewell to Lin Kaifeng, Chen Yan left the Fate Inquiry Hall. He noticed that the number of gazes directed at him from the streets today far exceeded what he normally experienced. This was quite normal. Because the news of Chen Yan being taken as Lin Kaifeng's disciple had completely spread throughout the outer court. After all, at this moment, Chen Yan was the only personal disciple of an elder in the entire outer court, and many outer court disciples wanted to catch a glimpse of his remarkable presence. Senior brother Chen. Just as Chen Yan was walking along the outer court streets trying to adapt to the changes in his status, a clear voice called out from behind and to his side. A young man wearing outer court Taoist robes strode quickly toward Chen Yan. I am Sun Lu, greeting senior brother Chen. After stopping before Chen Yan, the young man bowed with clasped hands. The young man before him appeared to be several years older than Chen Yan. His self-deprecating address as junior brother and calling Chen Yan senior brother was entirely out of respect for Chen Yan's master, Lin Kaifeng. Hello. For fellow disciples who likely approached him with some ulterior motive to curry favor, Chen Yan responded with a rather indifferent tone. My master is Zheng Feiyu, steward of the Outer Court Spirit Plant Workshop, who specifically sent me to congratulate you, senior brother Chen, on becoming the only elder's personal disciple in the Outer Court. The young man who called himself Sun Lu declared loudly. Having heard that you're still in the body forging realm, my master specially sought out 5 stalks of frost soul grass to help you advance to the qi circulation realm soon. As he spoke, Sun Lu retrieved an exquisite wooden box from behind him and offered it to Chen Yan. Frost soul grass was a high-quality spirit plant with excellent medicinal effects, helping cultivators protect their meridians and soothe abundant true qi. According to Outer Court rules, disciples who reached the qi circulation realm or above could collect 3 frost soul grass leaves monthly from the spirit plant workshop. On average, a single stalk of frost soul grass grew over 20 leaves. It was said that inner sect disciples in the qi circulation realm could receive 1 entire stalk of frost soul grass each month. It had to be said that this steward named Zheng Feiyu from the Spirit Plant Workshop had truly invested heavily to build connections with Elder Lin and please his only disciple. Then I'll trouble you to convey my thanks to Steward Zheng on my behalf. Chen Yan smiled as he accepted the wooden box containing the frost soul grass from the young man. Lin Kaifeng had just told him that if he needed any help he should feel free to ask the outer court stewards, so accepting these 5 stalks of frost soul grass didn't burden Chen Yan's conscience in the slightest. From the high-grade qi regulation pill obtained from Kongyuan Mountain's alchemy hall, combined with these 5 stalks of frost soul grass, Chen Yan, whose current actual cultivation had already reached the peak of the qi circulation realm, felt even more confident about breaking through to the martial spring realm. Ever since that day, Sun Lu had started occasionally hovering around Chen Yan. He didn't show any other ulterior motives, just offering warm greetings and occasionally giving Chen Yan some rare items. Sun Lu was 20 years old this year with a current cultivation level at the mid-stage of the qi circulation realm. But he didn't hesitate at all to address Chen Yan, who was younger and had a lower cultivation level, as senior brother. In fact, at the very beginning, Chen Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable with it. Sun Lu also had a good sense of boundaries, maintaining an appropriate distance between himself and Chen Yan that didn't interfere with Chen Yan's life or cultivation. He just made Chen Yan occasionally remember that this person existed. Oh right, and there was also his master, Spirit Plant Workshop steward Zheng Feiyu. The investigation from Qingchen Peak had also gone quiet, with no leads on either the murderer of Song Mingde or Song Ming's list. Chen Yan knew that beneath the surface calm of Kongshan sect, undercurrents were actually swirling. Time passed quickly and the day of the outer court competition drew closer. The outer court disciples who had newly entered the sect in recent years were especially excited, as this was an excellent opportunity for promotion to the inner court. But most of the more senior outer court disciples remained completely unperturbed in their hearts because they knew their own capabilities. As the saying goes, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. There were still 3 days until the outer court competition officially began. Inside the Fate Inquiry Hall, Chen Yan stood behind Lin Kaifeng, his gaze fixed on the direction of the hall's main door. Then, the large door slowly swung open. A group of about 30 people entered the Fate Inquiry Hall in a grand procession. They were the elders from the inner court who had come to observe the outer court competition, along with the gatekeepers from the 3 mountains and 4 peaks. Every year during the outer court competition, besides the sparring and matches among the outer court disciples themselves, there was one special segment. That was when disciples from the various inner court peaks would defend a challenge platform. If an outer court disciple could defeat a gatekeeper, they would immediately qualify to enter the corresponding inner court peak. Of course, defeating a gatekeeper was no simple matter. At the very least, during the longest life Chen Yan had lived, over 90 years, no outer court disciple had ever successfully challenged a gatekeeper. Lin Kaifeng stood in the center of the Great Hall, welcoming the visiting elders from the various inner court peaks. The cultivator standing at the very front was tall and thin, with golden cloud and crane patterns embroidered on the cuffs of his Taoist robe. He was an elder from Kongyuan Mountain. Long time no see, Lin personal disciple. The tall, thin elder with golden cloud and crane patterns on his cuffs spoke. From that single sentence alone, Chen Yan deduced that the relationship between this Kongyuan Mountain elder and Lin Kaifeng didn't seem particularly good. Because of the form of address. Although it was true that Lin Kaifeng was the sect leader's personal disciple, his current identity was that of an outer court elder. In this kind of occasion where an outer court elder was receiving inner court elders and disciples, calling him Lin personal disciple, under the guise of being unintentional actually expressed a certain level of contempt. "You're still alive too, Elder Song," Lin Kaifeng said with great enthusiasm. Elder Song's face twitched slightly. "What else? I thought you might have passed away in meditation by now." Lin Kaifeng continued enthusiastically. "Heh, Elder Lin personal disciple, even at your age you still retain such a childish temperament. I truly find it admirable." As he spoke, Elder Song shifted his gaze to Chen Yan. "I imagine that Elder Lin personal disciple's beloved disciple must often suffer because of this temperament." The corner of Chen Yan's mouth twitched twice. "What does your argument have to do with me?" So Chen Yan merely bowed with his hands clasped and said nothing. This wasn't the time for him to speak up for his master. "If you have time, come back to Kongyuan Mountain for a visit. Everyone misses you," Elder Song said. This sentence alone seemed to sting the usually unflappable Lin Kaifeng, causing him to fall silent for a brief moment. "Heh." Lin Kaifeng only made this sound. Other elders and disciples from various peaks might not know the details, but the disciples and elders of Kongyuan Mountain all knew that Lin Kaifeng had been driven out of Kongyuan Mountain by sect leader Yun. Elder Song also seemed to feel victorious, puffing out his chest and saying nothing more. Lin Kaifeng exchanged pleasantries with the elders from the various inner court peaks one by one, essentially going through the motions. These elders leading teams to observe the outer court competition weren't the highest-ranking ones from their respective peaks either. They held positions like training hall elders or merit hall elders. Within the sect, elder titles ranked from highest to lowest were Sword Master Elder, True Dharma Elder, Martial Elder, and Dignity Elder, followed by elders of various functional departments. The Sword Master Elder was the top figure of a mountain gate. In other words, Fu Kaiyan of Qingchen Peak was actually the third highest figure on Qingchen Peak. And the four titles, Sword Master Elder, True Dharma Elder, Martial Elder, and Dignity Elder, were collectively referred to as Peak Elders. Elder Lind. The elder from Qingchen Peak bowed with clasped hands toward Lin Kaifeng's direction and smiled. Chen Yan followed the direction of this Qingchen Peak elder, and when he noticed the aloof young woman in white among the Qingchen Peak disciples behind this elder, he couldn't help but start slightly. Chu Xiao, he wasn't the only one who recognized her. Elder Lan, Qingchen Peak certainly takes the outer court competition seriously, sending even your chief disciple. Lin Kaifeng joked with a laugh. The chief disciple was the highest position among the disciples of a peak, representing the one with the greatest natural talent and combat power among their peers. They were also the absolute leader figure of the next generation. One could even say that the chief disciple could represent their affiliated peak better than any elder below the great elder. This junior Chu Xiao pays her respects to Elder Lin. The young woman in white bowed with clasped hands to Lin Kaifeng. Then, her gaze turned toward Chen Yan, who stood behind Lin Kaifeng. Chen Yan couldn't detect any particular emotion from her eyes, though her gaze seemed to contain a hint of confusion within it. "Why are you Lin Kaifeng's disciple?" That was probably the kind of doubt mixed in there. Chief Chu came voluntarily to observe the outer court competition. She won't participate, much less serve as a gatekeeper. The person whom Lin Kaifeng called Elder Lan said. "If Chief Chu were to serve as a gatekeeper, one could only say that you people of Qingchen Peak truly look down on us outer court disciples." Lin Kaifeng laughed. "Nothing of the sort. We're all disciples of Kongshan sect. How could we look down on anyone? We'd welcome you with open arms," Elder Lan said. "Since Elder Lan says so, you see, our outer court has a few promising seedlings recently. As long as these promising seedlings can get past the gatekeeper our Qingchen Peak sent this year, Lan Wei, will accept every single one no matter how many." He spoke with great bravado, but you wouldn't be happy if you actually got them. Chen Yan silently complained in his heart. After the formalities concluded, it was time to arrange for the elders and disciples from each peak to be escorted to the separate courtyards specially prepared for them. It wasn't clear whether Lin Kaifeng did it intentionally or not, but he specifically assigned Chen Yan to escort Elder Lan Wei from Qingchen Peak and his disciples to Qingchen Peak's outer courtyard. Your Elder Lin's disciple. On the way from Fate Inquiry Hall to the courtyard, Elder Lan Wei initiated conversation with Chen Yan like this. Yes. Chen Yan replied. What's your current cultivation level? Replying to Elder Lan, late stage of body forging realm. Oh. Elder Lan Wei nodded as if suddenly understanding, then pondered for a moment. Promising future, very promising future. This was the only praise he could muster for Chen Yan. But speaking of which, Elder Lin is truly a rare and remarkable person. However, when it came to praising Lin Kaifeng, Elder Lan Wei was not at all stingy. Chen Yan thought so too. He also considered Lin Kaifeng to be quite peculiar. Lin Kaifeng was only a Qi Si realm cultivator. Compared to the inner sect elders who started at passable God realm, his cultivation level was indeed somewhat too low. Moreover, he had no advantage in age either. He was already in his late 60s this year and would soon be 70 years old. But Chen Yan always felt that even if stripped of the halo of being the sect leader's personal disciple, very few people would dare to look down on Lin Kaifeng. Yet he didn't understand why he had this feeling. It had been over 2 months since Chen Yan became Lin Kaifeng's personal disciple. During these 2+ months, Chen Yan hadn't developed any feelings of genuine master-disciple affection for Lin Kaifeng. Because this master-disciple relationship was purely because Lin Kaifeng needed a messenger between himself and Kongyuan Mountain. But Chen Yan was indeed very grateful for the opportunity Lin Kaifeng had given him, otherwise he wouldn't have obtained so many cultivation resources. He was only one step away from reaching Martial Spring Realm. Chen Yan was confident he could break through from the peak of energy channeling to Martial Spring Realm within a year. Although for those sect prodigies going from energy channeling to Martial Spring Realm might only take a year in total. However, Lan Wei seemed to genuinely admire Lin Kaifeng. Or rather, from beginning to end, Elder Lan Wei presented himself to others as a kind-hearted, agreeable person. He praised everyone, offended no one, but his smoothness was somewhat clumsy. This was Chen Yan's impression of Lan Wei as a person. From their casual conversation along the way, Chen Yan learned that Elder Lan Wei's actual position at Qingchen Peak was Scripture Hall Elder of Qingchen Peak. Elder Lan, do you know an instructor named Lu Li? Chen Yan asked. Of course I know him, he's a quite good young man. The disciples all benefit greatly from his scripture lectures, it's just a pity. As he spoke, Lan Wei paused briefly. Pity that this young man might lack appropriate boundaries and sense of distance in certain aspects. Being in his 40s was naturally considered young for long-lived immortal cultivators. Everything was just beginning. But this was the first time Chen Yan heard Elder Lan Wei express a negative opinion about someone. When Instructor Lu was still teaching in the outer court, the disciples all liked him very much. Chen Yan said, it's the same in the inner sect. The disciples of Qingchen Peak also all enjoy Instructor Lu's scripture lectures and teachings. Lan Wei said in a flat tone. It seemed this scripture hall elder of Qingchen Peak held rather deep opinions about his subordinate. And Elder Lan Wei seemed to have already given his reason for disliking Lu Li, lacking boundaries and sense of distance. Chen Yan believed this was referring to the relationship between Lu Li and Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder. Strictly speaking, Scripture Hall should fall under the jurisdiction of Martial Elder Fu Kaiyan, but anyone could see that Lu Li was true Dharma Elder's person. This was bound to cause dissatisfaction among some people. Yet under these circumstances, Lu Li actually managed to rise steadily, from a mere instructor to Scripture Hall Elder, replacing Lan Wei's position, and eventually decades later becoming Qingchen Peak's Martial Elder. What exactly happened during all this? Chen Yan was very curious, but he also understood this was absolutely not something he could figure out on his own. For the remainder of the journey, Chen Yan and Elder Lan Wei didn't have much further conversation. Chen Yan simply escorted the Qingchen Peak group to their courtyard, After exchanging a few more words, Chen Yan prepared to take his leave. Wait. Just then, a cool, stream-like young woman's voice came from behind Chen Yan. Chen Yan knew very well who owned this voice. Chief Chu, we meet again. Chen Yan turned around, smiling as he bowed toward Chu Xiao's direction. However, Chu Xiao didn't respond, only walking coldly to Chen Yan's side. Come with me, the white-clad young woman said, watching the back that brushed past him. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment, then followed. He had a feeling nothing good would come of this. Chen Yan followed behind Chu Xiao, walking along the outer court streets. A sudden breeze stirred, tousling the black hair of the white-clad young woman. From 3 zhang away, one could catch the cold fragrance drifting through her hair. It wasn't the cloying sweetness of cosmetics, but rather the clear, proud cold scent carried by chilly winds in icy, snowy landscapes. Chen Yan couldn't help but gently sniff. What? Chu Xiao turned around to look at Chen Yan. This was the first time Chen Yan carefully observed Chu Xiao's appearance. He had long known Chu Xiao was beautiful, but he hadn't expected her to be so breathtakingly stunning. Beneath eyelashes as dense as crow feathers lay eyes like deep autumn pools, unfathomably profound. In the depths of her pupils swirled scattered stardust, as if night itself had been crushed and embedded within. For some reason, Cheng Ziying's appearance suddenly surfaced in Chen Yan's mind, causing him to quickly snap back to reality. Nothing. Chen Yan laughed twice again. I wonder what matter Chief Chu has with me. Ugh. Chu Xiao showed displeasure, first remaining silent for a while, then slowly speaking. Was it Elder Lin who told you to inform me of Song Ming's death that day and bring me back to Qingchen Peak? No. Chen Yan denied. I originally truly thought you were just an ordinary outer court disciple. I am just an ordinary outer court disciple. But you're a personal disciple of an elder. That happened later. On the day I met Chief Chu, I didn't know my master yet. It was Elder Fu's people who sent me to my master, and only then was I accepted as his disciple. So you mean Elder Lin recognized your talent? Perhaps, or maybe. Chen Yan paused for a moment. Or maybe he had other intentions. Chu Xiao stopped walking and turned her head. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. Do you know what you're saying? Chu Xiao said. I know very well, but I also have something very important to ask you, Chief Chu. Chen Yan's eyes were filled with seriousness and determination. What do you want to ask? Chu Xiao slightly furrowed her brows as she spoke. What exactly was the intelligence that Steward Song had? No comment. Who killed Steward Song? No comment. Was Steward Song killed because of that intelligence he possessed? No comment. Did Steward Song voluntarily go to the detention center after embezzling the spirit stones from the accounts to protect the intelligence? No comment. Will the development of this matter affect the outer court? Perhaps something like an unprecedented great calamity. Calamity. Similar to a massive black snake projection. As these words were spoken, Chu Xiao's expression changed dramatically. And Chen Yan also quite keenly detected the clues within her reaction. Just how much do you actually know? Chu Xiao lowered her voice. Rather than that, senior sister Chu, you should first tell me what you know. Chen Yan said. Chu Xiao's beautiful eyes, like autumn ponds, seemed to ripple with waves at first, but soon returned to calmness as if she had finally composed herself. 3 months ago, the demon suppression stone sealing the remnant soul of the Black Flood Dragon, which was enshrined in Cajun Tower on Qingchen Peak, disappeared. Remnant soul of the Black Flood Dragon. That remnant soul of the Black Flood Dragon came from a great demon at the Dao Union realm that Patriarch Cajun slew while traveling through the evil miasma lands. With compassionate heart, the Patriarch considered its cultivation journey difficult and spared a wisp of its remnant soul, bringing it back to Qingchen Peak for suppression. After Patriarch Cajun passed away, this wisp of the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul was moved into Cajun Tower. It has been 10,000 years since then, and that remnant soul still possesses combat power at or above the Unity Realm. Chu Xiao explained to Chen Yan in a calm tone. The Unity Realm is the first realm of the upper 3 realms, above the Qi-Si Realm, Spirit Connection Realm, and Myriad Transformations Realm. Cultivators at the Unity Realm, even among the 5 great sects of Chenping Continent like Kongshan Sect and Star Heaven Sect, are considered undisputed elite combatants. That wisp of the Black Flood dragon's remnant soul had been suppressed in Kajun Tower for nearly 10,000 years, its consciousness long extinguished. Even so, the demonic energy pressure it released in its unconscious state could still cause that great calamity in Kongshan Sek's outer court within 7 breaths. Cultivators below the Martial Spring realm, when facing the demonic pressure released by the Black Flood dragon's remnant soul, would at minimum suffer damaged meridians and shattered internal organs. At worst, their souls would scatter and their bodies turn to dust. Yet the Unity Realm Black Flood Dragon remnant soul was still slain by a clear-colored radiant light from Kingshan Peak. Chen Yan remembered all of this clearly. So, Senior Sister Chu, when you were in the outer court 2 months ago, were you searching for that demon suppression stone sealing the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul? Chen Yan asked. No. Chu Xiao shook her head. With my abilities, I'm not capable of handling this matter. The current chief disciple of Kingshan Peak was only at the Martial Spring realm in Cultivation. How did you know about this? Clearly this matter. Even on Kingshan Peak, only very few people knew about it. The 4 great elders, the Kajun Tower elder and the ceremonial official responsible for guarding the demon suppression stone, the Kingshan Peak supervisor and herself as Kingshan Peak's chief disciple. Every person who knew about the situation was absolutely trustworthy, which meant that this guy before her might be related to the person who stole the Black Flood Dragon's demon suppression stone. Chu Xiao's gaze toward Chen Yan grew increasingly wary. Don't look at me like that, Senior Sister Chu. Chen Yan said with a smile. I just had a dreaming of a certain day 2 years from now. As he spoke, Chen Yan turned to look at the outer court training grounds beside the street, where nearly 100 outer court disciples were gathered around it. The outer court competition was about to be held at the training grounds, and the outer court disciples were currently making preparations for it. On a certain day 2 years from now, a black snake projection appears above the outer court training grounds. 7 breaths, a total of 7 breaths time, and nearly 10,000 outer court disciples perish, their cultivation paths extinguished. Chen Yan said this. Chu Xiao remained silent. Because such a thing could really happen and the possibility was quite high. Kongshan sect had internal enemies. This was a fact that the sect's higher-ups tacitly avoided mentioning openly but had long been mutually aware of. The demon suppression stone containing the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul definitely didn't disappear into thin air but was stolen. So, what would the person who stole the demon suppression stone do with the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul? Chu Xiao knew all too well about such matters. What exactly do you want? She asked Chen Yan, finally able to get to the main point. Chen Yan thought this to himself, then shrugged and said, My master told me that you people from Kingshan Peak can do whatever you want, but he won't help with anything. Is that so? Chu Xiao wasn't surprised, because she already knew that Elder Lin and Elder Fu didn't get along well. And regarding the Song Minged matter, Kingshan Peak was indeed in the wrong. But what exactly to do still depends on me. Chen Yan continued. Although it's entirely thanks to my esteemed master, over these past 2+ months I've accumulated some connections in the outer court. Perhaps I can help you with something. So what are your conditions? Chu Xiao was also an intelligent person. Answer my questions. Chen Yan smiled slightly. Chu Xiao's autumn pond-like eyes looked at Chen Yan before her, unknown what was going through her mind at that moment. What exactly was the intelligence that Steward Song had? The white-clad maiden hesitated for a moment before deciding to tentatively trust Chen Yan. 2 years ago, Elder Fu promised to help Song Minged break through to the Qi Si realm and would later reserve a steward position for him in Kingshan Peak's Merit Hall. Chu Xiao said. He was to use his position's convenience to monitor the letters passing through the Merit Hall. Qi Si realm? For a steward who had spent his entire life stagnating in the outer court and continuing like this might never make greater progress in his lifetime, just how tempting this promise was could be easily imagined. Not to mention that Fu Kaiyan had also reserved a steward position for him on Kingshan Peak. One must know that the status of an inner sect steward isn't even 1/10 comparable to that of an outer court steward. In other words, if it were Chen Yan in that cycle where he lived to 100 years old, when his lifespan was nearing its end, forget a personal promise from Kingshan Peak's martial elder. even if some random outer court instructor or messenger told Chen Yan that as long as he did what they said, they would help him break through to the martial spring realm. Then Chen Yan would naturally also go through fire and water without hesitation, considering it his duty without question. When the great limit approaches, the desire for survival is human instinct, even immortal cultivators are no exception. Otherwise, Chen Yan wouldn't have gone alone to the fallen sword mountain range in his final few months, just to search for that elusive sword immortal inheritance. And in the end, it was nothing but drawing water with a bamboo basket, all in vain. Let's return our focus to the present moment. Just moments ago, Chu Xiao had told him that Fu Kaiyan, the martial elder of Qingchen Peak, had personally bribed Song Mingde, the Merit Hall deacon of the outer court. His purpose was to have Song Mingde monitor the correspondence that passed through his hands. This wasn't particularly difficult for a Merit Hall deacon, and the rewards Fu Kaiyan promised were extremely substantial. Qi Si realm cultivation level and a position as an inner court deacon. Such conditions left no room for anyone to think of any reason to refuse. And then, Chen Yan asked. Song Mingde began working for Elder Fu, starting with copying letters and later doing other tasks as well. What tasks? Compiling lists of certain people. Lists of what kind of people? Only Song Mingde himself knew. Song Mingde didn't have a direct communication channel with his Qingchen Peak contact, because an outer court deacon with no foundation bought purely by benefits could betray them at any moment. Zhu Xiao explained. That was indeed true. What Elder Fu Kaiyan had promised Song Mingde, those hidden figures in the shadows might very well be able to promise too. About 4 months ago, Song Mingde said he seemed to have discovered something significant but still lacked crucial evidence. And then, Song Mingde began compiling the list he mentioned. So you're saying Steward Song's death was caused by him compiling this list? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Chu Xiao shook her head. By the time we tried to figure out what exactly happened, it was already too late. Song Mingde had died tragically in the outer court's detention center. So you believe Steward Song's list is related to the disappearance of the demon suppression stone? Chen Yan continued asking. That is indeed a possibility. Chu Xiao replied. Song Mingde had discovered something in the outer court. As he investigated further, the matters behind it all made his spine chill with increasing dread, even panic. He realized that if he continued like this, he would certainly die. So Song Mingde, unable to actively contact his handler, chose to deplete all the spirit stones from the public account in the Merit Hall, hoping to attract Qingchen Peak's attention. And indeed, he succeeded in doing so. Chu Xiao came to the outer court late at night to find Song Mingde but ultimately arrived one step too late. I'll help you, but there's one condition. Chen Yan said. What condition? Chu Xiao asked. I'm helping you, not Elder Fu Kaiyan, so until the truth comes to light, don't speak of this matter to anyone. The young woman in white hesitated for a moment where she stood upon hearing Chen Yan's condition, then finally nodded. All right, I agree. Afterward, Chu Xiao returned alone in the direction of the guest courtyard where Qingchen Peak was staying in the outer court. Chen Yan believed Chu Xiao could be trusted. At the very least, her fundamental nature wasn't bad. In the previous cycle, after witnessing Steward Song's corpse and while leaving the detention center when they were intercepted and killed by that man with the unnaturally soft voice, Chu Xiao had stepped forward, attempting to protect him whom she had dragged into this mess. Although she failed, the compassionate and guilty look in Chu Xiao's eyes that he saw before his death couldn't have been a lie. Moreover, Chen Yan didn't just want to help Chu Xiao, his more important goal was to prevent the catastrophe that would occur 2 years later. Could fate truly be changed? Chen Yan didn't know because when it came to fate, no one could say for certain. From the direction of the training grounds came bustling noises and lively chatter. The young outer court disciples were quite enthusiastic about this outer court competition, and they also held great admiration for the inner court elders and disciples of the sect. There wasn't a single young outer court disciple who didn't hope to enter the inner court someday. But the slightly older outer court disciples weren't necessarily the same, especially those who had reached the martial spring realm. These martial spring realm outer court disciples had a very clear understanding of their situation. well aware that unless they encountered a great opportunity, there was absolutely no possibility of them breaking through to the Qi Si realm in this lifetime. In the inner court, martial spring realm cultivators could at most become disciple managers, and the treatment for managers wasn't much different from ordinary disciples, they just had to bear more responsibilities. But in the outer court, martial spring realm cultivators were much more valued. Nearly all positions in the outer court could be filled by martial spring realm cultivators. Although the treatment for ordinary inner court disciples was considerably better than in the outer court, it still couldn't compare at all to that of outer court deacons. This situation also led to frequent instances of inner court disciples above martial spring realm wanting to seek positions in the outer court to obtain better cultivation resources. Of course, not every inner court disciple could do this, they needed connections higher up. For example, the currently biggest beneficiary of connections in the outer court was Lin Kaifeng, the personal disciple of sect leader Yun Yichen. After more than 20 cycles, Chen Yan had finally figured out what exactly would trigger the great catastrophe about to descend upon the outer court in 2 years. There were still 2 years left. Within these 2 years, he needed to recover that demon suppression stone that sealed the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul. Otherwise, the greatest catastrophe the Kongshan sect's outer court had suffered in 1,000 years would arrive right on schedule. But what if he failed? In the next cycle, should he try to save them again? Watching the outer court disciples busily preparing for the outer court competition in front of the training grounds, Chen Yan fell into brief confusion. In his daze, he spotted a familiar figure in front of the training grounds. Not as playful and lively as before, her demeanor more steady than in his memories, yet her beauty remained just as captivating. Cheng Ziying. Suddenly, someone gently tapped Chen Yan's shoulder. Senior brother Chen. A young man wearing outer court disciple robes but with sleeve patterns and a jade token at his waist that displayed his status, stood unexpectedly at Chen Yan's side and slightly behind him. It was Sun Lu, the disciple of the Spirit Plant Workshop steward. That person is. Sun Lu followed the direction of Chen Yan's previous gaze and also noticed the young woman standing in front of the training grounds. Manager Cheng. Chen Yan's eyebrow twitched slightly. You know her. Of course, Manager Cheng is practically the banner figure among the younger generation of outer court disciples. The training grounds deacon and ceremonial official both think highly of her. The training grounds deacon even considered taking her as a disciple. Sun Lu explained. Manager disciples were backbone disciples selected from among the ordinary disciples. To put it bluntly, they were workhorses doing miscellaneous tasks for the sect's middle and upper management. However, becoming a manager disciple also meant more opportunities to be seen by the sect's middle and upper management. If there were promotion opportunities or other benefits later, these manager disciples would be considered first. Then why didn't the training grounds deacon ultimately take her as a disciple? Chen Yan asked. Sun Lu simply smiled faintly and bowed slightly toward Chen Yan. A golden scale is no ordinary creature of the pond, because everyone knows that Manager Cheng is destined for the inner court eventually. Just like Elder Lin and senior brother Chen, both of you will surely return to Kongyuan Mountain someday. Chen Yan did not respond to Sun Lu's flattery. Firstly, he himself was not enthusiastic about becoming a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Secondly, Lin Kaifeng had been expelled from Kongyuan Mountain by Yun Yichen. If he wanted to return to Kongyuan Mountain, he would first need to make Lin Kaifeng admit his mistakes. But judging from their recent interactions, making this stubborn old man bow his head was no simple matter. Senior brother Chen and Manager Cheng are both outstanding talents of our outer court. It's only proper to greet each other and get acquainted. Sun Lu said this, and before Chen Yan could even speak, he took the initiative to call out to Cheng Ziying in front of the training grounds. Manager Cheng, Manager Cheng. Cheng Ziying in the distance raised her head, her gaze turning toward the direction of Chen Yan and Sun Lu. Her eyes swept over Chen Yan briefly. Come over here for a moment, Manager Cheng. Sun Lu continued shouting. From Cheng Ziying's body language, clear reluctance was evident, but she had no choice since standing there were the personal disciple of an outer court elder and the apprentice of the Spirit Plant Workshop steward. The outer court competition is about to begin. It must have been quite exhausting for you disciples on duty at the training grounds recently. Sun Lu made small talk with Cheng Ziying like this, then looked at Chen Yan beside him. Manager Cheng might already know him, but this is the personal disciple of our Kongshan sect's outer court elder, senior brother Chen Yan. Ugh. Cheng Ziying's gaze lingered on Chen Yan for another moment, but it was just a brief glance. Neither of them said anything, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chen Yan felt particularly puzzled because Cheng Ziying's attitude toward him today was even more icy than last time when Lin Kaifeng had sent her to deliver a message to him. With the situation becoming so awkward, the most uncomfortable and anxious person was naturally Sun Lu, who knew nothing of their past. But Sun Lu was a clever person. He quickly realized that the relationship between these two might not be as completely unfamiliar as he had imagined, and might even involve some unknown connections. I just remembered my master asked me to check on the growth of the spirit rice planted in the back mountain spirit fields the other day. You too, I'll take my leave first. Then, without giving Cheng Ziying and Chen Yan any chance to react, Sun Lu immediately fled the scene. This was completely messed up. As for Chen Yan, he'd figure out a way to send him more spirit plants as compensation later. Sun Lu thought to himself like this, leaving only Chen Yan and Cheng Ziying standing awkwardly in place. Senior brother Chen, what business do you have with me? Finally Cheng Ziying spoke first. Zai, I want to give this to you. Chen Yan took out a wooden box from his pocket containing a complete frost soul grass. Originally, he wanted to call her Ziying directly as before, but given their current relationship, Chen Yan simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Cheng Ziying didn't reach out her hand. She just coldly watched the wooden box Chen Yan was offering, then curled her lips into a seemingly playful smile. Is it because the inner sect senior sister didn't want this? What? Chen Yan was slightly stunned. Senior brother Chen, please return, I don't need this thing. As she spoke, Cheng Ziying didn't give Chen Yan any chance to continue speaking, turning her head and walking back toward the training grounds. What nonsense was this? What inner sect senior sister? Suddenly, Chen Yan remembered the scene not long ago when he was discussing the demon suppression stone with Chu Xiao nearby. Although there were many outer court disciples, all outer court disciples had to wear uniform attire. Therefore, Chu Xiao in her white clothes stood out conspicuously here, not to mention her cool and transcendent peerless beauty. Did Cheng Ziying see everything, and her reaction now? Was she jealous? Chen Yan couldn't help but suspect this, but he wasn't sure because he had had no contact with Cheng Ziying in recent years. Saying she was jealous over him might be a bit too self-important. He withdrew the frost soul grass in his hand and sighed. Chen Yan had always wanted to find an opportunity to give Cheng Ziying some energy channeling pills and frost soul grass. There was no other reason, he simply hoped Cheng Ziying could advance to the martial spring realm as soon as possible, become an inner sect disciple, and thus escape the fate of dying in the outer court calamity. 3 days later. The outer court training grounds were bustling with noise and excitement. 8 circular blue brick platforms were arranged in the training grounds with A, B, C, D, and Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow carved in the center of each platform respectively. These 8 blue brick platforms were the arenas where disciples would soon compete. In front of the stone platforms, some young newly promoted disciples held basic sword manuals or other simple spell techniques, trying to imprint every movement and detail from the books into their minds. There were also some experienced, slightly older outer court disciples who had secretly hidden energy-gathering pills in their sleeves to prevent defeat from exhaustion of true qi or physical strength during the competition. Chen Yan, come here. On the viewing platform, Lin Kaifeng sat high in the center, overlooking the entire training grounds, and called Chen Yan to his side. Below Lin Kaifeng sat elders and disciples from the various peaks of the 3 mountains and 4 peaks. Your disciple is here. Chen Yan came to stand beside Lin Kaifeng and said, which group were you assigned to? Lin Kaifeng asked, Xuan group. Good Xuan group. Lin Kaifeng lightly closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating which skilled fighters were in the Xuan group of this outer court competition, but soon shook his head and opened his eyes. Merely body forging realm, what skilled fighters could there be? Ugh. Chen Yan remained silent, because he thought the same. The Chen Yan of now was completely different from before because just 2 days ago he had broken through and become a genuine martial spring realm cultivator. Forging the body to gather qi, when qi flows freely it forms a spring. This was a small excerpt from the Kongshan sect's foundational mental cultivation method, the Kongshan art. Feeling the continuous flow of true qi from his martial spring into his meridians, Chen Yan experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He finally understood why Lu Li back then could easily kill him with just one Kongshan finger from dozens of meters away. Now Chen Yan also had enough confidence to use one Kongshan finger to kill any energy channeling realm cultivator on the viewing platform before him from a distance. But in the outer court competition, he still needed to suppress his cultivation to the peak body forging realm level for the matches. Unlike the inner sect competition, the outer court competition was only divided into two groups: body forging group and energy channeling group. The inner sect competition, also known as the sect competition, included not only body forging group and energy channeling group, but also martial spring group and chi C group competition segments. The reason the inner sect competition was also called the sect competition was because outer court disciples could freely register to participate, but few outer court disciples would do so. After all, who would willingly seek humiliation? Before the outer court competition officially began, there was an appetizer that needed to be tasted first. This was a fixed segment of the annual outer sect competition. Whoosh! Something flew through the air, embedding itself directly in the center of the heaven platform, followed by a dashing, slender outer court disciple leaping onto the stage. That sword, it's actually a spiritual artifact. A disciple below the platform exclaimed in shock. Spiritual artifacts, magical instruments, immortal artifacts. These were the tier classifications for various magical treasures and tools in this world. The falling star sword wielded by Su Hongzhen, the first sword cultivator of Chenping continent 7,000 years ago, was an immortal artifact and also his life-bound treasure. After all, looking back through the historical records of the entire Chenping continent, the number of immortal artifacts that had emerged probably didn't exceed 10 fingers. The current treasure guarding the Kongshan sect was a high-grade 7th-tier magical instrument called the mountain-shaking bell. This sect-protecting treasure ensured that even if Kongshan sect had no worthy successors, not even a single cultivator from the upper 3 realms, anyone wanting to invade Kongshan sect would first have to carefully consider the weight of the mountain-shaking bell. Legend said that above immortal artifacts, there existed even higher-tier magical treasures and tools referred to as Dao artifacts, but that was just a legend. As for the spiritual sword held by that disciple on the platform, although it was only a low-grade 2nd-tier spiritual artifact, it wasn't something an ordinary disciple could obtain. Even inner sect disciples needed to rely on luck to find a spiritual artifact. The disciple who had ascended the heaven platform cupped his hands proudly toward the crowd below the platform and those on the viewing stand. This disciple is Su Yashin, last year's champion of the outer court competition. I humbly request your guidance. Every year before the outer court competition began, there was this segment where challengers could face last year's champion. If the previous champion could achieve 7 consecutive victories, then they would earn the right to challenge this year's champion after the current competition concluded. Winning again would make them the Outer Sect Supreme Champion. Once becoming the Outer Sect Supreme Champion, one would receive cultivation resources and spirit stone allowances comparable to those of an outer court supervisor. If a challenger succeeded in their challenge, they would inherit the rights of the previous champion. As the new platform master, if they could then achieve 7 consecutive victories, they would gain the right to challenge this year's champion. However, the current year's champion, regardless of win or loss, could not become the Outer Sect Supreme Champion during that year's competition. Instead, if they lost to the previous champion, it meant they would lose the right to challenge next year's champion and compete for the Outer Sect Supreme Champion position. I'll go. Below the platform, a disciple leaped high into the air before landing on the stage. Su Yashin on the platform first examined the disciple who had jumped up, then cupped his hands toward him, hooked the spiritual sword embedded in the platform with his foot, sheathed it at his waist and placed it at the edge of the platform. In the outer court competition, naturally, no magical treasures, talismans, or pills were allowed. Of course, Some cunning disciples would secretly hide pills like energy-gathering pills that replenished true energy or physical strength on their persons. But once discovered, they would face automatic disqualification. Kongshan sect was one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent, a genuine orthodox righteous sect. They still had to maintain some dignity. Although the sect elders taught disciples that if they encountered trouble or danger outside, they shouldn't worry about losing face. If they couldn't win, they should find a way to escape. If they couldn't escape, they should resort to underhanded methods. But on the competition platform, they couldn't do this. It would damage their elegance. I am Li Bao, manager of the Outer Court Library of Kongshan sect. I humbly request guidance from the champion. The disciple who had later mounted the platform said, "Please." Su Yashin stepped back half a step as a courtesy, allowing Li Bao to attack first. As last year's competition champion, Su Yashin had sufficient confidence. Although Chen Yan had been lying low, detached from worldly affairs, he had heard Su Yashin's name in previous cycles. Looking back 100 years and forward 100 years, the only outer sect supreme champion of Kongshan sect was Su Yashin. By the time Chen Yan was 40 years old, Su Yashin had already become an outer court supervisor. Later he was promoted to Yuanhua Mountain, and by the time Chen Yan reached 100 years old, Su Yashin had become an enforcement hall executive at Yuanhua Mountain. That's right, in the original cycle, Su Yashin first achieved 7 consecutive victories, then defeated that year's outer court competition champion, becoming the outer sect supreme champion in one fell swoop. Therefore, this match between him and Li Bao probably wouldn't hold much suspense. Both Su Yashin and Li Bao were at the Qi circulation realm, and if comparing the depth of their true energy, Su Yashin undoubtedly had the advantage. In a prolonged battle, Li Bao would definitely fall behind and be at a disadvantage. Li Bao was clearly aware of this, so from the very beginning he went all out, pouncing towards Su Yashin with killing intent. Li Bao quickly stepped forward, striking out with a palm wrapped in true energy, heading straight for Su Yashin's chest. This wasn't some profound technique, just a simple, full-power palm strike. Naturally, Su Yashin wouldn't take this strike head-on, immediately sidestepping to evade. Li Bao followed with a reverse grab, continuing to strike toward Su Yashin's chest. Su Yashin's shifted center of gravity made it impossible for him to evade again, forcing him to directly receive Li Bao's technique. He raised his elbow to block Li Bao's powerful grabbing palm, the true energy striking into his bones and tendons, causing slight turbulence in Su Yashin's meridians. But Su Yashin quickly adjusted, lifting a knee to strike toward Li Bao's abdomen, forcing Li Bao to hastily retreat and evade. This was the opening. Su Yashin brought 2 fingers together, pointing toward Li Bao's body. Kongshan finger, a stream of true energy shot straight toward Li Bao's chest, completely destroying his body balance, causing him to stagger and fall toward the edge of the platform. Li Bao clutched his chest, his face showing pain as he glanced up at Su Yashin, then waved his hand to signal surrender. "My respects." Su Yashin again cupped his hands toward Li Bao's direction, though upon closer observation, one could see that the forearm he had used to block Li Bao's palm was trembling slightly. But it could still be considered a one-sided domination. Immediately after, challengers came one after another, wanting to challenge last year's ultimate champion. They were successively defeated by Su Yashin, with the most resilient challenger continuing to fight for over 10 more rounds with Su Yashin even after fracturing his left leg in a direct clash. Only when he fell to the ground unable to stand was the match stopped by the training grounds executive, who declared Su Yashin the winner. Having achieved 7 consecutive victories, Su Yashin stood tall and straight on the platform, though his complexion was somewhat pale. Then, Su Yashin separately cupped his hands toward the crowd below the platform and those on the viewing stand before descending from the platform. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him. "What do you think of this person?" Lin Kaifeng asked Chen Yan. "This disciple believes this person has solid foundations, profound true energy, and rich combat experience, as can be seen from his technique variations." Chen Yan replied, "MMM." Lin Kaifeng nodded, though it was unclear whether he agreed with Chen Yan's assessment or was expressing appreciation for Su Yashin. This youngster, with good luck, might even survive several rounds in the inner sect competition. In the inter-sect competition, the champions throughout history were inevitably the true heaven-chosen talents of the sect. Chen Yan listened carefully. Lin Kaifeng said, "When you break through to the qi circulation realm, you must be able to thoroughly defeat disciples of his level, otherwise you'll be losing face for your master."
Yes.
Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement. 7 consecutive victories. Although these were only sparring matches at the qi circulation realm level, they still left everyone feeling exhilarated. This was the first time in over a decade that a previous champion had achieved the remarkable feat of 7 consecutive victories on the arena. The last time someone accomplished such a feat reportedly dated back 18 years ago. However, that previous champion from the outer court competition had sustained hidden injuries during his perfect victory run. In his final match against the current champion, he exhausted his strength and was defeated. That disciple, who was just half a step away from becoming the outer sect supreme champion, was now the training grounds supervisor of the outer court, Zhu Ziu. Zhu Ziu was only in his 40s and was highly valued by the sect. His promotion to the inner sect was merely a matter of time. Yet Zhu Ziu's fate was to perish in the outer court catastrophe that occurred over 2 years later. Now, Zhu Ziu sat upright on the viewing stand, gazing at Su Yashan's back as he descended from the arena. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Dong. The bell's melodious sound echoed over the outer court, signaling the official start of the outer court competition. The first to begin were the matches between Body Forging Realm disciples. 8 arenas Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Tian, Dai, Xuan, and Huang simultaneously hosted the competition. Only after 4 rounds of matches would the top 16 competition stage be concentrated on a single arena, unfolding before everyone's watchful eyes. Chen Yan was in the 4th match of the Xuan group, facing a very ordinary late-stage Body Forging Realm disciple. However, who his opponent was didn't matter to Chen Yan. With his actual cultivation at the martial spring realm, even if Chen Yan suppressed his realm to the body forging realm, it would be like dimensional suppression against qi circulation realm practitioners. Because their physical strength and true energy utilization were completely on different levels. In terms of pure entertainment value, body forging realm cultivators sparring was somewhat more visually appealing than qi circulation realm cultivators matches. Compared to the half-baked techniques of qi circulation realm practitioners, the direct, flesh-impacting combat of body forging realm cultivators was more entertaining to watch. The first few matches offered little excitement, until the start of the 3rd match in the Xuan group captured almost everyone's attention in the training grounds. A 9-foot-tall muscular man stood on the arena, dressed in tight-fitting clothes and wielding a giant axe. His exposed arms bulged with knotted muscles that reflected unusual luster under the sunlight, appearing intimidating just to look at. Opposite this giant, the disciple holding a refined steel sword looked like he was holding nothing more than an embroidery needle compared to the massive axe. Good heavens! On the viewing stand, Elder Lan Wei of Qingchen Peak shook his head repeatedly, letting out a bitter laugh of amazement. This was an extremely lopsided matchup. Because combat between body forging realm practitioners ultimately relied primarily on physical strength, with true energy playing a secondary role. Even before the match began, the outcome was almost predetermined. Clang! The bronze gong sounded, announcing the start of the match. Ha, if I were that kid facing the giant, I'd surrender the moment the gong rings. Exactly, what's the point of even fighting? Spectators below the arena made sarcastic comments. If you were to face that giant axe-wielding disciple, what are your chances of defeating him? Lin Kaifeng asked Chen Yan. Chen Yan remained silent, simply raising 3 fingers. 30%. Lin Kaifeng frowned, seemingly quite dissatisfied with Chen Yan's answer. Within 3 rounds, I will definitely defeat him. Chen Yan said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Kaifeng was momentarily stunned before breaking into laughter. Good kid, you boast even bigger than your master did back in the day. Whether it was Chen Yan's imagination or not, he felt Lin Kaifeng seemed to appreciate him more than before. Attention returned to the arena. Compared to the giant, the sword-wielding disciple standing opposite him was clearly more restrained and cautious, and his hesitation played right into the giant's hands. The giant spun his body while swinging his massive axe, rapidly closing in on the sword-wielding disciple. The axe wind he generated even swept up fallen leaves from 3 zhang away, mountain-splitting style. The axe blade descended with tremendous force, heading straight for the sword-wielding disciple who had no time to dodge and could only raise his sword to block. Sparks flew as a crisp sound rang out. The steel sword in the disciple's hand was cleanly split in two by the axe blade. The axe blade's momentum unabated, continuing toward the sword-wielding disciple's body. The disciple's Taoist robe tore apart from the blade wind even before the axe made contact. In the next instant, the axe blade struck the sword-wielding disciple's body. Clang. Sparks flew as the axe blade hacked into the disciple's chest, then bounced upward. But it only left a white mark on the skin of the sword-wielding disciple's chest. No one was surprised by this, because the physical strength of late-stage body-forging realm practitioners far exceeded that of ordinary steel weapons. This was also the fundamental reason why it was previously mentioned that no ordinary martial artist could hope to match any late-stage body-forging realm practitioner. After the axe blade bounced back, the giant took advantage of the momentum and rotated the blade, swinging the axe handle like a baseball bat. The sword-wielding disciple was sent flying sideways, crashing toward the crowd watching below the arena. Victory was decided. He took 2 rounds. Lin Kaifeng said, looking somewhat amusedly at Chen Yan behind him, "You need 3 rounds. Give me 1 round." Chen Yan said calmly, "In 1 round, I will defeat my opponent for this round. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of the body-forging liquid you obtained for me from Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall. So you do know that getting body-forging liquid and qi regulation pills from my senior brother requires me to call in favors." Lin Kaifeng said as if both angry and amused. "Your turn now, hurry up and go fight, don't embarrass me." Chen Yan cupped his hands in salute, then descended from the viewing stand and walked toward the Xuang character arena. Next match. Chen Yan, personal disciple of Outer Court Fate Inquiry Hall Elder Lin Kaifeng, versus Outer Court disciple Zhao Wei. As the manager-disciple responsible for announcing the competitors' names spoke these words, they created waves of excitement throughout the training grounds. Is that young man really Elder Lin's personal disciple? He looks quite handsome. What use is being handsome when he's still only at the body-forging realm? Exactly, I really don't know why Elder Lin would take on a 17-year-old still at body-forging realm as his personal disciple. Aren't there plenty of disciples in the outer court with better talent than him, not to mention the inner sect? To Chen Yan, the people's discussions sounded somewhat grating, like the buzzing of flies, but it didn't matter. Chen Yan slowly stepped onto the arena, and standing on the opposite side was his opponent for this round, Zhao Wei, an outer court disciple about the same age as him with very pale skin. "Please enlighten me," Zhao Wei said while cupping his hands toward Chen Yan's direction. Chen Yan made no sound, simply returning the salute by cupping his hands toward Zhao Wei's direction. Clang. The bronze gong sounded. Zhao Wei forcefully pushed off the ground with his left leg, lunging toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan simply stood still without moving, seemingly full of openings. Zhao Wei didn't become suspicious, instead swinging his arm to deliver a heavy right hook aimed at Chen Yan's temple. Thump. However, before Zhao Wei's fist could reach Chen Yan, he was instead struck in the face by Chen Yan's suddenly raised fist, sending his entire body flying backward. "I concede," Chen Yan said calmly. The entire arena fell into complete silence. Overwhelming victory. This could be called the most decisive and complete overwhelming victory in this year's outer court competition so far. If you blinked for even a moment, you might have missed what happened entirely. Chen Yan wins. Even the manager-disciple responsible for refereeing was stunned for a moment before announcing the outcome of this match. Chen Yan slowly walked down from the arena platform, and the voices among the crowd underwent a dramatic change. Truly worthy of being an elder's personal disciple. I doubt even many intersect body-forging realm disciples could achieve this level, right? Although senior brother Chen is still only a body-forging realm cultivator at 17, who can rule out the possibility that he's a late bloomer. And is reaching the peak of body-forging realm at 17 really that bad? Slow cultivation speed in the early stages could be due to various factors. Words of praise immediately began to overflow among the crowd. However, Chen Yan paid no attention because he knew that if he had lost, these compliments and praises would instantly turn into mockery and curses. Who wouldn't want to see someone in a high position like an elder's personal disciple make a fool of themselves? Human nature revels in others' misfortune. Of course, they also don't mind flattering and currying favor with you when you're in power. This was a truth Chen Yan understood even before transmigrating to this cultivation world. After defeating the outer court disciple named Zhao Wei, Chen Yan headed toward the viewing stand. As he passed by Elder Lan Wei, the elder smiled and gave him a slight nod, appearing completely calm and composed. Elder Lan Wei had undoubtedly watched Chen Yan's recent match but said nothing. Indeed, there was nothing for him to say. Because in the eyes of an inner sect elder, defeating an ordinary outer court disciple of the same realm with one move should be something any inner sect disciple should be capable of. Instead, it was Chen Yan's own master, Lin Kaifeng, who seemed somewhat surprised by his performance. Lin Kaifeng had never invested any effort in Chen Yan, because taking Chen Yan as his disciple was entirely a whimsical coincidence. Lin Kaifeng only needed Chen Yan to serve as his messenger and not embarrass him too much when public appearances were required. That was all. But Chen Yan's performance clearly exceeded Lin Kaifeng's expectations. Because in his eyes, Chen Yan was just an ordinary outer court disciple with average or even below average talent. Even with long-term cleansing from body-forging liquid, he shouldn't have achieved such exaggerated progress. How did you do this? After Chen Yan returned to Lin Kaifeng's side, his master asked this question. This disciple doesn't know what master is referring to. Chen Yan bowed respectfully. HMPH. Lin Kaifeng just let out a rather disdainful laugh and didn't press further. Of course he knew Chen Yan was playing dumb, but Lin Kaifeng couldn't be bothered to expose such petty tricks. What could he possibly turn the world upside down? The outer court competition continued. The first round of Xuan group consisted of 16 matches with 32 participants. After it concluded, the drawing for the second round matches began. Chen Yan was scheduled for the third match of the second round with Li Fu as his opponent. When this drawing result was announced, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Because Li Fu was that giant man who wielded the massive axe, and like Chen Yan, he was considered to be in a class of his own in terms of strength within Xuan group. After the first round matches ended, these two had already been tacitly acknowledged as the only two disciples in Xuan group who could advance to the top 16. But no one had expected that Chen Yan and Li Fu would actually meet in the second round. This meant one of them would inevitably be eliminated in this round. And when this result was announced, the most chaotic area in the training grounds was the southeastern corner of the viewing stand. Placing bets. A disciple who looked quite unscrupulous moved through the crowd. His right hand was missing a thumb, severed years ago when he was caught cheating in the gambling den. After that incident, this disciple swore he would never gamble again. As for the outcome, Elder Lin's personal disciple Chen Yan versus axe expert Li Fu, bets are closing, current odds. Chen Yan at 3-1, Li Fu at 1.4-1. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, and neither can a gambling addict. Senior brother Chen's odds are actually that high. Let's just say most people still favor Li Fu more. Are you crazy? Senior brother Chen is Elder Lin's personal disciple. He must have some trump cards. What does Li Fu have to compete with senior brother Chen? Perhaps Chen Yan's first round victory had some element of luck and his opponent being too weak, but the visual impact Li Fu delivers is undeniable. It's normal that most people favor Li Fu more. Bullshit, how could that rough brute possibly be senior brother Chen's match? Fellow cultivator, how much did you bet? 15 spirit stones, all on senior brother Chen. What about it? No wonder you're so devoted to Chen Yan, calling him senior brother left and right. If he actually wins the second round, you'll probably start calling him father. Go fuck your mother. Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting. The southeastern corner of the viewing stand descended into chaos, and soon enforcement hall manager disciples went to restore order. The competition continued, and the next match in Xuan group would soon be Chen Yan's turn. At this moment, he was waiting below the arena platform, watching two outer court disciples fighting and struggling on the stage. This was a battle of attrition that might not be decided anytime soon. The skill senior brother Chen displayed earlier was truly eye-opening. A somewhat familiar voice came from behind Chen Yan. He slightly turned his head to look behind him where a young man with a smile on his face stood. It was Sun Lu. "You flatter me," Chen Yan said indifferently. Earlier on the viewing stand, they were taking bets on the match between senior brother Chen and Li Fu. Sun Lu said, "I bet 50 spirit stones on senior brother Chen. I hope senior brother Chen won't make me lose everything. If you succeed, I will surely repay you generously." Chen Yan didn't respond to this. "By the way, I have something I'd like to ask you," Chen Yan said. "Please speak, senior brother Chen." Sun Lu said, "I heard that some time ago something major happened at the Merit Hall." Chen Yan said this. "Yes, senior brother Chen, I also know a little about this matter." Sun Lu said, "Song Ming's death hadn't been publicly announced. Even now, most outer court disciples only thought Steward Song had gone down the mountain on official business and hadn't returned yet. The current Merit Hall was temporarily managed by the former Merit Hall ceremonial official acting as steward." How was the relationship between the Merit Hall ceremonial official and Steward Song? Chen Yan continued asking. "I may not be very clear about the interpersonal relationships within the Merit Hall," Sun Lu said, then paused for a moment. "However, my master's relationship with ceremonial official Zhao is quite good, and I'm also somewhat acquainted with ceremonial official Zhao. May I ask what exactly senior brother Chen wants to know?" Like the training grounds and library, there were nearly 20 functional departments of various sizes in the outer court. According to the information Chen Yan obtained, both Spirit Plant Workshop steward Zheng Feiyu and Merit Hall ceremonial official Zhao Yishan were originally from Panchi County in the southern region of Qing Kingdom. Therefore, as fellow townsmen, the two had been looking out for each other ever since they successively joined Kongshan sect. In fact, the reason Zhao Yishan temporarily assumed the position of Merit Hall steward was also a result of Zheng Feiyu strongly recommending him to the outer court elders and supervisors. "I want to clarify one thing," Chen Yan said. "I want to know how Steward Song's belongings were handled." Upon hearing this, Sun Lu's expression changed slightly, then he lowered his voice. After ensuring no one was paying attention to their conversation, he finally spoke. "Why does senior brother Chen want to know this?" "Don't ask too many questions, just tell me everything you know," Chen Yan said. "As for specific details, I don't know them either, because Elder Zhao has been extremely secretive about matters following Steward Song's death. I only know that behind this matter there seems to be involvement from Qingchen Peak," Sun Lu said. This was already within Chen Yan's expectations. It seemed the people from Qingchen Peak hadn't discovered anything either. What was the relationship between Steward Song and ceremonial official Zhao? Chen Yan continued asking. "From what I know, they were just ordinary sect mates." Sun Lu answered. "It seemed their friendship wasn't deep. Most likely, Zhao Yishan knew nothing about Song Ming's affairs." "Was there anyone who had a close relationship with Steward Song?" Chen Yan asked again. "As for that, I truly don't know." Sun Lu shook his head, an expected answer. "When you have time later, help me investigate people who were close to Steward Song. Remember, don't tell anyone about this matter." Chen Yan said, "I understand, then I'll take my leave now. I wish senior brother Chen success in the competition." Sun Lu said this. Chen Yan wasn't worried at all that Sun Lu would leak the matters he had entrusted to him, because currently, he was indeed the reliance for both Sun Lu and his master Zheng Feiyu. Zheng Feiyu's current cultivation was at the late stage of martial spring realm and he was still relatively young, not yet 60 years old. With his talent, plus the resources from the Spirit Plant Workshop, Zheng Feiyu's breakthrough to Qi Si realm was only a matter of time. He was eyeing the position of outer court elder. Lin Kaifeng would eventually leave the outer court sooner or later. Even if he didn't return to Kongyuan Mountain, he would eventually become an elder or guest advisor at other peaks. If no inner court cultivators were directly assigned to the outer court at that time, Lin Kaifeng's opinion would carry significant weight in selecting the next outer court elder. This was the fundamental reason why Zheng Feiyu and Sun Lu were currying favor with Chen Yan. Therefore, Sun Lu would absolutely not do anything that would offend him. Boom! A loud noise came from the arena, followed by exclamations from below the stage. The second match of the second round in Xuan group had finally ended. When both participants were nearly exhausted, one disciple punched the other's temple, causing him to immediately collapse unconscious. It's finally over. Great, before the highly anticipated match, there are always those who don't know when to quit and stubbornly refuse to lose. Such voices came from the audience below the arena. The main event of the second round in Xuan group had finally arrived. That was the showdown between Chen Yan and Li Fu. Across the arena, Chen Yan saw the 9-foot giant standing on the opposite side, that terrifying giant axe standing beside him. Even ordinary Qi circulation realm cultivators would find it quite difficult to wield that giant axe weighing thousands of pounds without using true energy. On the opposite side of the arena, Li Fu was also staring directly at Chen Yan standing on the other side. Xuan Group, second round, third match, Outer Court Fate Inquiry Hall. Elder Lin Kaifeng's personal disciple Chen Yan versus Outer Court disciple Li Fu. The manager-disciple announced Chen Yan and the giant's names in this manner. Subsequently, the two stepped onto the arena from the east and west sides respectively. Brother Chen. After stepping onto the arena, the giant stared straight at Chen Yan standing before him, his expression carrying a hint of contempt. And the form of address was even more disrespectful. Chen Yan was the personal disciple of an outer court elder. Ordinary fellow disciples meeting him should properly address him as senior brother, but Li Fu did not. He had some understanding of Chen Yan's existence. Previously completely unknown, then suddenly over 2 months ago, he became outer court elder Lin Kaifeng's personal disciple. There could only be two explanations for this. Either he possessed some extraordinary talent that elder Lin valued, or he just got incredibly lucky. Li Fu leaned toward the latter. Li Fu had always been quite displeased with Chen Yan, especially after Chen Yan stole all the spotlight in the first round of the competition, which made him even angrier. He was determined to dampen this little bastard's arrogance and make Chen Yan understand that without his master he was nothing. I heard you've been in our Kongshan sect for 10 years, 2 years less than me. You should call me senior brother. Li Fu said arrogantly, the accomplished come first, this has been the rule since ancient times. Chen Yan said calmly, then you should definitely call me senior brother Li. Li Fu smirked disdainfully. 3 rounds. Chen Yan said, what 3 rounds? I promised my master that if I encountered you in the competition, I would defeat you within 3 rounds. That's truly impressive. Li Fu clearly didn't take this seriously. Now I've changed my mind. As he spoke, Chen Yan raised one finger. 1 move, I will defeat you with 1 move. 1 move. Li Fu laughed, the muscles exposed on his body appearing even more menacing. And what if you can't do it? Then I will voluntarily leave my master's tutelage. Chen Yan said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar erupted below the arena. A vow made in front of so many disciples could not be broken. Once these words were spoken, not to mention Lin Kaifeng, even sect leader Yun Yichen couldn't possibly keep him in the sect. But Li Fu's expression suddenly became serious, turning grave. Something's wrong, very wrong. If Chen Yan were just making empty threats, he definitely wouldn't care. But making such a heavy vow made Li Fu's heart begin to beat with uncertainty. How dare he make such a boast? Are you ready? Just as Li Fu was feeling hesitant and suspicious, Chen Yan asked this. Bring it on. Li Fu gripped his axe handle tightly, adopting a stance of going all out. In the next instant, Chen Yan forcefully pushed off the ground with his foot, rapidly closing the distance toward Li Fu. In less than half a breath's time, Chen Yan had crossed over 10 meters and appeared in front of Li Fu. Immediately, he swung a whip kick toward Li Fu's abdomen. Li Fu reacted quickly too, hurriedly raising his axe handle to block. His giant axe, even the handle, was made of solid dark iron. However, when Chen Yan's kick landed, Li Fu's axe handle bent and deformed like a noodle, completely unable to withstand Chen Yan's attack. Subsequently, Chen Yan's penetrating force passed through the axe handle and entered Li Fu's strong body. Li Fu flew straight up into the air like a stone launched from a catapult. By the time Li Fu landed on the ground dozens of meters away from the arena, Chen Yan's foot had just touched down. 1-hit knockout. The entire arena fell silent. What was originally thought to be a clash between strong opponents turned out to be another one-sided domination without any ability to fight back, something no one had anticipated. Chen Yan's strikes were even heavier than in the first round. Just as Chen Yan had stated, he effortlessly defeated Li Fu within a single move. Not only the ordinary outer sect disciples watching from below, but even the inner court elders seated on the viewing stand, along with disciples from various peaks and the gatekeepers, were all deeply shocked in their hearts. With their own level back when they were in the body forging realm, could they have easily defeated Li Fu in a single move? Almost none of the inner sect cultivators present dared to claim they had 100% certainty. Except for one person, Qingchen Peak Chief Disciple, Chu Xiao. At just 17 years old, she had already reached mid-stage martial spring realm cultivation and had hopes of breaking through to the Qi Si realm before turning 20. She was truly Kongshan Sect's undisputed favored daughter of heaven. But if comparing Chen Yan to Chu Xiao wasn't that actually high praise for Chen Yan, Lin Kaifeng had good judgment, picking up an exceptionally talented disciple. This was the common thought among the inner court elders present. But in reality, the most confused person present at this moment was Lin Kaifeng himself. What exactly was going on with this kid? Chen Yan stepped down from the arena platform and walked slowly toward the viewing stand. None of the people present continued to praise Chen Yan as they had in the first round. Instead, they all watched him with eyes that looked at him like he was a monster. It seemed the final winner of the body forging division in this year's outer court competition had already been decided. However, the winner of the body forging division was just a winner. Taking the outer court competition as an example, only the final winner of the Qi circulation realm could be called the champion. Similarly, in the inner sect competition, only the final winner of the Qi Si realm could be called the champion. Chen Yan also easily won his third round match to the point where even on the viewing stand, no gamblers were taking bets on Chen Yan's matches anymore. With odds of 1-0, what fun was there in that? Today's body forging division still had one final round to determine the final list of top 16 competitors. The matches after the top 16 would begin one by one tomorrow. Chen Yan's opponent in the final round was an unknown, obscure outer sect disciple with dark skin and short stature who looked very simple and honest. His cultivation was at late-stage body forging realm, not even having reached the peak stage. Before he drew Chen Yan in the lottery, this person had relied on lucky draws, consistently facing weaker opponents in sparring matches which allowed him to reach the fourth round. But clearly his luck had run out this round. As the bronze gong sounded, the fourth round match officially began. Everyone originally thought this would be another instant knockout that ended quickly, but the development of events once again took everyone by surprise. The dark-skinned outer sect disciple took a white cloth from his chest pocket, then threw it on the ground. "I forfeit." The disciple smiled honestly, then spoke. Since there was no chance of winning anyway, why bother taking a beating? No one thought he was a coward. Instead, everyone found it perfectly reasonable. The simple and honest dark-skinned disciple walked forward a few steps, then bowed and cupped his hands toward Chen Yan. Disciple Zhang Zishun pays respects to senior brother Chen. His attitude was extremely respectful and reverent, placing himself in a very low position, as if he couldn't wait to kneel down and lick Chen Yan's shoes the next second. Hello. Being treated like this in front of everyone made Chen Yan quite awkward. Today this disciple personally witnessed senior brother Chen achieving 3 consecutive victories, and my admiration for you flows like a river, endless and ceaseless. Chen Yan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this disciple who looked so simple and honest to be so skilled at flattery. I humbly request senior brother Chen to grant me the opportunity, after today's competition concludes completely, to provide some guidance on my cultivation. Zhang Zishun said this. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yan agreed. Chen Yan was definitely not someone difficult to approach or unreasonable. Perhaps his experiences from over 20 reincarnations and his previous actions to conceal his true cultivation level made him appear somewhat distant and cold. But he simply couldn't refuse such requests. Because the fawning attitude of the simple and honest dark-skinned disciple before him seemed to remind him of his former self, over 100 years old yet still only at mid-stage qi circulation realm. Chen Yan understood too well this feeling of seeking help from others because you wanted to save yourself. Because in that lifetime, before his lifespan was about to expire, Chen Yan had also humbly and fawningly asked an inner sect disciple he encountered how to break through from the qi circulation realm to the martial spring realm as quickly as possible. Who didn't want to progress, who didn't want to live better? Thank you, senior brother Chen. Zhang Zishan was momentarily stunned, then quickly showed an overjoyed expression. It's nothing. Chen Yan said with a slight smile. Now, he was truly a martial spring realm cultivator. After stepping into the martial spring realm, Chen Yan's understanding of the Kongshan art had naturally become much deeper, so providing guidance to a body-forging realm disciple would definitely be effortless. As for tomorrow's continuation of the outer court competition, Chen Yan didn't need to worry about it at all. As a genuine martial spring realm cultivator, handling a few body-forging realm disciples would naturally be easily accomplished. That night, following Zhang Zishan's request, Chen Yan went to the open space in front of the outer court market. While still quite far away, Chen Yan spotted that dark, thin, simple and honest figure standing in front of the market. Senior brother Chen. Seeing Chen Yan appear, Zhang Zishan's face lit up with joy, then he quickly came forward to greet him. You came quite early. Chen Yan said, not early, I just arrived too. Zhang Zishan said, Speak, what confusions have you encountered recently in your cultivation process? Since we're both body-forging realm cultivators, I should be able to help. Chen Yan said, Reporting to senior brother Chen, I have now reached late-stage body-forging realm cultivation, and I'm getting closer and closer to the stage of opening meridians and drawing in true energy. Opening meridians and drawing energy was the mark of a body-forging realm disciple, officially entering the late stage. When true energy could complete a full circulation within the body's meridians, one would become a qi circulation realm cultivator, able to begin using true energy to perform some simple techniques. Recently, I often can feel the presence of free-flowing true energy within my body, but whenever I try to guide it into my meridians, I experience a particularly sluggish and obstructed feeling. Zhang Zishan continued. That's normal because you haven't opened your meridians yet. Keep trying and persist with body forging. It could take as little as a few days or as long as half a year and you'll be able to draw energy into your meridians. Chen Yan explained. He had gone through this stage himself before, so that's how it is then. Following this, Zhang Zishan asked Chen Yan several more questions about cultivation, and Chen Yan answered each one of them. Thank you, senior brother Chen. I've basically finished asking about cultivation problems. Today has truly been very beneficial. Zhang Zishan said with cupped hands, No problem, then let's stop here for today. However, I still have something else to ask. Zhang Zishan raised his head and said with a smile. I've heard that senior brother Chen has recently been investigating the matter of Merit Hall steward Song. Chen Yan's heart tightened sharply. He never expected that Song Ming's name would be brought up by this seemingly simple and honest disciple before him. After a moment of thought, Chen Yan decided to play dumb first. What happened to Steward Song? He asked. Senior brother Chen's acting skills seem rather clumsy. Zhang Zishan's expression and voice remained as humble and submissive as ever. But his eyes had been growing increasingly sharp from the very beginning. Chen Yan's heart sank further. True energy began surging continuously from Chen Yan's martial spring, and the energy in his meridians started circulating. Are you perhaps very familiar with Steward Song, junior brother? Chen Yan asked. No, I've never met him. Then why? Senior brother Chen, are you very familiar with the people from Kingshan Peak? Chen Yan didn't answer immediately. Let me ask you one final question, senior brother Chen. The dark-skinned, simple-looking man asked Chen Yan, though his expression was becoming increasingly strange. Where is Song Ming's list? I know who you are now. Chen Yan didn't directly answer Zhang Zishan's question. Is that so? Zhang Zishan laughed. In the next instant, Chen Yan immediately reached out to grab Zhang Zishan's shoulder, intending to subdue him on the spot. Capture him alive? This guy must know the inside information about the catastrophe that will occur in the outer court more than 2 years from now. However, Zhang Zishan merely took half a step back and slightly turned his body, evading Chen Yan's attack. Why resort to violence, senior brother Chen? haven't we been getting along quite pleasantly? Zhang Zishan said, I just want to know where Song Ming's list is, or has it already fallen into Qingchen Peak's hands? He actually managed to dodge. This guy's true cultivation level is definitely not just at the body forging realm, perhaps it's already in Qingchen Peak's hands. Chen Yan said. Hearing this, Zhang Zishan laughed. Senior brother Chen truly doesn't know how to lie. What do you mean by that? If that list had already fallen into that old man Fu Kaiyan's hands, I definitely wouldn't be standing here talking to you as a living person right now. So you're also on that list? I don't know. Zhang Zishan shook his head. How about an exchange? You answer my question and I'll tell you what I know. After a moment of consideration, Chen Yan said, Please speak, senior brother Chen. Zhang Zishan said, Where is the Black Flood Dragon Demon Suppression Stone that was sealed in Qingchen Peak's Kajun Tower? Chen Yan asked. Zhang Zishan fell silent, then shook his head. Senior brother Chen knows more than I imagined, and your questions are sharper too. Is that so? But I can tell you the whereabouts of that demon suppression stone. It's hidden somewhere in a corner of the outer court. Zhang Zishan said. Now it's your turn, senior brother Chen. Where exactly is Song Ming's list? I don't know, that's all I know. Chen Yan said. Zhang Zishan simply stared directly at Chen Yan standing before him, his simple appearance mixed with sinister cunning, giving off an indescribable sense of dissonance and eeriness. It seems senior brother Chen is telling the truth. Then Zhang Zishan sighed. Senior brother Chen, do you know why I told you the whereabouts of the demon suppression stone? I can guess. Chen Yan replied. Smart. Zhang Zishan laughed, but this time not a trace of simple honesty could be seen in his smile, only cruelty and viciousness. In a flash, Zhang Zishan charged toward Chen Yan, but Chen Yan had long been prepared. Chen Yan raised his hand, the true energy in all his meridians rapidly circulating, ultimately gathering at his fingertips. Kongshan finger, a highly penetrating burst of true energy shot out from the tips of Chen Yan's joined index and middle fingers, aimed directly at the space between Zhang Zishan's eyebrows. Chen Yan watched as Zhang Zishan's head was pierced through, but in the next instant Zhang Zishan's figure suddenly vanished. Martial Spring Realm. Zhang Zishan's voice came from behind Chen Yan, and his voice carried a note of surprise. You can actually conceal your cultivation level. How did you do that? According to Chen Yan's current knowledge, there were no techniques in this world that could conceal cultivation levels, except for the hidden immortal art he obtained from his reincarnation rewards. Chen Yan had previously tried to search for literature about the hidden immortal art in the library but found nothing in the end. He had also casually asked Lin Kaifeng if there were any techniques that could conceal cultivation levels, but Lin Kaifeng had directly denied it. There are only pills in this world that can suppress cultivation realms, no techniques that can hide cultivation levels. That's what Lin Kaifeng had said, and he had given Chen Yan a strange look. Why are you asking about this? As a worthless body forging realm cultivator, do you even need to hide or suppress your cultivation level? Chen Yan hadn't responded. This also meant that as long as he didn't mention the existence of the hidden immortal art, probably no one could determine his true cultivation level unless he voluntarily revealed it. Back to the present, senior brother Chen, you certainly have quite a few interesting things about you. Zhang Zishan said with amusement. Is that so? Chen Yan replied. From the moment Zhang Zishan dodged his Kongshan finger, Chen Yan immediately understood that he was definitely no match for Zhang Zishan. The gap was quite substantial. If there truly were no techniques in this world that could conceal cultivation levels, then the only possibility was that Zhang Zishan had suppressed his true cultivation level to the body forging realm by taking pills. And now the restrictions on his cultivation had been completely lifted. Enough, enough. Zhang Zishan shook his head. Time to set off on your journey, senior brother Chen. That's right, time to set off. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan lowered his hand, stopped the circulation of true energy in his meridians, then slowly turned around and smiled as he looked at Zhang Zishan's face. Zhang Zishan was slightly taken aback, and this time it was his turn to feel uneasy. What's wrong with this guy? Everything was under his control. He had lured him here and could kill him at any time. Why was he so calm? Didn't he feel any resentment, or was this a trap? Do it, junior brother Zhang. Chen Yan said slowly, staring directly into Zhang Zishan's eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion. And also goodbye. An inexplicable fear and unease surged from within Zhang Zishan's heart. Kill him, quickly kill him. Ah. Zhang Zishan roared furiously, raising his right hand high, then gently slapped it through the air. A tremendous force descended from the sky, directly crushing Chen Yan before him into a pile of flesh and mud. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating. B. When you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Accumulated cultivation, early martial spring realm. Reincarnation reward. Middle grade second tier magical instrument, shadow binding rope. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation. In Restart Life, disciple Zhang Zishan pays respects to senior brother Chen. The dark-skinned, seemingly simple and honest, thin disciple before him bowed respectfully toward Chen Yan with fearful deference. Chen Yan stared at Zhang Zishan before him, momentarily stunned. Then he laughed out loud. The reincarnation save point had actually updated again. What he never expected was that the reincarnation save point would refresh to this exact moment. Perfect. In previous cycles, Chen Yan had always been in the open while the conspiracies remained hidden in the shadows. But this time was different. Seeing that he hadn't received a response for some time, Zhang Zishan cautiously raised his head to observe Chen Yan's reaction. "Hello there," Chen Yan said. Today this disciple personally witnessed senior brother Chen achieve 3 consecutive victories. My admiration for you flows like a mighty river, endless and boundless. Zhang Zishan said, I humbly request that senior brother Chen grant me the honor of providing some guidance on my cultivation after today's competition concludes. Of course, no problem. Chen Yan replied quite decisively. Then senior brother Chen, what time would be suitable? Tonight at high hour, in front of the empty space at the outer court market. Chen Yan said, good, then this disciple thanks senior brother Chen in advance. Zhang Zishan said. Afterward, Chen Yan stepped down from the arena and began walking toward the viewing stand. When he passed by the group from Qingchen Peak, Chen Yan stopped in front of Chu Xiao. Senior sister Chu. Chen Yan called out. What? May we speak privately? Half an hour later, Qingchen Peak, Kangwu residence, 2 elderly men sat solemnly in the tea room with a chessboard placed between them. One of them was precisely the master of Kangwu residence, Qingchen Peak's martial elder Fu Kaiyan. The other elderly man, judging from his clothing, demeanor, and the aura he naturally exuded, indicated that his status seemed no lower than Fu Kaiyan's. Fu Kaiyan held a black stone, rotating it between his fingertips. After contemplating for a moment, he placed the stone on the board. The other elderly man sitting across from him studied the board situation for a moment before smiling. Brother Fu, won't you reconsider? The situation in the lower left corner isn't looking good right now. Do you still plan to continue your offensive in the upper right? What's already decided cannot be changed by further deliberation. Fu Kaiyan said calmly. Rather than hesitating and looking back and forth, it's better to burn one's bridges and fight desperately. Perhaps then we might grasp a sliver of hope. The elderly man sitting opposite Fu Kaiyan chuckled softly without speaking, simply placing the white jade stone he held onto the chessboard. The bamboo grove outside the residence rustled without any wind, causing both Fu Kaiyan and the elderly man across from him to turn their heads toward the doorway. Elder Fu, Elder Bai. A Qi Sea Realm cultivator entered the tea room, bowing respectfully to Fu Kaiyan and the elderly man opposite him. Chief Chu requests an audience. Xiao. Fu Kaiyan raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised that little girl Chu Xiao would visit him today. According to the peak's arrangements, Chu Xiao should currently be at the outer court viewing stand watching the outer court competition with Lan Wei. Could there be some urgent matter? Let her in. Fu Kaiyan said, yes. The Qi Sea Realm cultivator said, but just as he turned around, his footsteps paused for a moment. Elder Fu, she brought an outer court disciple with her. An outer court disciple? Yes, someone named Chen Yan, I believe. Fu Kaiyan had no recollection of this name at all. Let him come in too. Fu Kaiyan said. After about 2 minutes, a young woman in white clothes entered first, followed by a handsome young man who appeared to be around her age. Chu Ziao first saw Fu Kaiyan, then noticed the other elderly man sitting across from him. Disciple Chu Ziao pays respects to Elder Fu, pays respects to Elder Bai. Elder Bai, Chen Yan, following behind Chu Ziao, looked at the two elderly men in the tea room. On Qingchen Peak, an elder who could sit as an equal with martial Elder Fu Kaiyan and with the surname Bai, the elderly man's identity was already quite clear: Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming. The true Dharma elder's position on Qingchen Peak was second only to the Sword Master Elder, making him unquestionably the second most powerful figure on Qingchen Peak. In terms of status, he was actually half a step higher than Fu Kaiyan, and Lu Li had been promoted to serve on Qingchen Peak precisely because he had gained Bai Kaiming's appreciation. According to etiquette rules, when disciples meet two elders simultaneously, they should greet the higher-ranking one first. But the reason Chu Ziao greeted Fu Kaiyan first was simple. This was Kangwu residence. Fu Kaiyan was the master of Kangwu residence and Bai Kaiming was merely a guest. The host-guest order generally takes precedence over status hierarchy unless the status difference is extremely vast. Moreover, Fu Kaiyan was significantly older than Bai Kaiming. Outer court disciple Chen Yan pays respects to Elder Fu, pays respects to Elder Bai. Chen Yan bowed respectfully. "It's you." This time, after seeing him in person, Fu Kaiyan finally remembered exactly who Chen Yan was. Then Fu Kaiyan looked more carefully and noticed the token at Chen Yan's waist engraved with Outer Court Administrator. "Why are you carrying Lin Kaifeng's token?" Fu Kaiyan asked. "Reporting to Outer Court Elder Lin is this disciple's master. You're Lin Kaifeng's disciple." Fu Kaiyan's expression shifted slightly. When did that fellow take on a disciple? "Just over 2 months ago." Chen Yan continued answering. "Speak, why have you come to Kangwu residence this time?" Fu Kaiyan asked, redirecting his attention back to the chessboard and picking up another black stone. "Naturally, I have matters to report." Chen Yan's tone paused slightly. "This disciple has discovered someone on the list." "Oh." Fu Kaiyan's finger, about to place the stone, halted momentarily in midair. "I suddenly remember that the cauldron of pills in the alchemy room currently has no one watching over it. I concede today's game, Brother Fu, will continue another day." Bai Kaiming stood up with a smile. To reach the position of true Dharma elder, merely having profound cultivation was far from sufficient. The ability to assess situations and adapt accordingly was extremely important. It would be best if he didn't hear the upcoming topic. Not for any other reason but simply to show Fu Kaiyan some respect. Thus Bai Kaiming chose to leave. Fu Kaiyan naturally understood Bai Kaiming's thoughts, which aligned perfectly with his own intentions, so he didn't try to keep him. After Bai Kaiming left Kangwu residence, Fu Kaiyan continued questioning Chen Yan. "You found the list?" "No." Chen Yan denied, "But I'm certain this list must still be hidden somewhere in the outer court and hasn't been taken by anyone." "How can you be so sure?" The answer was simple. Because if those who killed Song Ming had obtained that list, Zhang Zishan wouldn't need to come find him. This disciple is absolutely certain. Chen Yan said, of course he couldn't reveal what had happened in the previous cycle. Whether this disciple speaks truth or falsehood, Elder Fu will know tonight. Pretending to be mysterious. Fu Kaiyan sneered coldly, extremely dissatisfied with Chen Yan's attitude. The status gap between the two of them was like that of a firefly compared to the bright moon. Therefore, Fu Kaiyan felt particularly annoyed by Chen Yan's showy attitude. A mere body-forging realm disciple, someone who could be crushed with a single breath. How dare he put on airs in front of me, just because your master is Lin Kaifeng. Even if Lin Kaifeng came personally, wouldn't that guy still have to respectfully call me Uncle Fu? The atmospheric pressure in Kangwu residence suddenly dropped. Chen Yan also understood exactly why Fu Kaiyan felt dissatisfied, so he quickly explained. "Elder, you've misunderstood. It's not that this disciple wants to pretend to be mysterious, but the crucial evidence isn't currently in my possession." "Then where is it?" Fu Kaiyan asked. "On an outer sect disciple named Zhang Zishan." Chen Yan replied, "Zhang Zishan." Chu Ziao, who had been listening to the conversation between Chen Yan and Fu Kaiyan from the side, suddenly furrowed her brow. "Is that the outer sect disciple who forfeited in the 4th round of today's outer court competition before officially starting his match with you?" "Exactly," Chen Yan said. I made an arrangement with Zhang Zishan to meet at the empty space in front of the outer court market tonight at high hour. That would be the perfect opportunity to capture him. I can help you capture him, Chu Xiao offered. Senior Sister Chu won't do. Chen Yan shook his head in refusal. Why, a mere body-forging realm disciple? As she spoke, Chu Xiao suddenly paused for a moment. She seemed to understand why Chen Yan had come to see Elder Fu Kaiyan. Your meaning is that this outer sect disciple named Zhang Zishan has suppressed his true cultivation level and his actual cultivation surpasses Xiao's. Elder Fu Kaiyan's fingers lightly tapped on the chessboard. Elder Fu is wise. Chen Yan bowed respectfully, so you came to borrow people from me. Fu Kaiyan stated, yes. What kind of people do you want to borrow? I hope to request 2 Qi Si Realm seniors to assist me in capturing Zhang Zishan together. Chen Yan didn't actually know what realm Zhang Zishan was at. But since he could kill Chen Yan, who had already reached the early stage of Martial Spring Realm with a single slap, his cultivation realm must definitely be above Qi Si Realm. As for anything higher such as Spirit Connection Realm, Chen Yan thought it was unlikely, almost impossible. A Spirit Connection Realm cultivator, that was truly a major power in every sense of the word. Even in a behemoth like Kongshan sect, which claimed to be one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent, they would be qualified to obtain an inner court elder position. And there were only a few hundred Spirit Connection Realm cultivators in the entire Kongshan sect. If not in a super sect like Kongshan sect, they would be revered by thousands wherever they went. Fu Kaiyan didn't immediately agree or refuse but continued staring at the chessboard before him. Then he slowly moved the black piece in his hand toward the board. First moving toward the lower left corner of the board, then hesitating for a moment. Tap. Finally, the piece landed on the upper right corner of the board. I'll go personally, Fu Kaiyan said. Both Chu Xiao and Chen Yan's heartbeats almost stopped for a moment, then they began trying to process Fu Kaiyan's words in their minds. Personally. Chu Xiao's brain seemed to short-circuit. Elder Fu, you mean? Is this difficult to understand? I want to personally capture that outer sect disciple named Zhang Zishan. Fu Kaiyan said. According to Chen Yan's account, this self-proclaimed outer sect disciple Zhang Zishan should have cultivation above Qi Si Realm. To capture a Qi Si Realm cultivator, sending only Qi Si Realm cultivators wouldn't be sufficiently reliable. The possibility of escape was too high, and there was also the risk of alerting the enemy. If that happened, getting similar opportunities in the future would be extremely difficult. All the Spirit Connection Realm cultivators on the peak were elders, not people Fu Kaiyan could casually order around. The best outcome would still mean owing someone a favor. Given this situation, it would be better to capture him personally. Fu Kaiyan was a myriad transformations realm cultivator, the 6th of the 9 major realms beneath immortality and the 3rd realm of the middle 3 realms. True energy undergoes myriad transformations. The Great Path has countless variations. Currently, Fu Kaiyan had cultivated 2563 strands of innate true energy. When he cultivated 10,000 strands of innate true energy, he would truly reach the threshold for breaking through to the upper 3 realms. Elder. Chen Yan was also somewhat stunned. He never expected Fu Kaiyan to personally take action. This was the martial elder, the 3rd most powerful figure on Qingchen Peak. Even when looking at the entire Kongshan sect, Elder Fu Kaiyan was absolutely ranked among the notable figures. Boy, I'll trust you this once, Fu Kaiyan said. If I don't get the results I want, I'll personally drag you to Fate Inquiry Hall to confront that guy Lin Kaifeng and hold you accountable. When that time comes, no one will be able to protect you. This disciple understands. Chen Yan showed a bitter smile. Kongshan sect outer court. Empty space in front of the market, exactly at high hour. Chen Yan's figure slowly appeared on one side of the empty space, while Zhang Zishan had already been waiting here. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chen Yan said. Not at all, I just arrived not long ago myself. Zhang Zishan fawned with a flattering smile. Rather, it's senior brother Chen who's worked hard, having to come so late to guide me through my cultivation confusions. This is what I should do, Chen Yan said with a smile. What you should do? Zhang Zishan raised his head, looking strangely at Chen Yan. For some reason, he found Chen Yan's smile somewhat unsettling, probably just an illusion because it was so dark. Senior brother, I've now reached the late stage of body forging realm, getting closer and closer to the stage of opening meridians and drawing true energy. It was the same script as the previous cycle, almost word for word. Apparently this was all prepared in advance. Same as the previous cycle, Chen Yan answered each of Zhang Zishan's questions one by one, and after resolving all the questions it was time for farewell again. I heard that senior brother has recently been investigating the matter of Steward Song from Merit Hall. Zhang Zishan suddenly said, "Here it comes." "That's right, I am indeed investigating Steward Song's matter." Chen Yan pretended to hesitate. "Junior brother Zhang, regarding what I'm about to tell you, could you promise not to mention it to others?" "Of course, I will definitely keep senior brother's secret." Zhang Zishan answered decisively. "Steward Song didn't leave the sect, he was murdered. This matter is only known to the higher-ups throughout the entire outer court." "Such a thing actually happened." Zhang Zishan pretended to be shocked. "Then, in Steward Song's secret room I found a list. Strangely enough, junior brother Zhang's name was actually on this list. To be honest, it was precisely because I wanted to ask you what this is all about that I agreed to your request." Chen Yan said. "No matter, it's all no matter." Zhang Zishan waved his hand. "I wonder, senior brother Chen, if you could let me take a look at that list." "Of course." Chen Yan agreed. Then he reached his hand toward his chest. "It's with me." Fu Kaiyan's voice sounded from behind Zhang Zishan. The sudden voice from behind sent a chill down Zhang Zishan's spine. When did he get there? Appearing silently behind him, how was that possible? He needed to remember that his own cultivation level was at the late stage of the Qi Si realm, and he wasn't far from reaching the peak of the Qi Si realm either. Unless the other party's cultivation was above the passable God realm. Zhang Zishan quickly turned around and his panicked, vigilant eyes soon transformed into despair. A blue Taoist robe, completely white temples, and an imposing, dignified aura. Zhang Zishan knew the identity of this elderly cultivator standing before him. Martial Elder of Qingchen Peak, Master of Kangwu Residence, Fu Kaiyan. "You want to see the list, is that it?" Fu Kaiyan spoke slowly, slightly raising his head with a contemptuous and arrogant attitude. "Fu Kaiyan." A flash of ferocity appeared in Zhang Zishan's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to strike his own forehead. He wanted to commit suicide. However, before his hand could reach his forehead, a black line appeared on Zhang Zishan's wrist. In the next instant, Zhang Zishan's right hand fell cleanly severed to the ground. With a mere thought from Fu Kaiyan, a strand of innate true energy flowed out, directly piercing Zhang Zishan's Qi Si. Immediately after, all of Zhang Zishan's true energy and meridians were sealed. This was the first time Chen Yan had witnessed the methods of a myriad transformations realm cultivator. Unlike the brute force of Qi Si realm cultivators and below, their every movement was filled with calmness and effortless grace. Then, with just a casual glance from Fu Kaiyan that swept deep into Zhang Zishan's eyes, this Qi Si realm cultivator collapsed stiffly to the ground like a discarded puppet. Fu Kaiyan's finger made a slight hook in the empty air and Zhang Zishan's body floated upward. Very good. Although Fu Kaiyan didn't directly look at Chen Yan, instead focusing his gaze on Zhang Zishan floating in midair. He was indeed praising Chen Yan. Chen Yan didn't speak, merely bowing respectfully in Fu Kaiyan's direction. "How did you discover that this person was on the list?" Fu Kaiyan then asked. "Reporting to the elder, one of this disciple's close friends unfortunately perished in this incident, and I have been deeply grieving over it during this time," Chen Yan said. "Therefore, this disciple has been secretly investigating Elder Song's cause of death. Perhaps because they believed I was connected to that matter, they sent Zhang Zishan to approach me. But this disciple has developed considerable connections in the outer court and noticed something suspicious about Zhang Zishan, hence I reported this matter to Qingchen Peak." Chen Yan fabricated a story. After all, there were no living witnesses to contradict him. Fu Kaiyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Your connections in the outer court. Some of the outer court stewards are quite enthusiastic about advancement, so." Before Chen Yan could finish, Fu Kaiyan already understood. Some people, in their efforts to curry favor with Lin Kaifeng, would also try to please this kid Chen Yan. How laughable. However, this was something he could potentially exploit as well, Fu Kaiyan thought to himself. Continue investigating Zhang Zishan's social network in the outer court. If you make new discoveries, I will naturally reward you handsomely. Fu Kaiyan said, also send my regards to your master. Yes. Chen Yan responded. In the next instant, Fu Kaiyan vanished from the clearing along with Zhang Zishan, disappearing into thin air. If there are new discoveries, there will be generous rewards. What about this time then? Chen Yan secretly grumbled in his heart. It seemed Elder Fu was quite skilled at making empty promises. The next day, the second day of the outer court competition, Chen Yan walked from below the arena platform toward the viewing stand. His presence attracted almost everyone's attention, because this personal disciple of the outer court elder had delivered an absolutely stunning performance yesterday. However, Chen Yan himself felt something was off. Because from the moment he appeared in the training grounds today until he sat down behind Lin Kaifeng hadn't once looked directly at him. Although he indeed wasn't a disciple who pleased Lin Kaifeng's heart, merely a messenger tool, the attitude toward him previously hadn't been this cold. You went at Qingchen Peak yesterday. Only after Chen Yan had taken his seat behind Lin Kaifeng did the elder slowly speak. Yes. Chen Yan replied. He probably understood why Lin Kaifeng's attitude was poor today. Didn't I tell you not to get involved with Qingchen Peak's affairs, to let them sort out their own mess? Master did say that. Then what did you do? Hey. Chen Yan didn't respond immediately. When facing difficult questions, silence was the best answer, because any answer that could be spoken would be worse than silence. Chen Yan didn't know what consequence awaited him for going against Lin Kaifeng's wishes. After all, although he was nominally Lin Kaifeng's personal disciple, he was actually just a messenger. But he didn't regret it, because preventing the outer court calamity that would occur over 2 years from now was something he believed he had to do. But what punishment awaited him? Expulsion from the master-disciple relationship or being kicked out of Kongshan sect? These were actually outcomes Chen Yan could accept. Because he held no particular attachment to either Lin Kaifeng or Kongshan sect, where he had lived through over 20 reincarnations. Perhaps leaving Kongshan sect would allow him to live more freely. You kid. Lin Kaifeng said sternly, then paused slightly. Although I never had any expectations of you, your personality unexpectedly suits my taste. Chen Yan was covered in question marks. Originally, Chen Yan thought he would face harsh criticism from Lin Kaifeng. After all, from what he knew, Lin Kaifeng and Fu Kaiyan had a very poor relationship. As Lin Kaifeng's disciple, having dealings with Fu Kaiyan could be seen as slapping Lin Kaifeng in the face. But Chen Yan didn't receive the scolding he expected from Lin Kaifeng. Speaking of which, when you became my disciple, I still owed you a meeting gift. Today, your master will make it up to you. As he spoke, Lin Kaifeng flipped his sleeve, causing space to distort and tremble. A palm-sized jade box appeared in his hand, containing 9 ice needles with deep blue flowing light inside. These are soul ice needles, a middle-grade third-tier spiritual artifact I obtained by chance during my travels in Kink Kingdom years ago. When activated with true energy, these needles can directly penetrate the protective true energy of cultivators at the same level. Lin Kaifeng said, as for the other wonderful uses of this spiritual artifact, you'll have to figure them out yourself. Thank you for Master's reward. Chen Yan said respectfully. Don't celebrate too early. Lin Kaifeng said, in the future, if you meddle in Qingchen Peak's troublesome affairs again, don't blame me for breaking your legs. This disciple understands. Chen Yan said. Just at that moment, the gong sounded in the training grounds, signaling the official start of the Body Forging Realm competition. Chen Yan stored the 9 soul ice needles in his robe. A middle-grade third-tier spiritual artifact, Lin Kaifeng was indeed generous. In this limited territory of the outer court, the prized possessions of those stewards or ceremonial officials were at most middle-grade spiritual artifacts. However, Chen Yan was rather indifferent, showing little emotional reaction. Because in his previous reincarnation, the reward he had obtained was a middle-grade second-tier magical instrument, Shadow Binding Rope. Last night, after Chen Yan collaborated with Elder Fu Kaiyan to capture Zhang Zishan in the empty space before the market, he returned to his own residence. After that, he extracted the reward given by reincarnation from his spiritual consciousness. The items rewarded by reincarnation did not exist in reality, nor were they stored in any magical storage space. Instead, they were completely bound to Chen Yan's spiritual consciousness. The shadow binding rope was a black and gold intertwined rope about the thickness of a little finger and over 5 feet long. Chen Yan held the shadow binding rope perpendicular to the ground, then released it, allowing it to dissolve into his own shadow. Then he raised his head, looking at a bird flying through the sky and the shadow it cast on the ground. Bind. Chen Yan silently recited in his heart. In the next instant, the shadow cast by the flying bird on the ground was quickly entangled and bound by a rope. Subsequently, the bird in the air fell to the ground. Chen Yan was quite satisfied with this reincarnation reward, because controlling the shadow binding rope required only mental intention. Moreover, attacks targeting shadows were easy to land when others weren't prepared for them. It could easily achieve a surprise attack effect. It had to be said that the shadow binding rope absolutely qualified as one of Chen Yan's current trump cards. The rating from the last reincarnation was B. This was the highest score Chen Yan had achieved in reincarnation so far, with the reward being a middle-grade magical instrument. What kind of reward would he get if he obtained an even higher rating, and what exactly were the factors that influenced the reincarnation score? Chen Yan had various speculations about this. Was it the cultivation progress made during reincarnation? Probably not. In the initial reincarnation within 100 years, Chen Yan's cultivation had progressed from 0 to the middle stage of the qi circulation realm. But the reincarnation rating was still only D grade. He must have done something that caused the reincarnation score to increase. Chen Yan recalled the time he got the C grade rating and this current B rating. The reincarnation record points had been updated both times. Forget it. This wasn't a problem he could figure out immediately. There were still many things he needed to do. Time returned from last night to the present. The body forging realm competition of the outer court had finally reached its final match. The participants were Chen Yan, personal disciple of outer court elder Lin Kaifeng, and Zhang Hao, disciple of an enforcement hall steward. It was still a match without any suspense, because Zhang Hao's performance in this outer court competition was more than one level worse than Li Fu, whom Chen Yan had defeated with one move earlier. And because it was the final match, Chen Yan still went easy, only defeating Zhang Hao in the 13th round. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Chen. This disciple is extremely grateful. After losing, Zhang Hao clasped his hands and said this to Chen Yan. He could naturally sense that Chen Yan had gone easy on him, and for the current Zhang Hao, he only felt admiration for Chen Yan. It could even be said that after this outer court competition, Chen Yan had become the common idol of all body forging realm disciples in the Kongshan sect's outer court. Even the Qi circulation realm disciples had begun to feel the pressure of being chased. But in the outer court, no one would resent Chen Yan. Human hearts were complex things. When the gap between people could still be closed, many would develop thoughts of catching up or jealousy. But when the gap between people was like that between a firefly and the bright moon, people usually couldn't generate any other thoughts, only feelings of worship and respect. This was the current outer court disciples' view of Chen Yan. But for inner sect cultivators, it was different. Especially for the Kongyuan mountain cultivators on the viewing stand, whose Taoist robes were embroidered with gold-threaded cloud and crane patterns. Elder Song sat on the platform, watching Chen Yan on the arena receiving everyone's congratulations, his expression so gloomy it seemed like water was about to drip from his brows. Then he stood up, circulated true energy to his throat and spoke loudly, "Marvelous, truly marvelous." Powerful true energy amplified Elder Song's voice by at least 100 times, allowing everyone anywhere on the training grounds to hear Elder Song's words clearly. Elder Song, whose full name was Song Wencheng, was an enforcement hall elder of Kongyuan Mountain, currently at the passable God realm cultivation level. Truly worthy of being Lin personal disciple's apprentice, indeed invincible in this outer court area. Song Wencheng continued loudly, appearing open and generous. But his words were not generous at all, on the contrary they carried some intention of subtly mocking Lin Kaifeng. Chen Yan on the arena naturally detected the underlying meaning. "Thank you, Elder Song." I believe Elder Song's disciple might also have some chance of winning the championship in the outer court competition. Chen Yan retorted, "Hef." Song Wencheng's eyes turned cold. Because what Chen Yan had just said was absolutely presumptuous and insulting to him. Even the young Kongyuan mountain disciple beside him turned grim-faced after hearing Chen Yan's words. Because he was Song Wencheng's disciple, and also the current Kongyuan mountain gatekeeper, Qi Yadong. The reason Song Wencheng had his beloved disciple serve as gatekeeper for this outer court competition was to get face time before the elders and disciples of various peaks, paving the way for Qi Yadong's future. Since the body forging realm winner of this outer court competition has said so, how about having a spar with Yadong? Song Wencheng said to Chen Yan, "This might not be appropriate, Elder Song." The Yuanhua mountain elder nearby, seeming to detect the tension in the air, attempted to mediate. Yadong is at the Qi circulation realm, and even within the entire Kongshan sect, Yadong is among the top Qi circulation realm cultivators. Having Chen Yan, a body-forging realm cultivator, spar with him might be somewhat inappropriate. No matter, I'll have Yadong suppress his cultivation to the body-forging realm, and to compensate for the inevitable gap between body-forging and Qi circulation realms, Chen Yan can use any magical treasures and weapons in this match. Song Wencheng declared loudly. Ultimately, Lin personal disciple is still part of our Kongyuan mountain, and Chen Yan is Lin personal disciple's apprentice, yet he's also an outer court disciple. Since that's the case, Chen Yan counts as half a Kongyuan mountain disciple, so as an enforcement hall elder of Kongyuan mountain, I naturally need to test his quality to see if he's truly qualified to be our Kongyuan mountain disciple. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. It seemed Elder Song of Kongyuan Mountain was determined today to crush Chen Yan's arrogance. Or rather, he wanted to crush the arrogance of outer court elder Lin Kaifeng. Chen Yan remained silent, only slightly turning and bowing toward Lin Kaifeng's direction on the viewing stand. "Master, what do you think?" Lin Kaifeng sat at the very top of the viewing stand, his expression neither sad nor happy, as if everything had nothing to do with him. "Fight." He only said this one word, "This disciple obeys." Chen Yan smiled, then turned toward Song Wencheng's direction. "Elder Song, I accept this sparring match." Chen Yan said. "However, I don't need to use any magical treasures or weapons, just follow the normal competition rules." "HMPH, you junior are quite arrogant." Before Song Wencheng could finish speaking, Chen Yan on the arena raised one finger. "One move." The training grounds fell into silence. "Within one move, I will definitely defeat him." Chen Yan said calmly. The air immediately fell into silence. None of the elders and disciples from the various peaks mocked Chen Yan for overestimating himself. Of course, nobody actually took Chen Yan's words seriously either, because they all simply thought Chen Yan's mind wasn't quite right. Qi Yadong was, after all, the personal disciple of Elder Song Wencheng from Kongyuan Mountain's Enforcement Hall. He was a true inner court elder's personal disciple, someone who had been watched by the sect and specially cultivated from the very day he joined Kongshan sect. As for Chen Yan, before being accepted as Lin Kaifeng's disciple, he had already wasted 10 years in the outer court. Although Chen Yan's performance in this outer court competition was quite stunning, even surpassing the performance of most inner court disciples in the body forging realm. But one must remember, under normal circumstances, core inner court disciples like those personally taught by elders typically break through to the Qi circulation realm before the age of 14. Even when both are at the peak of body forging realm, a 17-year-old body forging cultivator would be crushed by a 14-year-old one. Age and physical development greatly impact the combat power of body forging realm cultivators. Qi Yadong personally believed that his performance at the peak of body forging realm was definitely inferior to Chen Yan's current level. But when he was 17, he had already reached the mid-stage of Qi circulation realm, and at that time, defeating the current Chen Yan would have taken him just one move. Now 19 years old, Qi Yadong had reached the peak of Qi circulation realm, confident he could break through to martial spring realm before turning 20. Looking across Kongshan sect, if considering only contemporary disciples, those who could break through to martial spring realm before 20 numbered no more than 30. This meant Qi Yadong was absolutely one of the top figures standing at the pyramid's peak among Kongshan sect's current disciples. And yet Chen Yan dared to claim he could finish him off in one move without using any magical treasures. Qi Yadong simply felt astonished. How did he dare? One must understand that even if a Qi circulation realm cultivator used pills to suppress their cultivation to body forging realm level, their body strength, with flesh, blood, and meridians long tempered by true energy, was absolutely incomparable to any body forging realm cultivator. It would be more believable if Qi Yadong could finish Chen Yan in 3 moves, but, facing Chen Yan's arrogant words, Song Wencheng just shook his head without saying anything, then signaled Qi Yadong to ascend the platform. Senior Brother Chen, go for it. Show those inner court people that our outer court has geniuses too. The outer court disciples below the platform actually had confidence in Chen Yan and were quite enthusiastic. If Chen Yan being arrogant when fighting outer court disciples was understandable, then his attitude remaining so insolent when facing Qi Yadong was rather puzzling, but Chen Yan had his reasons for doing this. He suspected that the reincarnation scoring might be somewhat related to his reputation and fame. The more renowned he became, the higher the reincarnation score and the better the rewards. With Lin Kaifeng backing him, plus having genuinely obtained inner court cultivation resources, he shouldn't easily be labeled as a cause of calamity. Even if he did get labeled as a cause of calamity, at worst he'd just enter reincarnation again and start over. And if he did get eliminated as a cause of calamity, it would precisely verify his hypothesis. Of course, this was just one of Chen Yan's speculations. Chen Yan clearly knew how limited his cultivation talent was. The reincarnation reward and inheritance mechanism was his best way to make progress on the Immortal Path. So appropriate sacrifices were necessary. Junior Brother Chen, please. Qi Yadong stood proudly on the platform, hands clasped behind his back. Sunlight filtering through the clouds illuminated the gilded cloud crane patterns on his robe sleeves, adding to his impressive demeanor. Chen Yan remained silent, simply allowing true energy to surge within his body. With the hidden immortal arts enhancement, nobody could see through Chen Yan's true cultivation level beneath the surface, even as his martial spring operated at full capacity with abundant true energy. He intended to defeat Qi Yadong in a breathtaking manner, to astonish the entire Kongshan sect's inner and outer courts with the most dazzling display. This was an experiment worth any cost. The next instant, Chen Yan's left foot stomped heavily on the ground, the blue stone bricks immediately cracking, the spot under his toes even turning to powder instantly. The dozen-meter distance between them closed in just a blink. Chen Yan pulled his right fist back, and at the moment of striking, the surging true energy coursing through his meridians like waves suddenly solidified. Bang! A simple, unadorned, full-power punch from a martial spring realm cultivator relying purely on physical strength smashed heavily into Qi Yadong's chest. This heaven-chosen talent of Kongyuan Mountain was sent flying horizontally, crashing heavily onto the platform. He struggled to lift his head, his face first turning pale before rapidly flushing crimson-purple. You can't possibly be body forging. A mouthful of turbid blood sprayed from Qi Yadong's mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. His chest had completely caved in a large area, and large patches of crimson began to appear on his robe. The medical hall disciples on standby below quickly climbed onto the platform, first stuffing life-preserving pills into Qi Yadong's mouth, then immediately beginning emergency treatment. But it was only symbolic emergency treatment. After about 10 seconds, the leading outer court medical hall steward turned to look at Elder Song Wencheng on the viewing stand, who wore an anxious expression and slowly shook his head. The person was beyond saving, bastard. Song Wencheng stood up, slamming his hand on the tea table beside him, crushing it to dust as he shouted loudly. The imposing aura of a passable god realm cultivator surged, and the training ground's atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Even Chen Yan, still standing on the platform, felt chest tightness in that moment, let alone those body-forging or qi circulation realm outer court disciples. Qi Yadong was Song Wencheng's most accomplished disciple, his only personal disciple. Song Wencheng had paved the way for Qi Yadong's future, everything proceeding step by step. For this outer court competition, Kongyuan Mountain's gatekeeper position originally had another candidate. But Song Wencheng had pushed through opposition to let his disciple Qi Yadong serve as gatekeeper, both to build Qi Yadong's resume and let him show his face before elders from other peaks. Nobody expected it would end like this. Someone, arrest that bastard and lock him in the detention center, await my personal interrogation. Song Wencheng pointed at Chen Yan on the platform and roared. I'd like to see who dares. Lin Kaifeng also sprang to his feet, eyes wide with anger as he glared at Song Wencheng. Fists and feet have no eyes, you bear responsibility for life and death. Don't tell me you don't understand such basic principles, you Song bastard. Lin Kaifeng stopped spouting nonsense there. Arrest him and take him to Kongyuan Mountain's detention center. Today, whoever dares lay a finger on Chen Yan will face my wrath. The situation on the training grounds began to grow confrontational. And Chen Yan simply stood on the platform, silent. He was already prepared to start over. When Chen Yan opened his eyes again, what greeted his vision was a heavy black iron barred door. The space was cramped. He tried to stretch his legs and the sound of metal scraping began from his ankles. Chen Yan was imprisoned in the outer court's detention center. He had already been confined here for 15 days. As for what exactly had happened, we need to go back to the outer court competition half a month ago. Chen Yan had punched Qi Yadong to death with one strike, Qi Yadong being the personal disciple of the enforcement hall elder from Kongyuan Mountain. Subsequently, Song Wencheng flew into a rage, and his anger was definitely not just embarrassment turning into fury. Because a body-forging realm cultivator killing a Qi circulation realm cultivator with one punch was absolutely impossible. This had already exceeded the understanding range of all cultivators on Chenping continent, more impossible than the sun rising from the west. Song Wencheng had originally thought this duel would just be a one-sided opportunity for Qi Yadong to show off, while incidentally deflating Lin Kaifeng's sharpness. But he never expected it would end like this. If a Qi circulation realm cultivator suppressed their realm to body forging realm using pills to duel another body forging realm cultivator, and that other body-forging realm cultivator, under perfect conditions of timing, location, and circumstances, might have a 1 in 1,000 chance to narrowly win. Then a body-forging realm cultivator punching to death a Qi circulation realm cultivator who had suppressed their realm was absolutely impossible to occur. This violated the basic common sense of the cultivation world. That kid Chen Yan was playing dirty tricks. This was Song Wencheng's first reaction. Using underhanded methods not permitted by the rules during the sect competition, such contemptuous behavior warranted severe punishment. And if these sneaky, underhanded tricks caused any casualties on the arena, then that disciple must bear full responsibility. This was also why Song Wencheng wanted to imprison Chen Yan. But at the time, he encountered direct opposition from Lin Kaifeng. The two were deadlocked until they disturbed the true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain, who finally decided to imprison Chen Yan in the detention center. Originally, Song Wencheng had demanded that Chen Yan be imprisoned in Kongyuan Mountain's detention center, reasoning that Chen Yan had killed a Kongyuan Mountain disciple, but this was again strongly opposed by Lin Kaifeng. In the end, the true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain mediated, temporarily confining him to the outer court's detention center. You're awake? A clear, cold voice came from outside the cell. Chen Yan looked up and saw that figure dressed in pure white robes with hair like a waterfall of black silk. It was Chu Xiao. Senior sister Chu, you're here again? Chen Yan greeted. Chu Xiao nodded. Ever since Chen Yan was imprisoned in the detention center, whether day or night, there had never been a lack of people from Qingchen Peak stationed in front of Chen Yan's cell. Because they suspected someone was coveting Chen Yan's life just like how they had previously coveted Song Ming's life. However, Chen Yan was rather indifferent about life and death. In fact, if he died, it might perfectly verify his speculation about reincarnation scoring. But Chen Yan would not choose suicide. Right now, he still couldn't overcome that psychological barrier. How much longer will you be imprisoned here? Chu Xiao asked. I don't know, I know nothing about the situation outside. Chen Yan said. Actually, Chen Yan had some understanding, for example, that Lin Kaifeng had chosen to shield him. According to what Sun Lu, who came to visit him some days ago, said, Lin Kaifeng confessed to the true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain that he had given Chen Yan forbidden medicine that could temporarily break through physical limits. As an outer court elder, he didn't want to lose face in the outer court competition which led to this outcome. But in fact, apart from the soul ice needles, Lin Kaifeng had given Chen Yan nothing. As for those soul ice needles, they had already been confiscated by the enforcement hall. Of course, what the enforcement hall attendant told Chen Yan was that they were temporarily safeguarding them. Apart from the poor living conditions, the enforcement hall disciples had been providing Chen Yan with good food and drink, and they turned a blind eye to anyone's visits. After all, even now, Lin Kaifeng was still an outer court elder, so the outer court disciples naturally still had to show Chen Yan some courtesy. As for why Lin Kaifeng was going to such lengths to protect him, even at the cost of dirtying his own reputation, Chen Yan didn't understand, but he knew it definitely had nothing to do with master-disciple affection. There had been no master-disciple interaction between him and Lin Kaifeng whatsoever. Not even benefits. Chen Yan couldn't offer Lin Kaifeng anything more. Lin Kaifeng could replace him as a mouthpiece between him and Kongyuan Mountain anytime. Chen Yan believed plenty of outer court disciples would be willing to serve him. Thinking more darkly, perhaps Lin Kaifeng was coveting his secrets. That was possible, but Chen Yan still advised him to give up that hope. With the existence of the hidden immortal art, no one could hope to pry into Chen Yan's secrets. It probably won't be too long. This incident has even disturbed the sect master. From what my master and Elder Fu have implied, the sect master likely wants to gloss things over, superficially punish Elder Lin, then give Elder Song more compensation, and that will be the end of it. Chu Xiao said. Meh. Chen Yan nodded. Why did you kill Qi Yadong? Chu Xiao asked. She had always been very curious about this. I didn't understand the medicine's effects well and couldn't hold back my strike. Chen Yan casually fabricated. He truly hadn't held back. He never expected he could kill Qi Yadong with one punch. Even though Qi Yadong had suppressed his cultivation to the body-forging realm, lacking protective true energy, his physical body strength was still that of a peak Qi circulation realm cultivator. Chen Yan had just stepped into the martial spring realm. He knew the gap between Qi circulation realm and martial spring realm was like a chasm. But he never expected that a single punch from him, without using any true energy, could actually smash to death a peak Qi circulation realm cultivator. Did you really take forbidden medicine? Chu Xiao asked. Sitting on the viewing stand at that time, she had seen everything clearly. A body-forging realm cultivator instantly killing peak Qi circulation realm Qi Yadong with one punch, such an achievement would shock even the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak. In that instant, Chu Xiao clearly sensed the killing intent erupting from certain inner court elders on the viewing stand. That was killing intent directed at the cause of calamity. At that moment, Chu Xiao looked back upward and saw Lin Kaifeng sitting upright with a serious expression, frowning deeply as he watched Chen Yan on the arena, lost in thought. It wasn't until the medical hall disciples announced Qi Yadong's death and Song Wencheng erupted in fury that Lin Kaifeng finally reacted. Making his disciple take forbidden medicine just to save face was a rather lame excuse. Chu Xiao didn't quite believe it. She believed Chen Yan must be hiding some secrets. At this point, what reason would I have to lie? Chen Yan smiled bitterly, then began to change the subject. How is Zhang Zishan's interrogation going? Hearing this, Chu Xiao's expression darkened slightly. He's dead, we got nothing out of him. Dead. Chen Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This was an outcome he had never anticipated. Given Zhang Zishan's formidable vitality as a Qi Si realm cultivator, causing his demise was no easy feat. Moreover, Elder Fu Kaiyan had already sealed his meridians, making it impossible for him to self-destruct his Qi Si and meridians to die. He had poison insects implanted in his body long ago, his internal organs dissolved into bloody water, beyond even divine intervention to save him. Chu Xiao explained, I believe that even if we capture others in the future, it will likely be difficult to extract any information from them. Because those people most probably also have poison insects implanted within them. The clues once again reached a dead end. We've also conducted an investigation into Zhang Zishan's background. Chu Xiao continued. He entered Kongshan Sek's outer court as a rogue cultivator 20 years ago, already at the mid-stage of body-forging realm back then. He had several close outer court disciple friends, and from observation they genuinely seemed unaware of Zhang Zishan's affairs. Moreover, they were all quite puzzled by Zhang Zishan's sudden decision to participate in the outer court competition. In the eyes of Zhang Zishan's close disciple friends, he was someone with almost no cultivation talent whatsoever. Getting accepted into Kongshan sect was pure dumb luck, and he might never break through to the qi circulation realm in his lifetime. Yet in reality, Zhang Zishan had quietly broken through to the qi si realm at some unknown time, and had been continuously taking unidentified realm-suppressing pills to limit his cultivation to the body-forging realm. Chen Yan's expression turned grave as there were many suspicious points, some even terrifying upon deeper consideration. What exactly was their purpose? What could make a Qi Si realm cultivator willingly remain as a body-forging realm disciple in the outer court for decades? We don't know how many people like Zhang Zishan are lurking within the outer court or even across the various peaks. Zhu Xiao's expression appeared quite solemn. Kongshan sect, that colossal entity situated in the northern part of Chemping continent. Hailed as one of the 5 great sects with tens of thousands of years of heritage, it had produced several immortal Ascension realm great powers in the past, and still had divine ability realm, even Dao Union realm cultivators presiding over it today. Kongshan sect might appear strong and unshakable on this land, but in reality it was already weak inside despite outward strength. The various peaks and factions within the sect formed their own power blocks, engaging in constant scheming and intrigue, but these were relatively unimportant as they were common ailments of supersized sects. The true threat to the sect were those parasites and conspirators hidden deep within the sect's core. Perhaps Kongshan sect could continue barely surviving like this for several thousand more years, but it would only be barely surviving. Any leads on the list? Chen Yan asked. None. Chu Xiao shook her head. No one knows where exactly Song Ming hid that list. It was certain that no one had found Song Ming's list yet, otherwise Zhang Zishan wouldn't have come after him. If they truly couldn't find the list, they could consider a different approach. For instance, what exactly had Song Ming discovered while handling the Merit Hall's correspondence and documents, and how did he compile that list? He was merely an outer court steward with no background, yet he managed to grasp the fatal weakness of those hiding in the shadows. This was a question worth pondering deeply. Just then, footsteps echoed from the other side of the detention center. An enforcement hall disciple wearing outer court robes appeared before Chen Yan's cell door, bowing successively toward Chu Xiao and Chen Yan. Senior sister Chu, senior brother Chen. Over the past half-month, Chen Yan had become quite familiar with this disciple. Most of his meals and other necessities were delivered by him. What is it? Chu Xiao asked the disciple. Elder Yue Kai from Kongyuan Mountains Alchemy Hall wishes to meet with senior brother Chen. I must ask senior sister Chu to temporarily withdraw for a moment. The enforcement hall disciple said, Elder Yue Kai. Chen Yan naturally knew who he was, Lin Kaifeng's senior brother, his own second uncle master. When he had gone to Kongyuan Mountain as a messenger previously, he had delivered the message to Yue Kai. I understand. Chu Xiao said softly, then turned to glance at Chen Yan once more before exiting the detention center. Half a key later, the white-robed elder appeared before Chen Yan's cell, gazing meaningfully at Chen Yan who was confined within. He said nothing, second uncle master. Until Chen Yan finally couldn't contain himself and spoke first. You still call me uncle master. The white-robed elder spoke as if amused, yet also helpless. That scoundrel master of yours doesn't even regard me as his senior brother. He's practically treating me like some evil cultivator to mess with. Chen Yan was utterly confused, not understanding what Yue Kai meant. He claimed that I was the one who gave you the pills. Yue Kai's expression darkened. Now Chen Yan understood. Lin Kaifeng was indeed messing with his senior brother as if he were some evil cultivator. But judging by Elder Yue Kai's meaning, it seemed he had indeed accepted this blame that Lin Kaifeng had pinned on him. Chen Yan couldn't comprehend the relationship between Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai, but he suspected the bond between these two senior brothers was anything but ordinary. Because this kind of blame wasn't something just anyone could shoulder. Do you know what happened in the outer court competition afterward? Yue Kai continued, this disciple has heard some accounts. Despite Qi Yadong's death, Chen Yan's confinement in the detention center, and the escalating situation between Lin Kaifeng and Song Wencheng, chaos had briefly erupted on the training grounds. But soon, under the supervision of training grounds supervisor Zhu Ziu, the Qi circulation realm outer court competition resumed. During this period, several outstanding outer court disciples attempted to challenge the inner court gatekeepers, but all were defeated in the end. However, the most eye-catching performance came from Su Yashan. After achieving 7 consecutive victories in the opening matches, Su Yashan ultimately easily defeated this year's competition champion, earning the title of Outer Court Champion. Of course, in previous outer court competitions, the emergence of an outer court champion, that rare prodigy seen only once in a century, would naturally attract overwhelming attention. But not this year. Because everyone's focus was concentrated on the cheating scandal involving outer court elder Lin Kaifeng and his disciple Chen Yan. Cheating incidents occurred almost every year in both outer court and sect competitions. But an outer court elder conspiring in cheating, this was a first in Kongshan sect's history. Kaifeng had no choice because this was the only way to protect you. Yue Kai said, do you know what you would have faced if your master hadn't used this method to safeguard you? Being labeled as the cause of calamity. Chen Yan said calmly. Yue Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, then remained silent for a moment. You seem to understand everything clearly, then why did you act that way? Rather than asking me these questions, I'm more curious to know why second uncle master and master are so determined to protect me. Chen Yan countered. When Chen Yan posed his question, he had absolutely no reservations. Because after several recent reincarnations and the continuous refreshing of reincarnation save points, Chen Yan had finally figured out one thing. Whether he could survive or not wasn't important at all. If the development of the current reincarnation spiraled completely out of his control, potentially leading to irreversible consequences at any moment, then he could choose to smash the pot since it was already broken, using his own life to obtain more information, thereby achieving more favorable results in the next reincarnation. This was exactly Chen Yan's current plan. He showed no trace of fear toward Elder Yue Kai, this myriad transformations realm cultivator, instead placing himself on a more equal footing with him. And the old man standing outside the detention room didn't seem to show any anger toward Chen Yan's presumptuous behavior either. He remained quite calm, whether you're pretending to be ignorant or genuinely unaware of the situation. Elder Yue Kai said, but now you and I are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. It was unclear whether Chen Yan had tied Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai to this rope, or whether Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai had tied Chen Yan to it. But for Chen Yan, being bound to the same rope as a spirit connection realm powerhouse was undoubtedly an honor. If the matter of sheltering you is ever exposed, then the consequences you, I, and Kaifeng would face would be unbearable. What do I need to do? Chen Yan asked. Tell me, what does Qingchen Peak, or rather Fu Kaiyan and his faction, want to accomplish? Elder Yue Kai said, I can tell you, but you must first tell me what you want to accomplish. Chen Yan said, we don't want Kongshan sect to become the second orthodox pivot sect. Elder Yue Kai answered, the orthodox pivot sect was precisely the initiator of that vigorous, eliminating the cause of calamity operation 1,000 years ago. Yue Kai said that he and Lin Kaifeng's goal was to prevent Kongshan sect from becoming the second orthodox pivot sect. It was unclear whether he meant they didn't want Kongshan sect to initiate a second, eliminating the cause of calamity, operation, or they didn't want Kongshan sect to become a sacrifice in the power struggles among the major forces on Chemping continent. If it was the former, Chen Yan could understand why Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng disliked Fu Kaiyan. Because Fu Kaiyan's faction were staunch supporters of the cause of calamity theory. Kongshan sect's current scale and influence on Chemping continent could rival 20 orthodox pivot sects at their peak. Fu Kaiyan is looking for a list. Chen Yan answered honestly. Although he still couldn't completely trust Yue Kai, after all, Lin Kaifeng's original intention in taking him as a disciple was simply to use him. At the same time, Chen Yan was also using Lin Kaifeng. It's just that Chen Yan was ultimately in the inferior position, appearing more passive in this mutually exploitative relationship. But now they had voluntarily bound their futures to his. Just as Yue Kai said, they were now grasshoppers tied to the same rope as Chen Yan, and they had also paid a certain price. A list. The old man looked quite puzzled. There's an outer court disciple named Zhang Zishan who has been under Kongshan sect for 20 years, yet he remains a menial disciple at the late body forging realm. Chen Yan said, remaining stagnant for decades is quite common in the outer court. Yue Kai said, but his actual cultivation is at the Qi Si realm. He's just been taking realm-suppressing pills long-term to suppress his cultivation to the body-forging realm. Chen Yan continued. Zhang Zishan's name is on that list. After a brief silence, Yue Kai slowly spoke. Those people on the list might be trying to overthrow something. Elder Fu Kaiyan thinks so too. Chen Yan said. You seem to have a rather good impression of that old man Fu Kaiyan. I must warn you that old man Fu Kaiyan is no good person. Yue Kai said meaningfully, but is it really Fu Kaiyan you have a good impression of, or that young girl who came to see you not long ago? It has nothing to do with anyone. Chen Yan said. The people on the list want to kill me because they suspect I know their secret, so I have no choice but to cooperate with Kingchen Peak. Why not tell your master? Because I don't trust him, and I don't trust you either, Uncle Master. Chen Yan answered honestly. HMPH. Yue Kai merely snorted lightly and didn't say anything more. Because it was indeed true, if he were in Chen Yan's position, he would also find it difficult to trust a master and uncle master who only wanted to use him as a messenger. Enough, the nature of this incident has been determined as Lin Kaifeng and his disciples' fraud case. As for Song Wencheng's disciple's death, it was an accident. You can be released later today. Yue Kai said. No other punishment. Chen Yan asked. There is, of course there is. Yue Kai's face instantly turned ugly and he raised his voice. Lin Kaifeng has been removed from his position as outer court elder. The outer court elder position will be temporarily handled by training grounds supervisor Zhu Ziu. Lin Kaifeng has been sent to Kongyuan Mountain's back cliff for reflection, fined 10 years of salary. Kongyuan Mountain Alchemy Hall elder Yue Kai assisted Lin Kaifeng in fraudulent behavior, knew but didn't report it, fined 3 years of salary. Chen Yan could hear deep resentment in Yue Kai's words. As Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall elder, Yue Kai's annual salary was about 200 high-grade spirit stones. Actually, this wasn't very much because basically any mid-grade spiritual artifact was worth over 100 high-grade spirit stones. As Alchemy Hall elder, Yue Kai had plenty of ways to amass wealth. Therefore, compared to the salary fine, Yue Kai cared more about the face he lost because of this incident. A dignified sect leader's direct disciple, Kongyuan Mountain Alchemy Hall's helmsman, actually conspired with an outer court elder to commit fraud in the outer court competition. If it were the main sect competition, that would be one thing, but to commit fraud in the mere outer court competition, if this got out, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. When Yue Kai was implicated by Lin Kaifeng, he felt like slapping his worthless junior brother to death. Then what punishment do I receive? Chen Yan continued asking. We too have shouldered everything. What punishment do you, a junior, still want? How about you compensate me for the 3 years of salary I lost? Yue Kai complained. Chen Yan could only choose silence. 600 high-grade spirit stones was undoubtedly an astronomical price for Chen Yan. In the outer court, his monthly salary was 5 low-grade spirit stones, and it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 1 high-grade spirit stone. After you're released, hurry back to your residence to pack your things. Zhao Bin will come to the outer court to pick you up before sunset today. Yue Kai said. Zhao Bin was elder Yue Kai's disciple. When Chen Yan went to Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall that day, he had also briefly met Zhao Bin, that young man wearing the yellow robe. Where is he taking me? Chen Yan asked. Your master Lin Kaifeng is no longer the outer court elder. After he's released from Kongyuan Mountain's back cliff, he will also remain in Kongyuan Mountain, as Lin Kaifeng's disciple. As he spoke, Yue Kai gave Chen Yan another meaningful look. From now on, you are truly a Kongyuan Mountain disciple. After Yue Kai left the detention center, Chen Yan sat alone in the cell pondering for a long time. The sect was divided with numerous factions engaged in both open and covert struggles. But based on the information Chen Yan had gathered so far, he found it difficult to judge who was right and who was wrong. Yet who was right and who was wrong didn't matter to Chen Yan in the slightest. What did these messy power struggles have to do with a mere outer sect disciple like him? Oh, now he was a Kongyuan Mountain disciple. But if he died again in the next cycle of reincarnation, whether he would be an outer sect disciple or Kongyuan Mountain disciple remained unknown. For Chen Yan, what truly mattered was the conspiracy brewing deep within the murky waters hidden behind all this. The outer court disaster that would occur over 2 years later was likely the result of this conspiracy. That disaster had led to Cheng Ziying's death. He had gone through 20 cycles of reincarnation just to save Cheng Ziying from that death, which had even become an obsession for Chen Yan. And just when Chen Yan had decided to give up and distance himself from Cheng Ziying, he unexpectedly made new discoveries. Qingchen Peak, Cajun Tower, the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul, Steward Songs List. Chen Yan believed he was gradually approaching the truth. Click. A crisp sound came from the cell door. It was the sound of the lock being opened from the outside. The familiar enforcement hall disciple stood at the cell doorway, bowing obsequiously toward Chen Yan, who sat inside the cell. "Senior brother Chen, you may leave now," said the enforcement hall disciple. Chen Yan remained silent, merely shaking his legs slightly. The shackles on his ankles jingled. "Oh, please forgive me, senior brother Chen. Look at my terrible memory, ha 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 ha." The enforcement hall disciple hurried to Chen Yan's side, knelt on one knee and removed the leg shackles. Chen Yan stood up and stretched his body slightly, so heavy, so burdensome. These leg shackles were made from a special type of iron and engraved with energy suppression formulas to disrupt the wearer's true energy circulation. Perhaps for cultivators above the passable God realm, the effect wasn't so significant, but for those at Qi Si realm and below, wearing these shackles was equivalent to having their cultivation crippled. True energy surged from the martial spring, flowing through every meridian in Chen Yan's body. As true energy quickly filled Chen Yan's meridians, his limbs that had stiffened from lack of movement for too long regained normal sensation. "I've troubled you these past days," Chen Yan said slowly, speaking with his back to the enforcement hall disciple. "Not at all, this is what this disciple should do," the enforcement hall disciple replied, rubbing his hands together while still wearing an obsequious smile. "I'll mention your name to Steward Wu later and have him properly promote you," Chen Yan said. Steward Wu's full name was Wu Quan and he was the steward of the Outer Court's enforcement hall. "How could I trouble you like that?" "Then I'll trouble senior brother Chen," the enforcement hall disciple said, his smile blooming even more brightly. "It's just a small favor," Chen Yan said, then stepped out of the cell. Only after Chen Yan's figure had walked far away did the enforcement hall disciple suddenly remember something very important. "Senior brother Chen, he doesn't even know my name." After Chen Yan left the detention center and retrieved his soul ice needles, he headed straight for his residence. Dusk had already dyed the mountains dark blue, and according to second uncle Master Yue Kai, Zhao Bin would come to pick him up before sunset. There wasn't much time left. Chen Yan returned to his residence, walked to the tea table by the window, brushed the dust off the table surface with his fingertips and carefully checked for any changes in the room's details. During the half-month he had been imprisoned in the detention center, no one had entered. Then, Chen Yan began packing his belongings. He didn't have many things that absolutely needed to be taken. The only useful items were probably those high-grade qi regulation pills and the unfinished frost soul grass. "Senior brother Chen." A familiar young man's voice came from outside the door. Chen Yan walked to the door and opened it to find Sun Lu standing there smiling, the disciple of Zheng Feiyu, steward of the Outer Court Spirit Plant Workshop. "Hearing that senior brother Chen was leaving the detention center today, I specifically came to visit you," Sun Lu said. "You're quite well informed," Chen Yan remarked. "Senior brother Chen, what are you saying?" Sun Lu said with a smile, shaking his head, then his tone became somewhat meaningful. "But the things I should know and the things I shouldn't know, I already know about them all." "Is that so? For example, aren't you currently packing your luggage to go to Kongyuan Mountain?" Sun Lu said slowly. "That's right," Chen Yan had to admit. Besides that, I also already know about Elder Lin being removed from his position as Outer Court Elder with Steward Zhu temporarily acting as Outer Court Elder. I'm sorry, Chen Yan said. Now that my master can barely protect himself, the promise we made to Steward Zheng probably. Senior brother Chen doesn't need to apologize, my master and I completely understand, Sun Lu said with a smile, shaking his head. I came here today not to discuss these matters with you. Then what did you come to say? It's about Song Minged, Steward Song's matter, Sun Lu said. Chen Yan couldn't help but feel his breath catch slightly and his heartbeat quickened. What did you discover? He asked. Good, Sun Lu replied. Speaking of which, it was also a coincidence. During the outer court competition some days ago, there was a group of disciples gambling in the corner of the viewing stand. Coincidentally, one disciple bet on your victory in the second round, which caught my interest. Later, during my conversation with him, I unintentionally learned some remarkable information. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. What information? That disciple had once seen Steward Song at the Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City. It was at that gambling den that Steward Song lost all the merit hall's accounts. And then, that disciple said after Steward Song lost all his spirit stones at the gambling den, he went into the inner area. What happened inside no one knows, Sun Lu said. After Steward Song left Taiyuan City and returned to the sect not long after, he surrendered himself to the enforcement hall and was imprisoned. You mean to say, perhaps senior brother Chen could make a trip to Taiyuan City. You might be able to uncover more truth. As he spoke, Sun Lu paused slightly. With senior brother Chen's cultivation progress, you'll probably break through to the qi circulation realm soon. According to Kongshan sect's rules, body forging realm disciples were not permitted to leave the sect without being accompanied by a cultivator at Martial Spring Realm or above. Thank you, Chen Yan said, cupping his hands toward Sun Lu. It's a pity that the matter you and Steward Zheng entrusted to me and my master probably cannot be completed. No problem, Sun Lu said. What my master and I wanted was never just the position of Outer Court Elder. We'll still need senior brother Chen's support in the future. As he spoke, Sun Lu bowed once more toward Chen Yan. As for his true thoughts, probably only he himself knew. Chen Yan's heart was somewhat moved by Sun Lu's words. His master Lin Kaifeng actually disliked Zhang Feiyu quite a bit. He felt that this spirit plant workshop steward was short-sighted, and even Chen Yan had recently begun to agree with Lin Kaifeng's view. But today was different. Just based on the fact that in Lin Kaifeng's current predicament, where all efforts were like throwing meat buns at a dog with no return, Zhang Feiyu and his disciple still chose to continue standing by Lin Kaifeng's side. Chen Yan felt that Zhang Feiyu was definitely not an ordinary person. If it were an average person, they would have long since drawn a clear line with Lin Kaifeng. After all, Zhu Ziu was only acting outer court elder, and who knew when another elder might be parachuted in. If the new elder had some connection with Song Wencheng, then everyone close to Lin Kaifeng might face repercussions. And Zhang Feiyu seemed to be making investments on a deeper level. The Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City. After Sun Lu left, Chen Yan muttered to himself. He decided not to inform Chu Xiao or Fu Kaiyan about this matter for now, but would first make a trip to Taiyuan City himself later. Junior brother Chen, long time no see. Looking up, Chen Yan saw in the courtyard that young man in the yellow robe whom he had previously met in Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall. Today he was still wearing that eye-catching yellow robe. Senior brother Zhao, long time no see. Chen Yan greeted him. Are you ready? Zhao Bin asked. I can leave at any time. Chen Yan replied, good. Zhao Bin nodded, then pulled out a short flute from his sleeve. With a gentle blow, crane calls soon echoed from the sky. A giant white crane appeared in the sky, its feathers reflecting flame-like colors under the sunset glow, truly beautiful. The white crane circled in midair, then slowly descended into the courtyard. Cultivators below the Qi Sea realm cannot achieve aerial flight. Like when Chu Xiao took him to Qingchen Peak before, she used teleportation magic. While Zhao Bin needed the help of a mount. Zhao Bin's current cultivation level remained at the Martial Spring realm, and he was actually quite young, just 26 years old. Compared to his cultivation talent, his alchemy talent was much more outstanding. The reason he still looked like a youth was because he had the habit of taking beauty preservation pills. Beauty preservation pills were definitely not cheap items. Placed in a treasure pavilion outside the sect, one beauty preservation pill could sell for 10 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, not all cultivators would age. As long as your cultivation speed was fast enough, your age couldn't catch up to you. For example, Kongshan sect's current sect leader Yun Yichen was said to still look like a young man in his 20s when he was 200 years old. For a closer example, like Lu Li, when he was an instructor in the outer court, he was already nearly 40 years old yet still maintained a youthful appearance. However, some cultivators in pursuit of an immortal and dignified demeanor deliberately made themselves appear older. Sit steady. Zhao Bin said. The white crane's spread wings stirred the flowing clouds and Chen Yan's robes flapped loudly in the fierce wind. The outline of the outer court beneath them gradually shrank, a feeling he had only experienced before when standing in the mountaintop pavilion near the outer court. But then, Chen Yan saw the mountaintop pavilion again, which soon became as small as the outer court settlement had been earlier, eventually turning into a tiny black dot. Under the sunset glow, he suddenly noticed that Zhao Bin's yellow robe revealed dark golden patterns in the evening light. Those were also cloud crane patterns representing Kongyuan Mountain. Why did you have to do this, junior brother? During the crane flight to Kongyuan Mountain, Zhao Bin suddenly said to Chen Yan. What? Chen Yan asked, cheating in the outer court competition. Zhao Bin replied. Chen Yan was slightly stunned, then thought for a moment and continued along Zhao Bin's line of conversation. Master didn't want to lose face, and I'm also concerned about my reputation, so I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. In the current situation, it's even more embarrassing. Isn't it? Zhao Bin sighed. And not just you, junior brother Chen, but also Master Uncle Lin and my master, making me lose all face recently in front of those fellow disciples who come to the alchemy hall. Senior brother's criticism is correct. Chen Yan said. Immediately, Zhao Bin quickly realized something and hurriedly said, Sorry, junior brother Chen, I was somewhat out of line just now, please forgive me. Also, senior brother has a request, please don't tell my master what I just said. Senior brother Zhao, please rest assured. Chen Yan said. Master Uncle Yue Kai hadn't told senior brother Zhao Bin the truth of the matter. After all, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. And for some reason, Chen Yan also felt that the truth of this matter simply couldn't be let known to Zhao Bin. Because Zhao Bin's attitude toward the cause of calamity seemed quite thought-provoking. Compared to himself, Master Uncle Yue Kai, who was Zhao Bin's master, should understand this better. Soon, Kongyuan Mountain's mountain gate appeared before Chen Yan. Kongyuan Mountain in the twilight appeared even more majestic than in the morning. The rolling sea of clouds was dyed crimson by the sunset, making the gilded characters, Kongyuan Freedom, at the mountain gate appear even more solemn and profound. Until the last trace of lingering sunlight fell into the sea of clouds, Kongyuan Mountain finally became like a quenched sword, as if cleaving heaven and earth in two. The white crane passed through the mountain gate, the bamboo leaves growing on the mountain walls appearing like dark brown blades in the twilight. The disciples guarding the mountain gate, upon seeing the yellow-robed figure sitting on the white crane, quickly bowed in salute. Disciples pay respects to Alchemy Hall's first senior brother. Alchemy Hall's first senior brother, this title sounded quite impressive indeed. Master Uncle Lin is currently reflecting on his mistakes at the back cliff. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him for some time, junior brother. Zhao Bin, sitting in front of Chen Yan, said, It's already late today, I'll first arrange accommodation for you, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Chen Yan only replied thus. Kongyuan Mountain truly lived up to being the inner court. The disciple residences compared to the outer court were on a completely different level. Every inner court disciple lived in an independent courtyard, unlike the outer court where 4 disciples shared the same courtyard. And the scale of the courtyards was more than twice that of the outer court courtyards. As for Chen Yan's residence, it was even better than what ordinary inner court disciples lived in. Even though he had just been involved in a cheating scandal, his master Lin Kaifeng was still the sect leader's personal disciple, and his close master uncle was the Alchemy Hall elder. Arranging better accommodation was naturally effortless. From now on, this will be your residence, junior brother Chen. Zhao Bin said, then his expression turned serious as he tossed a jade tablet to Chen Yan. This is a communication jade talisman. If you encounter something you can't handle, crush it and I'll be there in an instant. What kind of trouble might I encounter? Chen Yan asked. The enforcement hall people might cause trouble for you. Zhao Bin said. Song Wencheng was Kongyuan Mountain's enforcement hall elder, and Chen Yan had killed his personal disciple. Although Song Wencheng was the dignified enforcement hall elder of Kongyuan Mountain and normally wouldn't stoop so low as to trouble a junior like himself. But who could really say for sure about such matters? Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Chen Yan said it didn't matter anyway since he wouldn't be staying at Kongyuan Mountain for long, because soon he would first need to make a trip to Taiyuan City. In the blink of an eye, another 2 weeks had passed. Chen Yan had gradually adapted to life on Kongyuan Mountain. For him, there was actually no difference between being on Kongyuan Mountain or in the outer court. The only changes were that his residence had become considerably larger and his robe sleeves now featured gilded cloud crane patterns, nothing more. The enforcement hall disciples hadn't come to cause trouble for Chen Yan. After all, Song Wencheng was a spirit connection realm cultivator who needed to maintain some dignity. Taking action against a mere junior like Chen Yan who was only in the body forging realm would be too disgraceful. Oh wait, that's not right. Chen Yan's current cultivation had reached the Qi circulation realm. Kongyuan Mountain Merit Hall, an old man wearing a bluish-brown Taoist robe stood behind the counter, filling out sect mission completion forms with a brush in his hand. Respected elder. A handsome young man stood before the counter, clasping his hands in salute toward the old man behind it. New face. The old man only glanced at the young man briefly before continuing to write the forms. Unlike the outer court with its large numbers, Kongyuan Mountain had only about 1,000 cultivators in total. Among daily practitioners, only disciples between Qi Circulation Realm and Qi Sea Realm needed regular interaction with the Merit Hall. Currently, there were approximately 400 outer court disciples with cultivation levels between Qi Circulation Realm and Qi Sea Realm. The old man behind the counter was a manager disciple in the Merit Hall with late-stage Martial Spring Realm cultivation. The old man had served in this Merit Hall for over 170 years and could be said to recognize almost every disciple on Kongyuan Mountain above Qi Circulation Realm from this generation. Yes, this junior recently ascended from the outer court to Kongyuan Mountain. The young man replied, achieving Martial Spring Realm at your age in the outer court can be considered quite promising. The old man praised. No, this junior is not at Martial Spring Realm but Qi Circulation Realm. This surprised the old man. How could an outer court disciple at Qi Circulation Realm ascend to the inner sect? This junior is named Chen Yan and hopes for your guidance. Oh Chen Yan. Upon hearing this name, the old man suddenly understood. On Kongyuan Mountain, no one was unfamiliar with this name. Of course, definitely not in a positive sense. It had been 15 years since the previous Kongyuan Mountain chief disciple stepped down. During these 15 years, the position of Kongyuan Mountain chief disciple had remained vacant. Because Kongyuan Mountain never had someone like Qingchen Peak's Chu Xiao or Yuanhua Mountain's Li Haoan, someone who could look down upon all disciples of their generation on the mountain. But in recent years, the call to establish a chief disciple to represent Kongyuan Mountain had grown increasingly louder. Qi Yadong was one of the candidates for chief disciple. Song Wencheng had also been pushing this process forward all along, until Qi Yadong was killed by a single punch from Chen Yan. The news that Qi Yadong had been killed by a single punch from Lin Kaifeng's personal disciple during the outer court competition quickly spread throughout Kongyuan Mountain. Of course, the scandal of Lin Kaifeng colluding with Chen Yan to cheat in the outer court competition spread along with it. This was the biggest farce to occur on Kongyuan Mountain or even in the entire Kongshan sect in recent years. Initially, most discussions focused only on Lin Kaifeng colluding with Chen Yan to cheat, but later gradually developed toward conspiracy theories. For example, Qi Yadong's death wasn't accidental, but rather because someone within the peak didn't want him to become Kongyuan Mountain's chief disciple, so they used Lin Kaifeng and his disciple to eliminate him. Of course, these matters were only discussed behind closed doors. It was best to keep them to oneself when facing the parties involved. After all, without any personal grudges, those who weren't troublemakers had no need to backstab others. For newcomers, you need to undergo a cultivation level test first. The old man said, then pushed a round gray-black stone on the counter toward Chen Yan. Place your hand on it. The old man instructed. Chen Yan nodded, then followed the old man's instructions. Actually, he felt somewhat nervous inside because this was Chen Yan's first time using an instrument to test his cultivation level. The hidden immortal art could deceive the eyes of any powerful immortal cultivator, but could it deceive instruments? As Chen Yan placed his hand on the instrument, his palm unconsciously began to sweat. Early stage Qi circulation realm, you can take on some basic sect missions. The old man said. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there were no problems. During his recent cultivation practice, Chen Yan discovered that the hidden immortal arts effect wasn't merely about concealing cultivation level. It was also a mental cultivation method. When circulating true energy with the hidden immortal art, the energy flowed much more smoothly through his meridians than when using the Kongshan art. Moreover, the growth rate of true energy within his body was accelerating faster and faster. Chen Yan was certain that compared to the Kongshan art, the hidden immortal art was definitely a higher-level mental cultivation method. Basic sect missions include escort duties, miscellaneous tasks, and hunting low-level demonic creatures. Which type of mission are you more inclined toward? The old man asked. Are there any sect missions in Taiyuan City? Chen Yan inquired. Taiyuan City. Yes, this junior has heard that Taiyuan City is an important western frontier city of Kink Kingdom, the largest city, so I've developed an interest and would like to visit while completing sect missions. Chen Yan said with clasped hands. Cities of mortal dynasties are quite boring. The old man said, have you heard of immortal cities? I haven't heard of them. I've only heard rumors. They say beyond the northern seas of Chenping continent, there is a solitary island that was the place where immortal venerable Fusheng fell 70,000 years ago. After immortal venerable Fusheng fell, his Tao resonance merged with that solitary island, and since then, newborns on that island are born at Martial Spring Realm. Born at Martial Spring Realm. Chen Yan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wait, 7,000 years ago didn't Su Hongzhen also in the fallen Sword Mountain range? Because Su Hongzhen didn't take that final step, though it was precisely because he touched the threshold that he was severely injured by heavenly tribulation and fell. But immortal venerable Fusheng was a true immortal who dominated Chenping continent for tens of thousands of years. Until his death, he remained the #1 Immortal Path practitioner on Chenping continent. No, he still is even after death. The old man said this. How did such a great power fall then? Chen Yan asked. Because of Tao resonance erosion. The old man sighed. Theoretically, immortal cultivators can achieve longevity equal to heaven and earth after reaching immortal ascension realm, but they still cannot escape the law of Tao resonance erosion. As Tao resonance erodes, even an immortal venerable's supreme cultivation will crumble apart, eventually dissipating between heaven and earth. This was the first time Chen Yan had heard of such things. After immortal venerable Fusheng fell, Fusheng City was born on that solitary island. Fusheng City is isolated from the world, and according to legends, the number of upper 3 realm cultivators in Fusheng City isn't less than the combined total of the 5 great sects on Chenping continent. The old man said this. And in recent years, there have been persistent rumors that the secret of why no one on Chenping continent has ascended to immortality since Su Hongzhen is also related to Fusheng City. Chen Yan didn't take the old man's words too seriously, treating it as if he had just heard a story. He was merely a small fry who had used over 20 reincarnations and spent several hundred years just to finally advance to the Martial Spring Realm. Someone born directly into the Martial Spring Realm? Maybe, but all of that was too distant from him. Let's get back to the main topic, Elder. Chen Yan urged the old man behind the counter. The old man nodded, took out a booklet from beside the counter and began flipping through it. Among the current sect missions heading to Taiyuan City, there's only one that energy channeling realm disciples can accept. What mission? It's an attendant mission issued by Lu Li from Qingchen Peak. The old man said. Kongshan sect, Mountain Gate entrance. Chen Yan couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last came here. He recalled the last time was when he tried to escape that outer court calamity together with Cheng Ziying. According to the timeline, that would still be over 2 years from now, something that hasn't happened yet. Chen Yan and Cheng Ziying had attempted to escape Kongshan's sect not just once, but every time they would be intercepted and killed by a man carrying a large blade and wearing coarse cloth clothing. That man's cultivation level should at least be at the mid-stage martial spring realm or higher. Chen Yan remembered the vow he made to that man back then, swearing that he would definitely kill him. Now, after experiencing so many reincarnations, that once bone-deep hatred had actually gradually faded. Similarly faded was his fear of Lu Li. The scene of being pierced through by Lu Li's Kongshan finger, watching his organs and blood slide out from his body, was a nightmare that haunted Chen Yan through many reincarnations that he could never forget. Is this what they call enemies often cross paths? Chen Yan muttered to himself. Lu Li was visiting Taiyuan City to call upon the Cloud Prince's manor. Because some time ago, an elder protector from Star Heaven sect had passed through Taiyuan City while traveling. Star Heaven sect was also one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent, with influence somewhat larger than Kongshan sects. When such a prominent figure briefly stayed in Taiyuan City for a few days, Cloud Prince Qin Ming couldn't afford to be negligent, so he personally hosted a banquet at his manor to entertain him. During the banquet, the Star Heaven sect elder unexpectedly took a liking to the cultivation talent of the Cloud Prince Manor's young princess, believing that Qin Ming's daughter Qin Yue's aptitude was very suitable for inheriting his techniques. He wanted to bring Qin Yue back to Star Heaven sect. In the Chenping continent region, being noticed by one of the 5 great sects like Star Heaven sect was an immense honor, even if you were a kingdom's princess. But Cloud Prince Qin Ming found himself hesitating over this matter because it truly was a good opportunity. Yet Taiyuan City and indeed the entire Qing Kingdom fell completely within Kongshan sect's sphere of influence. This Star Heaven sect elder protector might genuinely be thirsting for talent, but his actions undoubtedly amounted to slapping Kongshan's sect in the face. Because Qin Yue was a princess of Qing Kingdom and the entire Qing Kingdom completely depended on Kongshan's sect. Though Cloud Prince Qin Ming was noble royalty, he still understood certain principles. Therefore, Cloud Prince Qin Ming didn't immediately decide his daughter's future but instead wrote a letter to Kongshan sect's stationed envoy disciple. Kongshan sect would absolutely never tolerate a Qing Kingdom princess joining Star Heaven sect. But Kongshan sect also valued reason and face. If Qin Yue ultimately couldn't go to Star Heaven sect, this undoubtedly meant she would lose a great opportunity. After all, she could have become the Elder Protector's personal disciple. Although an Elder Protector's personal disciple wasn't quite the same as an Elder's personal disciple, their status still far exceeded that of ordinary inner court disciples. To address this, Kongshan sect decided to have a certain inner court elder from Kingshan Peak accept Qin Yue as a disciple, as compensation to her. Lu Li had come today representing Kingshan Peak, personally conveying Kongshan sect's decision to Cloud Prince Qin Ming and Princess Qin Yue. But for someone of his status as a Martial Spring Realm cultivator and scripture hall instructor, going alone to Taiyuan City would be rather undignified. And since Lu Li had only recently been transferred to Kingshan Peak, his foundation in Kingshan Peak's scripture hall wasn't stable. With no one available around him, he could only issue a sect commission at the Merit Hall, finding a few energy-channeling realm disciples as attendants to accompany him in visiting the Cloud Prince. Soon, Lu Li and 3 other disciples arrived at the mountain gate one after another. Dressed in blue robes, Lu Li stood right before Chen Yan, his appearance showing no significant changes compared to Chen Yan's memories, still refined and scholarly. The other 3 disciples were 2 males and 1 female, making it 3 males and 1 female including Chen Yan. These 3 disciples all had early-stage energy-channeling realm cultivation, with 1 male and the female coming from the sect's outer court, while the other male disciple came from Yuanhua Mountain. That Yuanhua Mountain disciple seemed to look down quite a bit on the outer court disciples, maintaining a clear boundary. Only when he noticed the gilded cloud crane patterns on Chen Yan's sleeve cuffs did he show some slight goodwill toward Chen Yan. The ridiculous thing was, he was about the same age as the other 2 outer court cultivators, and their cultivation was also only at the early energy channeling realm. Truly, 6 of 1 and half a dozen of the other. Since everyone is here, let's depart. Lu Li looked at the 4 disciples before him and nodded slightly. After leaving the mountain gate and reaching the mountain foot, they rented several spirit horses from the carriage and horse shop below the mountain, then began heading toward Taiyuan City. Taiyuan City was the largest city in Qing Kingdom's western region, an important hub city, and also the city with the most cultivation families. Within Qing Kingdom's borders, there were altogether 15 cultivation families, with 7 of them located in Taiyuan City. This was also because Taiyuan City was very close to Kongshan sect. Although these cultivation families were called mortal cultivation families, the highest cultivation among these families was often only at the energy channeling realm. But for mortal martial artists, the energy channeling realm was already like celestial immortals descended to earth. After all, body forging realm cultivators could easily defeat any martial arts grandmaster in the secular world. Just the aspect of being impervious to ordinary weapons alone made them invincible. Several hours later, Lu Li's group of 5 arrived at Taiyuan City's city walls. The walls stood 15 meters high and 5 meters wide, with 2 watchtowers erected before the city gate for pouring oil and launching projectiles. In reality, these fortifications were merely for show. Because Qing Kingdom's royal family completely depended on Kongshan sect, valuing Kongshan sect's interests more than their own. Thus, throughout Qing Kingdom's 3,000-year history, the royal family's rule had always enjoyed Kongshan sect's support. On the city gate, the 3 large characters Taiyuan City were carved in vigorous cursive script on a brown background with black ink. We pay respects to the immortal masters. The soldiers guarding the city gate, upon seeing Lu Li's group, quickly bowed with folded hands in salute. Not just the soldiers. After entering the city, the crowds inside were bustling, but around Chen Yan and the others an automatic vacuum zone always formed. No commoners dared to approach their vicinity. This was the genuine awe and reverence mortal-born people felt toward cultivators from the depths of their hearts. Did you see the looks in those commoners' eyes? Among the group, the female disciple at the early Qi circulation realm said excitedly to the male outer sect disciple beside her. Admiration, respect, awe, ha 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 ha, is this what it feels like to be an immortal cultivator? Walking through the market of Taiyuan City and heading toward Cloud Prince Manor through the alley, the female outer sect disciple seemed unable to contain her excitement from her first time descending the mountain for travel experience. The other male outer sect disciple just smiled, though the proud expression between his eyebrows still revealed his current sense of pride. On the way to Taiyuan City, these Qi circulation realm disciples following Lu Li had already briefly introduced themselves. The female outer sect disciple was named Li Zixiu and the male outer sect disciple was named Zhang Fei. Annoying. A disciple from Yuanhua Mountain sneered coldly nearby. This Yuanhua Mountain disciple was named Qian Zun, and from the moment they gathered at the mountain gate, he hadn't given those 2 outer sect disciples any favorable treatment. Li Zixiu and Zhang Fei weren't fools either, naturally able to see Qian Zun's poor attitude, so they both simply treated Qian Zun as if he were invisible. Seeking superiority from those ordinary mortals, Qian Zun continued cursing to himself, "You're completely disgracing the dignity of Kongshan sect." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment, especially for the insulted Li Zixiu and Zhang Fei, who cast dissatisfied glances in Qian Zun's direction. But neither of them uttered a single word in rebuttal. Only because Qian Zun was an inner disciple of Yuanhua Mountain. Although their age and cultivation were similar, who knew what kind of untouchable backing he might have. So facing Qian Zun's strong self-awareness and his frantic search for validation, Li Zixiu and Zhang Fei chose forbearance and disregard. Everyone is experiencing their first descent from the mountain for travel, so being excited is quite normal. Chen Yan, who was observing from the side, tried to mediate, not wanting such trivial matters to interfere with the mission. Because this really wasn't a big deal, it was just vanity at play. Thinking back to several reincarnations ago, when Chen Yan first came to Taiyuan City wearing Kongshan sect's outer court robes, he had been exactly the same. Who wouldn't enjoy that feeling of being revered by thousands? Excited. Qian Zun still said very displeased, If you don't even have this level of mental fortitude, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Avoid overcorrection. Chen Yan felt somewhat speechless, just leaving these words behind, not wanting to have too much involvement with him. Among the several people present, the one with the biggest personality problem was this Kaiyan Zun. Lu Li, walking at the very front, completely treated the words of these junior disciples as wind passing by his ears. As long as no trouble erupted, he wouldn't interfere in the conflicts between these juniors. Subsequently, Kaiyan Zun turned his gaze once again to the gilded cloud crane patterns on Chen Yan's sleeve. Kaiyan Zun thought for a moment, then proactively struck up conversation. I remember this Kongyuan mountain brother is called Chen Yan, right? Correct. Chen Yan replied. Speaking of which, what a coincidence, I remember the outer court competition cheating scandal that caused quite a stir in the sect recently. Elder Lin Kaifeng's disciple from the outer court was also called by that name. Kaiyan Zun said. Hearing this, the gazes of Li Zixiu and Zhang Fei also fell upon Chen Yan. During the outer court competition over a month ago, neither Li Zixiu nor Zhang Fei had been present. They didn't know what Chen Yan actually looked like. After he used very dishonorable means to kill Kongyuan Mountain's senior brother Qi, he was imprisoned in the outer court's detention center. After only half a month, he was released. As he spoke, Kaiyan Zun snorted lightly, his eyes revealing a look of disdain. In my opinion, that beast should have been executed. Daring to murder a heaven-chosen talent like senior brother Qi, what a huge loss he caused the sect. Oh. Chen Yan's eyebrows raised slightly. I heard that after Lin Kaifeng was dismissed from his position as outer court elder, that beast also entered Kongyuan Mountain. Kaiyan Zun stared at Chen Yan as he spoke. Perhaps it sounds like Brother Kaiyan holds quite a deep grudge against that Chen Yan. Chen Yan asked, of course, letting such a reputation-seeking outer court parasite mix into the inner sect is simply a disgrace to Kongshan sect. Kaiyan Zun said, his gaze once again sweeping over the gilded cloud crane patterns on Chen Yan's sleeve. Slap. The next instant, a bright red palm print slowly appeared on Kaiyan Zun's left cheek. Foul mouth. Chen Yan smiled as he looked at Kaiyan Zun's red and swollen cheek, saying this. You motherfucker. The true energy in Kaiyan Zun's meridians circulated. As an early Qi circulation realm cultivator, his true energy was quite sparse. Just as he was about to strike at Chen Yan, Kaiyan Zun's wrist was suddenly clamped by a tremendous force and his surging true energy was suppressed. Ahead is Cloud Prince Manor, do not cause trouble. Lu Li, who had grabbed Kaiyan Zun's wrist, said slowly. Kaiyan Zun's cheeks gradually flushed crimson. He looked very unconvinced, but facing the martial spring realm cultivator leading the team, he didn't dare to act recklessly. He was clearly someone who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Senior Lu, he started the trouble first, he struck first. Kaiyan Zun argued, I know. Lu Li said indifferently, but just now I didn't stop it. Now that I have stopped it, it can only end here. Oh yes. Kaiyan Zun ultimately conceded. Of course, Lu Li hadn't been unable to stop it, he simply hadn't wanted to stop it at all. This fellow Kaiyan Zun had shown his discrimination and harshness toward the sect's outer court from the very beginning. As luck would have it, everyone present besides him had some connection to the outer court, more or less. Lu Li had deliberately allowed Chen Yan to slap Kaiyan Zun. It was a satisfying slap, a slap that brought great satisfaction. Soon, Li Zixiu and Zhang Fei gathered around Chen Yan's direction, looking at him cautiously. Are you really Elder Lin's personal disciple, senior brother Chen Yan? Li Zixiu asked. Exactly. Chen Yan nodded. Junior Li Zixiu pays respects to senior brother Chen. Junior Zhang Fei pays respects to senior brother Chen. The two successively bowed to Chen Yan in greeting. These two early Qi circulation realm cultivators from the outer court appeared to be only around 17 or 18 years old. In the outer court, they could absolutely be called exceptionally talented. If their development went smoothly, they would either be promoted to the inner sect or secure positions as administrators or even stewards in the outer court. Thanks to senior brother Chen, this junior achieved great victories in the third and fourth rounds of betting, though the odds weren't high. Zhang Fei scratched the back of his head, then said, And where did all the spirit stones you won go? Li Zixiu's tone seemed to carry a hint of exposing shortcomings and teasing. It appeared these two were probably acquainted. No wonder reaching the qi circulation realm at this age meant they were absolutely top talents in the outer court, so it was normal for them to know each other. Just like how Sun Lu had once found it strange that he didn't know Cheng Ziying. In the later qi circulation realm matches, I lost everything again. Zhang Fei said, his expression quickly turning resentful. It's been 100 years, a full century. How could such an outer court champion possibly emerge? The reason Zhang Fei lost all his spirit stones was now quite obvious. He never expected Su Yashan to win. 9 out of 10 gambles end in loss. Whether it's for cultivation purposes or protecting your own wallet, it's best to avoid such activities. Chen Yan advised, but senior brother Chen Li Zixiu said, her expression equally serious. Actually, it's not just the two of us. Many outer sect disciples share the same question we want to ask you. What question? Chen Yan asked, did you really cheat in the outer court competition? Li Zixiu inquired. Zhang Fei beside her also fell silent, staring intently at Chen Yan's eyes, wanting to know the answer to this question. When the outer sect disciples below the arena saw Chen Yan kill Qi Yadong with just one punch, their initial reaction was certainly panic, because no one truly wanted fatalities in the outer court competition. But afterwards, a peculiar feeling arose in their hearts. Chen Yan was an outer sect disciple. Yet he defeated an inner disciple, and not just any ordinary inner disciple. He defeated Qi Yadong, a chief disciple candidate of Kongyuan Mountain, the favored disciple of Enforcement Hall Elder Song Wencheng. Since the founding of Kongshan sect, the outer court had always been considered inferior to the inner court's 3 mountains and 4 peaks. Outer sect disciples were treated as lower class within the sect. They received fewer cultivation resources, held lower status, and were frequently discriminated against by inner disciples, just like what happened earlier with Kaiyan Zun. Therefore, when Chen Yan struck down Qi Yadong with one punch, many outer sect disciples felt as if something had been released within them. Although Elder Lin Kaifeng belonged to Kongyuan Mountain, and although Chen Yan could be considered half a Kongyuan Mountain disciple, when he killed Qi Yadong with that single punch, he represented the outer court. Whether I cheated or not, does that really matter? Chen Yan said, senior brother Qi shouldn't have died in the first place. Chen Yan wasn't lying. Although Song Wencheng had conflicts with his master and wanted to embarrass him, Qi Yadong had no reason whatsoever to be killed. He didn't know Qi Yadong well, didn't understand his personality or how he conducted himself. He simply couldn't control his strength properly, resulting in consequences nobody wanted to see. Crocodile tears, fake sympathy. Kaiyan Zun sneered from the side. Slap. The sound of a slap echoed again, and Kaiyan Zun's other cheek rapidly swelled and reddened. He was stunned for a moment, then looked toward Lu Li's direction. Senior Lu. I didn't have time to stop it. Lu Li said slowly. Don't cause trouble. Taiyuan City, Cloud Prince Manor. This was an exceptionally majestic estate, covering at least 300 mu of land. The main gate stood 20 feet high, with a black plaque adorned with golden patterns bearing the 3 flamboyantly carved characters, Cloud Prince Manor. Although the Cloud Prince Manor appeared as calm as a lake's surface, the servants inside had actually been bustling with activity for quite some time. They had all received news that later today, immortal masters from Kongshan sect would visit to discuss matters concerning the princess. Reportedly, the leader among the visiting Kongshan sect immortal masters was a martial spring realm expert. Although his cultivation realm was 2 major realms lower than that Star Heaven sect Taoist priest who recently wanted to take the princess as his disciple, a martial spring realm cultivator was still someone who could make the entire Taiyuan city tremble with just a breath. Moreover, accompanying this martial spring realm expert were 4 qi circulation realm cultivators. Taiyuan City had 7 major immortal cultivation families. Among these 7, the most powerful family was the Huang family, and the reason for their dominance was that the Huang family currently had 3 qi circulation realm cultivators. In the mortal world, anyone with cultivation reaching mid-qi circulation realm or above could be considered a regional overlord. But forget the Huang family, even if all 7 great families combined. No, even if all immortal forces throughout the entire Kink Kingdom were gathered, they probably couldn't compare to a single hair of Kongshan sect. Within the Cloud Prince Manor's courtyard, a 16-year-old girl sat before a stone stool in the courtyard with a maidservant standing behind her. In the future, does Yuer wish to marry some scholarly court official or perhaps a dashing and heroic general? She suddenly remembered how, not long ago during a night, her mother had smiled kindly at her and asked this question. At that time, Qin Yue had been momentarily stunned, unsure how to answer because she had never considered this question before. As the emperor's condition worsened, the entire Kink Kingdom had become increasingly unstable. The imperial physicians said the emperor likely wouldn't survive the year. But the emperor only had two sons, one 6 years old, the other 2 years old. If the emperor passed away, the Cloud Prince Manor's future would also become uncertain. So, an arranged marriage then, during such approaching turbulent times, marriage alliances could help stabilize each other's families. I'll listen to whatever mother decides. Qin Yue had simply replied calmly to her mother. This was her destiny. Qin Yue believed this. However, everything changed when that ethereal, white-haired yet youthful-looking old Taoist priest visited. Princess, would you be willing to return to Star Heaven's sect with me and become my personal disciple? The old Taoist had asked. Her immortal cultivation aptitude seemed exceptionally outstanding. So outstanding that this passable God realm expert from Star Heaven's sect wanted to take her as his personal disciple. Qin Yue had no concept of what passable God realm meant. She only knew that in Taiyuan City, aside from the Prince Manor, the most powerful person was the Huang family in the eastern part of the city. The Huang family head, Huang Renqiu, was at Qi's circulation realm. He could be considered immensely powerful to the extent that even her father had to show him some respect. But this Star Heaven sect offering elder told her that with just a gentle breath from him, if Huang Renqiu didn't have his soul scattered and body vanished, he would take Huang Renqiu's surname. Qin Yue was tempted. Because compared to becoming a tool for political marriage, she preferred to become an immortal who could reduce the domineering Huang Renqiu of Taiyuan City to dust with just a breath. But her father stopped her. This matter is significant. I hope the elder can give my daughter and me some time to consider and discuss it. That's what her father told the Star Heaven sect offering elder. The old Taoist didn't say anything, just smiled and shook his head at her. Princess, it seems you and our Star Heaven sect are destined to meet but not destined to be together. Then he vanished from the Prince Manor. Her father preferred her to join Kongshan sect. That Star Heaven sect offering elder seemed to know she would join Kongshan sect. Because before disappearing, he left her a message. He said that if she joined Kongshan sect in the future, she must be careful of one person. That person's name was. Chen Yan raised his head, turning his gaze toward the Cloud Prince Manor standing imposingly before him. Truly magnificent. The three-zhang tall vermilion lacquered gate was embedded with 9 rows and 9 columns of gilded door studs, declaring this residence to be of royal lineage. The 2 white jade kink statues before the main gate further symbolized the Qin family. The walls extending from the main gate to both sides were constructed from entire blocks of green granite, each several zhang high. Green granite of this size was considered precious even in the eyes of immortals. The immortal masters from Kongshan sect were undoubtedly honored guests for the prince's manor. Therefore, Cloud Prince had long dispatched household servants to wait at the gate, respectfully welcoming Lu Li and the others. Respectfully welcoming all immortal masters from Kongshan sect visiting the prince's manor. As the group approached, the chief steward standing at the forefront of the manor spoke with resonant vigor. Immediately after, the dozens of servants and maids standing in 2 rows behind him hurriedly bowed, respectfully welcoming immortal masters from Kongshan sect visiting the prince's manor. This scene undoubtedly shocked the Kongshan sect cultivators as well. Good heavens, the prince's manor's display. Zheng Fei muttered quietly, Cloud Prince is truly impressive. It makes me not want to cultivate on the mountain anymore but come down and establish my own kingdom. Zheng Fei nearby whispered such admiration. You think too well of yourself. When some passing great power casually erases you, you'll come to your senses. Then Li Zixiu spoke up to mock Zheng Fei's unrealistic idea. His idea was indeed unrealistic. This world had never established any cultivator dynasty because cultivators ruling over mortals was the greatest taboo of all taboos in any era. They would be attacked by all cultivators under heaven. That cultivators must not interfere in worldly affairs was a consensus throughout the world. Several immortal masters. The chief steward standing before the prince's manor gate welcomed them with a beaming smile. After bowing to Lu Li at the front, he began speaking. His Highness Cloud Prince has been awaiting your esteemed arrival for quite some time within the manor. May I now lead you immortal masters to meet His Highness Cloud Prince? Thank you for your trouble, Lu Li said. Immediately, everyone followed the chief steward into the prince's manor. They saw the courtyard filled with blooming flowers, exotic plants, and rare herbs vying in splendor, with rich floral fragrance permeating the air, refreshing both mind and spirit. The bluestone path underfoot wound circuitously, dotted on both sides with uniquely shaped lake stones, each seemingly carefully selected with distinctive charm. Walking further, a grand hall of imposing majesty came into view. The hall had upturned eaves and bracket sets, carved beams and painted rafters, with golden glazed tiles shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Before the hall door stood two more kink statues, though these two kink statues were somewhat smaller than the two white jade statues at the manor's main gate. But they were carved even more vividly, especially the eyes of these two kinks, emitting faint golden light as if they could come alive at any moment. Only when Chen Yan approached and looked closely did he discover that the eyes of these two kink statues were inlaid with high-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones. Not just Chen Yan, Zhang Fei nearby also seemed to notice the unusual aspect of these kink statues. Country bumpkin. Kaiyan Zun, following at the back of the group walking last, let out a contemptuous sneer. Zhang Fei frowned but didn't bother with Kaiyan Zun, only lowering his voice to complain quietly to Chen Yan. Senior brother Chen, what's that guy's problem? Why has he been picking fights since we came down the mountain today? Brain damage. Chen Yan replied indifferently. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other conclusion. Immortal masters have arrived. The guard stationed before the hall door shouted. The chief steward stopped before the great hall, respectfully bowing with hands clasped. Several immortal masters, His Highness Cloud Prince awaits inside the hall. Lu Li nodded, straightened the Taoist robe draped over his body, and was the first to enter the great hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with exquisitely beautiful calligraphy and paintings hanging on the surrounding walls, all works by famous masters. Of course, the preciousness of these artworks only held value within mortal dynasties. Mortal calligraphy and paintings were practically worthless to cultivators. In the center of the great hall, positioned directly above, was the Cloud Prince Manor's royal throne, though the throne was empty. Because Cloud Prince stood below the steps before the throne, he was a middle-aged man dressed in magnificent robes with an authoritative face, composed and unhurried. Honored immortal masters coming from afar, this prince failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my discourtesy. Seeing Lu Li and the others enter the hall, Cloud Prince Qin Ming hurried forward several steps. Kongshan Sect's Lu Li greets your highness. Lu Li bowed toward Qin Ming's direction. Although Kink Kingdom completely depended on Kongshan Sect, and one could even say Kink Kingdom was Kongshan Sect's lackey in the mortal world, the surface-level etiquette that cultivators should maintain still had to be observed. At the very least, superficial propriety had to be maintained. Kongshan Sect disciple Chen Yan greets your highness. Kongshan Sect disciple Zhang Fei greets your highness. Kongshan Sect disciple Li Zixiu greets your highness. Kongshan Sect Yuan Hua Mountain inner disciple Kaiyan Zun greets your highness. Only Kaiyan Zun stood at the back, suddenly raising his voice. Steward Yang. Qin Ming said with a smile. Present. The steward who had just brought Lu Li's group to the hall responded. Where is Yuer? Replying to your highness, I have already sent someone to the courtyard chambers to request the princess come to the main hall. Steward Yang answered. Cloud Prince Qin Ming nodded. His words had barely faded when, not long after, light footsteps sounded from outside the hall. A petite young girl wearing a light blue gauze dress slowly entered the great hall, appearing somewhat ill at ease as she stood beside Cloud Prince. Yuer. Cloud Prince slightly emphasized his tone, calling the girl's name. Your humble daughter Qin Yue greets all immortal masters. Qin Yue bowed thus. She raised her eyes, secretly observing Lu Li's group standing in the hall. Finally, her gaze settled on the gilded cloud crane patterns on Chen Yan's sleeve, seemingly curious why only this young immortal master's attire differed from the others. Of course, as a Yuanhua mountain disciple, Kaiyan Zun's Taoist robe also had slight differences from the outer sect disciples, though not very noticeable. The collar of Yuanhua Mountain's Taoist robe had several thin light blue wave patterns extending to where the robe opened. Compared to Kongyuan Mountain's gilded cloud cranes, they were indeed less conspicuous. Then Qin Yue lifted her head, her gaze quietly meeting Chen Yan's for a moment before hurriedly looking away. "Yue, what is it?" Cloud Prince asked. "Nothing, daughter was just curious why only that immortal master's Taoist robe is somewhat different from the other immortal masters." Qin Yue answered. "Oh." Hearing this, Cloud Prince looked toward Chen Yan's direction, also noticing the gilded cloud crane patterns painted on his sleeve, then slightly raised his eyebrows. "This immortal master, could you be from Kongyuan Mountain?" "Indeed." Chen Yan bowed toward Cloud Prince's direction, then spoke. "Might this immortal master know another immortal master also from Kongyuan Mountain named Zhao Bin?" Cloud Prince asked. "Your Highness, are you referring to Elder Yue Kai of Kongyuan Mountain's personal disciple, senior brother Zhao Bin?" Chen Yan spoke slowly. "Exactly." The Cloud Prince replied, "I know him. Senior brother Zhao usually takes good care of me." Chen Yan said, "So that's how it is." The Cloud Prince nodded. "Immortal Master Zhao visited my manor 6 years ago. At that time I was seriously ill and on the verge of death. It was a pill gifted by Immortal Master Zhao that saved my life. By the time I recovered from my illness, Immortal Master Zhao had already left Taiyuan City. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to repay Immortal Master Zhao but never had the chance. Now that I've met Immortal Master Chen, this is truly wonderful." So there was such a backstory. Then the Cloud Prince continued asking, "Might I ask what relationship Immortal Master Chen has with Immortal Master Zhao?" "Elder Yue Kai is my martial uncle, so I have frequent interactions with senior brother Zhao." Chen Yan replied. Hearing this, the Cloud Prince's pupils slightly contracted. He naturally knew that Elder Yue Kai was the current sect leader Yun Yichen's personal disciple. If Yue Kai was this young man's martial uncle, that meant, "Might I ask who Immortal Master Chen studies under?" "Lin Kaifeng. Elder Lin." The Cloud Prince smiled. Seeing Immortal Master Chen wearing Kongyuan Mountain's Taoist robes, Elder Lin must have been promoted back to Kongyuan Mountain. This is truly wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Although Cloud Prince Qin Ming was merely a mortal, he was after all the prince of Taiyuan City. And Taiyuan City was the secular city closest to Kongshan sect, so the Cloud Prince had considerable understanding of Kongshan sect, especially its outer court. After all, interactions between the sect and mortal dynasties completely relied on Kongshan sect's outer court, which even stationed an outer court manager in Taiyuan City. As for Zhao Bin saving the Cloud Prince, that was simply a coincidence that occurred when he was passing through Taiyuan City. Promoted, dismissed. Before Chen Yan could respond, Kaiyan Zun standing behind him spoke up first. His cheeks were still slightly red and somewhat swollen. "Kaiyan Zun." Lu Li slowly said, "Show some respect to your senior from the same sect." Kaiyan Zun had directly called Lin Kaifeng by his full name. Lin Kaifeng was sect leader Yun Yichen's personal disciple and also a Qi Si realm cultivator. Both his status and strength far surpassed Kaiyan Zun by several levels. "Senior Lu, what respect does a bastard who colluded with disciples to cheat in the outer court competition and even caused the death of a sect prodigy deserve?" Kaiyan Zun said, with a flash of ruthlessness and sarcasm in his eyes. "That kind of scum should just die on Kongyuan Mountain's back cliff." Kaiyan Zun, "Stop causing trouble in the prince's manor." Zheng Fei finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to stop Kaiyan Zun. "A mere outer court ant, what right do you have to speak loudly to me?" Saying this, Kaiyan Zun stepped forward and straightened his collar, making the wave patterns on his chest more prominent. Lu Li's expression began turning cold. Even when Lu Li used Kongshan Finger to kill Chen Yan in previous cycles, his expression wasn't as cold as it was now. "Esteemed Immortal Master, are you a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain?" The Cloud Prince remained expressionless, merely smiling as he spoke toward Kyan Zun's direction. Exactly. Kyan Zun raised his head proudly with arrogance showing between his eyebrows. Might I ask which elder this immortal master studies under? The Cloud Prince continued asking. Hearing this, Kyan Zun first froze slightly, then continued, I don't have a master for now. That's strange, why hasn't the immortal master found a master yet? Hey. Kyan Zun didn't immediately respond, only opening his mouth. It's not that he doesn't want to find a master, it's because nobody wants him. Zhang Fei nearby said quietly. Li Zixiu also laughed. Kyan Zun's face quickly flushed red, even redder than when Chen Yan had slapped him earlier. The Cloud Prince merely smiled while watching all this, pretending he knew nothing. In fact, he had been stirring the pot the entire time. All of you go out first. I'll handle the remaining matters with His Highness and the Princess. Lu Li said calmly. Yes. Chen Yan took the lead in responding. Steward Yang, take these immortal masters to rest and prepare the manor's finest tea and pastries. The Cloud Prince instructed, yes. Steward Yang replied. Chen Yan, Zhang Fei, Li Zixiu, and Kyan Zun followed Steward Yang out of the main hall. Along the way, Kyan Zun's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. It was unclear what he was thinking. Only after Steward Yang brought everyone to a courtyard and left did Kyan Zun suddenly stand before Zhang Fei, who had just sat near a stone platform. Get up. Kyan Zun glared viciously at Zhang Fei. What do you want? Zhang Fei frowned, looking quite displeased at Kyan Zun. Sparring. Kyan Zun said, why should I spar with you? Go cool off somewhere else. Zhang Fei sneered. Kyan Zun mocked once again, finally couldn't take it. He raised a palm and struck toward Zhang Fei's face. Zhang Fei quickly dodged to the side, rolling twice on the ground before standing up. Boom. The stone platform where Zhang Fei had been sitting was instantly crushed to dust. Are you crazy? Cold sweat flowed down Zhang Fei's neck. He clearly knew that if he hadn't dodged and taken that hit, he likely wouldn't have survived. Kyan Zun had genuinely intended to kill. Tidal wave palm. Chen Yan recognized that technique. Back in his first life, he had performed the same sect mission with a Yuanhua mountain disciple. That mission was to clear out demons lurking near a town. That Yuanhua mountain disciple had used this move. It was said this technique was a required spell for Yuanhua mountain cultivators and could only be used after practicing the Kongshan art modified by Yuanhua mountain. Because the energy circulation method of tidal wave palm was extremely unique. Although its power was astonishingly great, it easily damaged meridians. Outer Court Ant, what are you being so arrogant about? A waste who will never break through to the martial spring realm. Kyan Zun lifted his foot and kicked toward Zhang Fei's direction. Zhang Fei quickly dodged again, rolling twice on the ground before scrambling up. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but that he genuinely couldn't win. Although both were at the early Qi circulation realm as an inner disciple, the spells Kyan Zun usually practiced and his training methods were vastly different from Zhang Fei's. If outer court disciples truly encountered inner disciples, the disadvantage was much greater than imagined. Chen Yan was greatly shocked. This was the first time since transmigrating to this world across numerous cycles that he had discovered. Could there really be someone so brain-dead in this world? Senior brother Chen. Li Zixiu nearby watched the current situation with anxiety. She couldn't defeat Zhang Fei to begin with, let alone Kyan Zun. I'll go find Instructor Lu. Don't. Chen Yan said. I'll handle it. In the next instant, Chen Yan's spiritual sense moved, and a black thread merged into the shadow beneath his feet. From the very beginning of today's meeting, this Yuanhua mountain disciple named Kyan Zun had been acting strangely. Chen Yan had simply considered him an eccentric. But just moments ago, Chen Yan realized this person was probably more than just eccentric, because he genuinely wanted to kill Zhang Fei. From every move and technique Kyan Zun executed, it was clear they were all lethal strikes. This was truly insane. Chen Yan merged the shadow binding rope into the shadows. Since obtaining this middle-grade second-tier magical instrument, he had never actually used it in combat. It was important to understand that middle-grade magical instruments were not common goods found on the roadside. Even within Kongshan sect, Many Spirit Connection Realm cultivators' prized treasures were merely high-grade, lower-tier magical instruments. Using Martial Spring Realm cultivation to control a middle-grade second-tier magical instrument to deal with a disciple who had just entered the Qi Circulation Realm could undoubtedly be described as a lion fighting a rabbit. The shadow binding rope disappeared from Chen Yan's shadow, rapidly moving along the shadows in the courtyard toward Kaiyan Zun's direction. Kaiyan Zun seemed to suddenly realize something, sharply turning his head. But everything was already too late. The shadow binding rope quickly wrapped around Kaiyan Zun's shadow, then suddenly contracted. The effect it produced on the shadow was reflected on Kaiyan Zun's body as well. His body was bound by invisible ropes, then he knelt on the ground. Kaiyan Zun tried to break free, but despite his true energy surging throughout his body, it was completely useless. Realizing what had happened, Kaiyan Zun sharply turned his head and glared in Chen Yan's direction. "Chen Yan, you despicable villain." The veins on Kaiyan Zun's forehead bulged, his eyes widened into perfect circles, the whites completely filled with red blood vessels, looking quite terrifying. Moreover, when he gritted his teeth and spat out Chen Yan's name, saliva flew everywhere and blood even flowed from between his gums. A Qi Circulation Realm cultivator, actually experiencing bleeding gums? Chen Yan's breathing slightly hitched. This was absolutely abnormal, not the state a normal cultivator should be in. Instead, it seemed more like he had fallen into demonic possession. "Senior brother Chen." Li Zixiu stood beside Chen Yan. "What should we do now?" "Don't worry, wait for Instructor Lu to return." Chen Yan said, "He can't escape my binding." Kaiyan Zun continued struggling there, his Taoist robe already torn by the invisible shadow binding rope, with blood even seeping through his clothes. "Die, you outer court trash, all of you die." Blood overflowed from Kaiyan Zun's mouth and the whites of his eyes completely turned blood red. One mouthful of blood after another sprayed out until finally Kaiyan Zun collapsed to the ground under the gazes of Chen Yan, Zheng Fei, and Li Zixiu. He seemed to still have a trace of life energy remaining. Was this necessary? Zheng Fei gasped for breath, looking quite disheveled. "What's wrong with this guy? This isn't just about having prejudice against outer court disciples anymore. This guy was fighting me like I was an evil cultivator. There's definitely something wrong." Chen Yan's expression was serious. "What happened?" After a while longer, Lu Li stepped into the courtyard. Looking at Kaiyan Zun lying in a pool of blood on the ground, he slightly furrowed his brow. "Instructor Lu." Zhang Fei quickly went to meet him, then explained to Lu Li everything that had just happened. Lu Li remained silent, merely walking over to Kaiyan Zun, who was lying on the ground with his last breath. He took out a small bottle of pills from his robe, gently tapped out one pill and stuffed it into Kaiyan Zun's mouth. Soon Kaiyan Zun's breathing stabilized somewhat. "Li Zixiu." Lu Li called Li Zixiu's name from nearby. "Your disciple is here. The princess has decided to join Kongshan's sect. Go keep her company for a while, take a walk around the prince's manor, and explain matters related to cultivation." Lu Li said slowly, "Instructor Lu, I'm just an outer sect disciple, while after the princess enters the sect she'll be a personal disciple of an elder." Li Zixiu hesitated somewhat. "It's fine, the experiences everyone must go through in cultivation are the same for all, it's only a matter of timing." Lu Li said, "Your disciple obeys." Li Zixiu responded, then walked toward the courtyard exit. When passing by Kaiyan Zun lying on the ground, she glanced down at him. "Chen Yan." Immediately after, Lu Li called his name. "Your disciple is here." Chen Yan took a step forward and responded promptly. "Go immediately to the stationed envoy residence in the city, write a letter to the sect, and request that an elder come to Cloud Prince Manor. Say that a disciple may have developed a serious problem and that Lu Li, instructor of Kingshan Peak's Scripture Hall, cannot make the determination." Lu Li said, "Your disciple understands." Chen Yan responded, then also prepared to walk out of the courtyard. "Wait." Lu Li suddenly called out to Chen Yan, who was walking away. "Add one more sentence in your letter." Lu Li said. "What?" Chen Yan asked. "Do not exclude the possibility of the cause of calamity." Immortal Master. In the prince's manor courtyard, Qin Yue stood up from the stone bench in the pavilion, then bowed to Li Zixiu, who had just entered the courtyard. She secretly glanced at Li Zixiu's face. For some reason, she felt this immortal master's expression was somewhat awkward and pale, as if something had happened. No need to be so formal. Li Zixiu forced a smile toward Qin Yue and said, I heard from Instructor Lu that you've decided to join Kongshan sect, Princess. From now on, we'll all be fellow practitioners of the Immortal Path. Then, Qin Yue hesitated for a moment. Sister Li, if the princess is willing, you may address me that way for now. Li Zixiu said, although Qin Yue was currently still just a prince's manor princess from a mortal dynasty, once she stepped through Kongshan sect's mountain gates, everything would become different. She had already been designated as the personal disciple of a certain inner court elder from Kingshan Peak, and that elder's status within Kingshan Peak definitely wouldn't be low either. Since Cloud Prince had taken this opportunity to express loyalty to Kongshan sect naturally wouldn't treat its followers poorly. Moreover, Qin Yue's innate talent wasn't bad to begin with. On the way to Taiyan City, she had heard from Instructor Lu Li that Qin Yue's constitution was the glazed mirror body, which only appears once among millions of cultivators. Sister Li, you seem somewhat unsettled. Is something wrong? Qin Yue asked Li Zixiu curiously. Princess need not worry. Li Zixiu still smiled at Qin Yue but didn't say anything. Although she was a Qi circulation realm cultivator with confidence unmatched by mortal martial artists, when it came to mental fortitude alone, Li Zixiu was still just a female cultivator not yet 20 years old. Furthermore, since she joined Kongshan sect at 7 years old, she had always cultivated on the mountain, never descending. In terms of mental fortitude alone, Li Zixiu might even be inferior to some girls in mortal dynasties who struggled for survival and were younger than her. Her face couldn't hide what was on her mind. However, Li Zixiu didn't plan to tell the princess about what happened with Qian Zun in the courtyard, as there was absolutely no need for it. Seeing Li Zixiu say this, Qin Yue didn't continue questioning further, thinking she must have some difficulty speaking about it. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Princess, before all this, had you ever considered embarking on the path of immortality? Li Zixiu asked Qin Yue this question. Qin Yue was slightly taken aback, then a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes as if searching for something within her memories. Then she shook her head. No. Qin Yue said, if it weren't for that offering elder from the Star Heaven sect who happened to travel to Taiyan City recently and accidentally discovered Qin Yue's glazed mirror body, she might never have set foot on the path of immortal cultivation in her lifetime. For the vast majority of people in this world, immortal cultivation is ethereal and elusive. Don't be fooled by how body-forging realm cultivators are as common as weeds in the Kongshan sect. If you randomly pulled out any body-forging realm cultivator and placed them in a secular dynasty, they would be 1 in 10,000. Take the Wang family of Taiyan City, one of the top cultivation power families in the city. They only have 2 Qi circulation realm cultivators at most. Qin Yue had truly never thought about cultivation before because prior to all this happening, she considered it all too distant. She only learned a few years ago, during a banquet where she overheard her father conversing with others, that the crown prince of the Qing Kingdom's current emperor was deposed by the emperor because he joined a certain Taoist temple near the capital to pursue cultivation. The crown prince had enormous prestige in the court, yet not a single minister opposed his deposition. The reason was simple: the path of immortality governing worldly affairs was the greatest taboo in this world. No cultivator was permitted to serve as an official in the court, let alone become emperor. Originally, Qin Yue thought she would never have any opportunity to intersect with cultivators in her lifetime, but now she was about to join the Kongshan sect, one of the 5 largest sects on the Chenping continent. If you asked her if she was looking forward to it, Qin Yue's answer was actually negative. Regarding joining the Kongshan sect, she felt more apprehension than excitement. Since I was a child, I wanted to become an immortal. Li Zixiu said, unlike you, princess, I was born in a village in the southeastern borderlands of the Qing Kingdom. Originally, I had a younger brother who was 3 years younger than me. Then, when I was 7 years old, we encountered a once-in-a-century drought in the Qing Kingdom. That year, the entire town and even several neighboring towns had complete crop failures in the fields. My father died accidentally due to corvée labor when I was 4 and my brother was 1 year old, leaving only my mother to rely on each other with me and my brother. Later, there was nothing left in the village, not even tree bark. All had been completely gnawed away by the disaster victims in the village. With no other choice, mother could only take me and my brother to the town to seek a living. Coincidentally, we happened to arrive on the day when the town was distributing relief porridge. The town bailiff set up a large pot at the market entrance, then poured lots of water into it. Lots of water with only a small basin of rice. It was more like thin rice soup than porridge. Even so, the relief food distributed by the town was still insufficient to meet demand. Mother, with me and my brother, only managed to get 1 bowl of thin rice soup in total. Mother knew very clearly that both my brother and I were already very, very weak physically. This single bowl of thin rice soup might only have a chance of saving one life if given entirely to one person. Mother wanted to give it to my brother to drink. She didn't say it, but I knew, compared to me, she wanted to save my brother's life more. I could just tell from the look in her eyes. But what nobody expected was that before we could even drink the porridge, my brother died. He was trampled to death by the steward of the town's wealthy man while riding a horse. I think that steward was probably a good person because he dismounted, carefully examined my brother lying on the ground, sighed, and gave both mother and me 1 flatbread each. Thanks to those 2 flatbreads, mother and I survived. Later, I encountered an immortal master from the Kongshan sect who was traveling around the Kink Kingdom, and he brought me back to the Kongshan sect where I became a Kongshan sect disciple. Li Zixiu told her story to Qin Yue like this. Qin Yue blinked her eyes listening to Li Zixiu's account. All the tragic experiences she described were like fantasy tales to Qin Yue. She thought it was tragic, but found it difficult to empathize. This princess from the prince's manor had probably experienced her greatest hardship from birth until now as being slightly choked while accidentally eating osmanthus cake. Senior sister, do you hate your mother? Qin Yue asked. I don't know. Li Zixiu shook her head. Perhaps if my brother hadn't been trampled by the horse and instead I had starved to death, then I think I would hate her. As she spoke, Li Zixiu laughed. Seeing Li Zixiu's smile, Qin Yue also seemed to suddenly feel relieved and let out a sigh. But now, senior sister Li, you're already an immortal master of the Kongshan sect. You finally don't need to be bound by your origins and fate anymore, you can control your own life. No, princess, Li Zixiu said with a serious expression. Cultivators are even more divided into hierarchies. Why? Qin Yue asked, puzzled. It's probably like this. I exhausted all efforts to join the Kongshan sect, practiced arduously for 12 years, yet I'm still just an ordinary disciple in the outer court that nobody pays attention to. Li Zixiu said, then paused slightly. While you, princess, will become the direct disciple of an inner court elder of the Kongshan sect as soon as you step into the sect. Qin Yue fell silent. The gap between cultivators is even greater than that between nobility and commoners. Because talent is predetermined by fate and no matter what happens it cannot possibly change, princess. Li Zixiu said, would it be convenient to reveal which elder of Kingshan Peak you'll be studying under after entering the sect? I'm not clear about the specific details either. Qin Yue thought for a moment then said. Senior Lu only told me that my master's name is Bai Kaiming. Taiyuan City Market Street. After passing through this street, Chen Yan would soon reach the city's stationed envoy residence. Completely different from what one might imagine, although this compound was located in the center of Taiyuan City, the surrounding environment was quite tranquil. Standing at the entrance of the envoy residence was a young page boy in blue clothes. Seeing Chen Yan approach, he quickly bowed with folded hands, looking quite adorable. Dare I ask, Immortal Master, are you here to see the stationed envoy Immortal Master? Exactly. Chen Yan replied. Then please follow me. The Kongshan sect's stationed envoys were usually filled by Qi Circulation Realm disciples from the outer court. Unless they made mistakes, there were rarely any changes. The current stationed envoy of Taiyuan City was named He Yingling, who had held this position for over 40 years. In the backyard of the envoy residence sat an elderly man with graying hair, wearing the Kongshan sect outer court Taoist robe, holding a small teacup in his hand. He looked up toward Chen Yan, who was being led in by the young page boy. His gaze locked onto the gilded cloud crane patterns on Chen Yan's sleeve for a moment, then he asked, "Dare I ask, fellow Taoist from Kongyuan Mountain, what business brings you here?" This was Chen Yan's first time meeting this stationed envoy of Kongshan sect. In his initial cycle of reincarnation, Chen Yan had wasted over 90 years in the outer court. Chen Yan, who only achieved the qi circulation realm at 41 years old, spent the next 50-plus years of his life constantly striving to break through to the martial spring realm. Unfortunately, lacking talent, resources, and opportunities, he remained stuck at the mid-stage of qi circulation realm until his death. To earn more contribution points from the merit hall to exchange for the elixirs and various technique manuscripts needed for cultivation, Chen Yan had traveled extensively. The time Chen Yan spent wandering around was far greater than the time he spent within the sect. And Taiyuan City, being the largest city near Kongshan sect, naturally became Chen Yan's most frequent stopping point. He had dealt frequently with the future stationed envoys of Kongshan sect in Taiyuan City. The current stationed envoy of Kongshan sect, the elderly man wearing outer court robes standing before Chen Yan, should be the predecessor of the stationed manager he was familiar with. Junior Chen Yan pays respects to senior. Chen Yan bowed with clasped hands. "Fellow Taoist, calling me senior truly shames this old man," the white-haired elder in the courtyard replied with a smile. "Although I've lived over 100 years in vain, I'm just Rottenwood guarding mundane affairs for the sect, unworthy of such courtesy from a distinguished disciple of Kongyuan Mountain." Hearing this, Chen Yan smiled slightly. This stationed envoy's interpersonal skills were much more polished than those disciples up in the mountains. Senior has guarded Taiyuan City for many years, helping countless Kongshan sect disciples passing through here. Your contributions and hardships are immense, naturally deserving this junior's respect as senior. Chen Yan spoke thus, giving the stationed envoy plenty of face. The old man clearly appreciated this greatly, beaming with pleasure, then also clasped his hands toward Chen Yan's direction. "Might I ask what brings fellow Taoist here this time?" "To draft an urgent report," Chen Yan said, then paused briefly. "This matter concerns the Cloud Prince Manor Princess's entry into the sect. I hope Senior can accommodate by expediting it slightly." As the stationed manager of Taiyuan City, the old man was thoroughly familiar with all major events happening in the city. He knew perfectly well about matters like Princess Qin Yue of Cloud Prince Manor being noticed by an offering elder of Star Heaven sect, who wanted to take her as a personal disciple. Even Cloud Prince Qin Ming's communication with Kongshan sect had to go through the stationed envoy residence. He certainly understood the importance of Qin Yue joining the sect. This stationed manager even knew which elder of Kingshan Peak had taken a liking to Qin Yue's glazed pure body and decided to accept her as a disciple. That was quite an impressive figure. "Of course," the stationed envoy responded, then turned to look at the young page standing at the rear courtyard entrance. "Child, how many sound swift sparrows do we have left in the residence?" "Returning to Immortal Master, there are 4. 2 just returned from delivering messages and need to rest for several hours, so currently there are 2 sparrows that can fly immediately." The young page answered. Sound swift sparrows were extremely special small, low-level magical creatures with gentle temperaments and high intelligence. Their flight speed approached sonic velocity, hence their name. "How many urgent reports are still awaiting dispatch?" the stationed envoy continued asking. 3 more, Immortal Master," the young page replied further. "Set those aside for now. Send the urgent report that this Immortal Master will give you shortly to Kongshan Sex." As he spoke, the stationed envoy glanced toward Chen Yan's direction. "Kingshan Peak," Chen Yan said. "Send the urgent report to Kingshan Peak's message delivery pavilion," the stationed envoy said. "Yes," the young page responded. Chen Yan took the paper and brush handed by the young page, drafted an urgent report according to Lu Li's requirements, then passed it to the waiting young page. The page took the urgent report from Chen Yan, then jogged away from the rear courtyard. "A clever child. Thank you, senior. This junior will take his leave now." Chen Yan again bowed with clasped hands toward the stationed envoy. "What's the hurry?" the old man persuaded Chen Yan, beckoning with his hand. "Have some tea, rest a while before leaving." I beg your forgiveness, but this junior needs to return to the Prince Manor immediately to report to Senior Lu Li, who's in charge of this matter. I'll come another time to apologize to you, Senior. Chen Yan said. Lu Li. The old man paused slightly, then continued asking, that Lu Li who currently serves as an instructor at Qingchen Peak's Scripture Hall. Exactly, Chen Yan replied. Does Senior have past acquaintance with Instructor Lu? Old acquaintances, the stationed envoy answered. 20 years ago, when he was still a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain, I met him a few times here at the envoy residence. Lu Li was once a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain. This was something Chen Yan had never heard before. But that makes sense. After all, Lu Li is now the favorite of that person's presence. Bringing Qin Yue back to the sect should naturally be his responsibility. This junior doesn't understand what senior means. Chen Yan listened in complete confusion. You don't know? The stationed envoy gave Chen Yan a strange look. Qin Yue's master is Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming. Hearing this, Chen Yan's breath caught, even his heartbeat slowed for half a beat. He remembered. He remembered everything. Chen Yan recalled memories from his first life. In the calamity that occurred over 2 years later, the outer court suffered tremendous losses, and accompanying this, the sect's inner court also underwent major changes. Qingchen Peak was the most affected. Not long after the calamity ended, Chu Xiao resigned from her position as Qingchen Peak's chief disciple. Her successor was none other than true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming's personal disciple, Qin Yue. After this, Qingchen Peak's sword master elder Chu Xiao's father and master Chu Chen went into seclusion. Martial elder Fu Kaiyan secluded himself deep in Kangwu residence, ignoring peak affairs. Several decades later, the martial elder position was succeeded by Lu Li. Chen Yan developed a truly terrifying thought. Although it was just speculation, it was indeed possible. Senior, this junior will take his leave now. Chen Yan once again bowed with clasped hands toward the stationed envoy. Next time you pass through Taiyuan City, if you have time, come keep this old man company for some tea. The stationed envoy said cheerfully, completely unaware of Chen Yan's inner turmoil. If fellow Taoist gets promoted in the future, I'll look to you for some guidance. Of course, this latter part was the old man's joking remark. Senior jests, farewell. Chen Yan said. He currently had not the slightest inclination for joking. Outer Court Calamity, Black Flood, Dragon Remnant Soul, Song Ming's List, Zhang Zishan, Lu Li, Qin Yue, True Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming. Chen Yan wanted to connect all these together, but he didn't dare. Because if this really was the truth, it would be far too dark, far too terrifying. Walking briskly on Taiyuan City's streets, Chen Yan thought this. He looked up at the sun in the sky. The time shouldn't have passed the hour of the goat yet. There was still time. He needed to hurry to the Immortal Gambling Den first. The Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City was the last place Chen Yan knew of that Song Ming had visited before turning himself in to the Outer Court Enforcement Hall. It was here that he had lost all the spirit stones from the Outer Court Merit Hall's accounts, then entered the inner area, after which no one knew what happened. Perhaps within the gambling den, Chen Yan could find answers. Chen Yan stood before the Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City, gazing at the 3-story pavilion in front of him. He had always heard rumors about this gambling establishment. It was said to constantly gather disciples from various sects who came here to gamble and enjoy themselves. Although Chen Yan had often used Taiyuan City as a regular stopping point, he had never once entered the gambling den because whether in his previous life or current one, he firmly believed in one principle. That was, gambling addicts die miserable deaths. Rumors claimed this gambling den was owned by the Wang family of Taiyuan City, but even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe such rumors. A mere cultivation family from a mortal dynasty, with their peak combat power being just 2 Qi circulation realm cultivators, could never possibly control such a massive enterprise. At best, the Wang family was just a puppet on the surface, only worthy of picking up scraps and leftovers. The major shares behind the gambling den were definitely divided among those major sects that truly held power, though such matters couldn't be discussed openly. It was even possible that the Kongshan sect had connections behind it. No, the Kongshan sect definitely had connections behind it. Without the Kongshan sect's approval, who would dare open a gambling den in Taiyuan City? A attendant standing at the gambling den's entrance noticed Chen Yan standing not far away, staring intently at the establishment before him. Chen Yan's Kongshan sect robes clearly caught the attendant's attention. His eyes lit up, and he quickly approached Chen Yan. "Esteemed Immortal Master, would you like to play something?" The attendant wore an ingratiating smile as he addressed Chen Yan. "Dice, pai gao, mahjong, complimentary tea and wine. Definitely not those vulgar mortal things, but genuine immortal tea and immortal wine. Immortal Master, care to try your luck?" Chen Yan pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded. "Then I'll give it a try." "Excellent, right this way," the attendant said, then began leading Chen Yan inside. Upon entering the gambling den, noisy sounds assaulted Chen Yan's ears, making him frown slightly. Cultivators wearing various sect robes gathered around tables, shouting and gambling excitedly, all appearing quite stimulated. Chen Yan recognized several of the robes: the Golden Spirit sect from the east, the Ancient River sect from the south, and others. There were also many sect disciples that Chen Yan wasn't very familiar with. Most were Body Forging Realm and Qi Circulation Realm cultivators. The rule that Body Forging Realm cultivators couldn't leave their mountains basically only existed in behemoths like the Kongshan sect. For those small and medium-sized sects, there were no such restrictions at all. There were also some Kongshan sect disciples present, though they were relatively rare. Looking at the disgraceful appearances of these gamblers in the den, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel profound emotions. Indeed, regardless of cultivation level, once someone became involved with gambling, they would all end up like this. "Immortal Master, what would you like to play?" the attendant leading the way ahead of Chen Yan asked. As they passed several gambling tables, some people noticed Chen Yan. After all, a Kongshan sect cultivator stood out relatively prominently in such a place. Some sharp-eyed individuals even noticed the gold-trimmed cloud crane patterns on Chen Yan's sleeves and couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy crap, Kongyuan Mountain!" Besides the outer court, the Kongshan sect's inner court was divided into 3 mountains and 4 peaks, totaling 7 peak lineages. And Kongyuan Mountain, as the main peak among the Kongshan sect's 7 peak lineages, seemed to grant its disciples slightly higher status when outside compared to disciples from other peaks. Although within the sect, disciples from the 7 peak lineages weren't ranked by their respective peaks, this stereotypical external perception of the Kongshan sect seemed difficult to change. Chen Yan's heart sank. He suddenly realized he might have been somewhat hasty. He should have concealed his identity as much as possible. Moreover, given the current situation, whether Lu Li, who was leading this mission, was friend or foe remained unknown. "There's nothing in the outer area that interests me," Chen Yan said. "Take me to the inner area." "This..." The attendant leading the way hesitated slightly. "Forgive my boldness, Immortal Master, but entering the gambling den's inner area requires verification of assets." Did Song Ming undergo asset verification back then? Or did he bypass it thanks to his status as an outer court steward of the Kongshan sect, or his cultivation as a martial spring realm practitioner? Chen Yan didn't know. He had almost no spirit stones on him. In fact, he was practically penniless, but that didn't mean he lacked treasures that could serve as verification. Chen Yan took out from his chest the jade box that Lin Kaifeng had previously given him. When the attendant saw the jade box Chen Yan produced, his breathing hitched. Having worked in the gambling den for so long, he had developed some discernment and naturally recognized that what this Kongshan sect Immortal Master had taken out was no ordinary item. "Soul Ice Needles, will this grant me access to the inner area?" "Immortal Master, this humble one doesn't understand such matters. May I take it to have the gambling den's cultivators examine it first?" Chen Yan nodded without refusing. He wasn't worried at all. The immortal gambling den was established right here in Taiyuan City. The temple might run away, but the monk couldn't. Even with 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare scheme against a Kongshan sect disciple. "Please wait a moment, Immortal Master." The attendant bowed to Chen Yan, then took the jade box and entered the inner area. After less than half an incense stick's time, someone returned with Chen Yan's soul ice needles. It wasn't the previous attendant but a graceful young woman with delicate features wearing a gauze dress. From her posture and aura, one could tell she was a cultivator, definitely not a mortal. She returned the jade box containing the soul ice needles to Chen Yan, then curtsied to him. "Sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask your esteemed name, fellow cultivator?" "Sun Lu." Chen Yan answered without hesitation. "So it's senior brother Sun, please follow me," the woman said, then turned and walked toward the inner area, her waist swaying gracefully. The gambling den's inner and outer areas were connected by an indoor arched bridge. The inner area was much quieter than the outer area, as it consisted of private rooms one after another. The rooms seemed to have boundary inscriptions carved from spirit stones outside them, preventing sounds from inside from leaking out. "Senior brother Sun, what would you like to play?" The woman asked the same question as the previous attendant. "Nothing, I'm looking for someone," Chen Yan said. Hearing this, the young woman stopped walking and turned around. Her expression and eyes showed no fluctuation, then she smiled faintly. "May I ask who senior brother Sun is looking for?" Chen Yan looked at the woman before him and slowly spoke. "Song Mingde." The young woman in the gauze dress before him didn't speak, merely giving a slight bow in greeting. Then she turned around and continued walking forward. Chen Yan followed her. Just like that, she led Chen Yan through several more private rooms before arriving in front of one particular chamber. She raised her hand and gently knocked twice on the door before them. "Manager Ding, there's an immortal master from Kongshan sect here to see you. He says he's looking for Immortal Master Song who met with you some time ago. Please come in." A few seconds later, a man's voice came from inside. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Yan actually found the voice somewhat familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. The young woman before him stepped aside and pushed the door open for Chen Yan. "Senior brother Sun, please enter." Then Chen Yan walked through the doorway. This was an antique-style chamber that, judging by its layout and furnishings, closely resembled a reception room. All the tables, chairs, and decorations used within clearly weren't cheap, likely worth quite a bit of silver in the secular world. A long table stood in the middle of the room, upon which sat a rather high-end tea set. And behind the long table sat a man dressed in luxurious brocade robes. The man didn't rise, merely sitting there observing Chen Yan as he entered the chamber. His gaze first swept over Chen Yan's face, then his Taoist robes, and finally the gilded cloud crane patterns on his sleeves. "Fellow Taoist, please have a seat quickly," the man in luxurious robes said with a smile, picking up a teacup from the table. He first rinsed it with hot water, then poured tea into Chen Yan's cup. "Fellow Taoist came here looking for Steward Song." "Yes," Chen Yan replied. "But Steward Song says he doesn't want to see anyone right now, not even fellow disciples from Kongshan sect." This manager Ding of the gambling den said. Chen Yan understood clearly that this manager Ding before him was testing him. But what concerned Chen Yan more was that, for some reason, the man's voice felt extremely familiar to him. "Steward Song is already dead," Chen Yan stated bluntly. Manager Ding's hand holding the teapot paused slightly, but the micro-expressions on his face showed no change whatsoever. Clearly, he also knew about Song Ming's death. This gambling den manager didn't seem simple, because even the vast majority of Kongshan sect's outer sect disciples didn't know about Song Ming's death. "Then why has fellow Taoist come to my place looking for Steward Song?" Manager Ding said. "To retrieve what he left here." Chen Yan said he was trying his luck. "Things left by Steward Song." Manager Ding showed a confused expression, putting on an appearance of knowing nothing. "Forgive me, but I don't understand what fellow Taoist is talking about." He was playing dumb. Chen Yan knew very well that right now he was feigning ignorance. It was highly probable that before Song Ming turned himself in to the enforcement hall, he had already guessed he might not survive and thus left the list at the gambling den. "Elder Fukayan sent me," Chen Yan said. "Fellow Taoist, don't say you're invoking Elder Fu's name. Even if you invoked sect leader Yun's great name, what doesn't exist simply doesn't exist." Manager Ding showed a bitter smile. "You can't expect me to create something from nothing, can you?" Though he said this, Manager Ding's gaze kept intentionally or unintentionally glancing toward Chen Yan's waist. That was where the identity token should be worn. "I understand, then I've disturbed Manager Ding for today." Chen Yan clasped his hands and said immediately, "No trouble at all, fellow Taoist Sun is welcome to come play anytime." Manager Ding said with a smile, then casually plucked a blade of grass from a nearby potted plant and
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.